mixed with the cold, brought a chill down my back. "I'm just saying," Stone continued. "Look at how deep the axe is buried. It's like he's on steroids." How are they doing it? I wondered aloud. How are they getting in our heads and telling us what to do? Maybe they aren't. I arched an eyebrow at him. You think Mikey did this on his own? Elle, too? Stone shrugged innocently. I'm just saying he hasn't really taken a liking to us. I mean, you did kill his dad, Grady. I had to. I know that. But I don't know if he knows that. And can you blame him? What about Elle? She likes me. Oh, I know that, too. Stone winked. The house becomes pretty quiet when there ain't nothing to do but read and sit around. Squeaky bed springs, Grady, squeaky bed springs. He chuckled and patted me on the shoulder. My face burned with embarrassment. Relax, buddy, you're both adults. It's your business. How he could be calm at a time like this, I didn't know. But I say that a lot about Stone. That was just him. He had his occasional outburst or depressive state, sure. But even in the face of death, he cracked jokes and laughed. That was just a coping mechanism, a way to remind you it wasn't all bad, even when it was. I changed the subject back to the more pertinent generator. Well, if this is fucked, what are we going to do? Stone shrugged again. I don't know. Go out and get another one. That is, if the cold hasn't made him useless. I doubt there's any Home Depots or Lowe's around here either. And Amazon certainly isn't doing their 2-day Prime deliveries anymore. Damn it. You know what we have to do, Stone said seriously. I nodded. I did know. But I wasn't ready to leave. I wasn't ready to go back out in the snow and the cold and the dark. I wasn't ready to fight shadow rats and crazy people. Hell, maybe death wouldn't be so bad after all. At least I'd finally get some much-needed rest. That ski resort is, what, a few miles away? Stone said. Hell of a lot farther than the grocery store. And that felt like we were traveling for years. Don't I know it, he said. The thought of the cold motivated me to kneel down and take another look at the generator. I rounded to the back of it and saw that Mikey hadn't skipped any steps. He must have hacked up the power cables with the axe before he buried it in the unit. I grabbed half of one and held it in the light. Yeah, Stone said. No fixing that. I was about to voice my disappointment, but a scream from above us cut me off. It was Helga. Stone and I looked at each other for a moment, both surprised, both scared. Then we headed upstairs. I hung back to help him, but he waved me off. Go, he said. I'll be right behind you. I caught up to Eleanor and Mikey, who already were halfway to the second floor, Chewie at their heels. I grabbed the back of Elle's shirt. She stopped, turned toward me. Go get some bug spray and a lighter, I told her. Then to Mikey, you follow me. I knew I couldn't tell Eleanor to sit this one out. She wouldn't listen if I had, but I could delay her plunge into danger, and that was better than nothing. Elle nodded and went down the stairs, Chewie deciding he'd rather go with her than stay with us. Mikey and I pushed on. Helga's door was closed all the way. I tried the knob, rattled, and turned it with no luck. It was locked. Helga! I shouted. Open up! No answer. I threw my shoulder into the door. It hurt, but I barely noticed the pain. I would later, I thought, if I got through this. Taking a few steps back and steeling myself, I prepared to kick the door. I only had slippers on, so I knew this was going to hurt even worse. In drastic times, you had to do what you had to do. My foot slammed into the wood. The hinges shrieked almost as loud as the wind, but it still didn't budge. Helga kept screaming, and that was good. If she stopped, I figured it meant she was dead. I'll be right back, Mikey said, and he left. I kicked once more. My heel felt like it shattered. No ignoring that pain. I tried again and again, but I wasn't strong enough. I could have used that axe currently buried in the generator. A few seconds later, Mikey appeared at my side. "Watch out," he said. "What?" I couldn't see what he held, it was too dark. But I sure as hell heard it. The gun's muzzle exploded, the flash of light like a supernova in the hallway's darkness. My eardrums felt like my heel shattered. A high-pitched ringing echoed around my head. "Fuck," I said. Or I thought I did, but I couldn't hear myself. The knob fell on the floor with a clang that cut through the ringing. I threw my shoulder into the door for the last time, and it gave. I expected to be rebounded back, but instead I went right through and almost lost my balance. Thank God I stopped. Otherwise, I would have gone into the black thing, hanging in the air. Glass crunched beneath my feet as I regained my balance. I looked down and saw Helga's lamp there, broken into a bunch of tiny pieces. When had that happened? Despite this sudden entrance, the vague shadow shape hadn't taken notice of us, not yet. "Helga!" I shouted. She knelt on the floor by the open window. The gray snow lay beyond, a gloomy backdrop to this horrible experience. Wind burst in, whipping the curtains hard enough for the rod to rattle. "Helga, look at me!" She ignored my voice, her arms outstretched, entranced by whatever the wraith wanted her to see. Screaming, then stopping. Screaming, then stopping. My shouts grabbed the monster's attention. I barely saw it. Though it was dark and I thought I was looking right at it, it seemed to float in the corner of my eye, almost like it wasn't there at all. Really, I felt it focus on me more than I saw it do so. At least in that moment. I felt its cold, its malice, its hunger for death. I blinked. And when I opened my eyes, I saw no shadow anymore. I saw a haggard old man. His skin was corpse blue and wrinkled, hanging off his bones like dough. He wore a white smock and dark pants. The stench of his breath wafted toward me. It smelled of coffee and stale cigarettes. "Grady, my boy, come here." The ghostly apparition curled one finger in front of his face, flashing his yellow teeth in a smile. "You'll just feel a tiny pinch, I promise." This ghostly man opened a box of buried memories I'd forgotten about. I was no longer in my late 20s. Now I was a 5-year-old boy at the doctor's office. My dad telling me it was going to be all right, that it wouldn't be as bad as it seemed, and me shaking my head, crying, scared out of my ever-loving mind. I have never been a fan of needles. I believe I've mentioned this before, and that's all thanks to a particularly bad experience I had as a child. The experience in question involved getting some kind of booster shot. That was bad enough. But I'd suffered an allergic reaction to it, where my shoulder turned green-purple, and I couldn't raise my arm higher than my head. It wasn't terribly serious, but that sort of thing at that young of an age left a bad taste in my mouth. The wraith somehow knew this. The ghostly man's hand fished in his smock's breast pocket. I stood there in stunned silence as he pulled out a syringe with a needle as long as my forearm, the way the needle had looked to 5-year-old me. "Won't hurt at all, and after we're done, you can have a lick of my lollipop." The doctor chuckled, advancing. He walked with a zombie-like gait. Each step brought more of the apparition's unnatural cold closer. I froze, unable to move, unable to scream. Far away, I heard Mikey's voice. I wasn't sure what he was saying because I barely heard him. It was as if I was sitting at the bottom of a pool while he shouted at me from the high dive. Other voices joined in. Stone, and Eleanor, and even Chewy's barks. As much as I tried to turn toward them, I couldn't. The wraith's spell was nearly unbreakable. Nearly. A sudden burst of light snapped me back into reality, and the old man began melting before my eyes. Flesh dripped from his bones, and his face contorted into a liquefied nightmare. Then he disappeared. Eleanor grabbed under my arms and pulled me up. "We have to go," she said. "Helga!" I shouted, pulling away from her as a stream of fire passed inches away from the side of my face. Stone stood in my peripheral vision, using the bug spray and the lighter to create blinding light and dangerous but wonderful heat. I heard a screeching sound, a mixture of a scream and wicked laughter. In that irrational moment, all I could think was that the sound belonged to the devil himself. Now that some time has passed since that night, I know it came from the wraith. But was I far off in my thinking? Was there much of a difference between the wraiths and Satan? No, I don't think so. Mikey and I reached Helga as Stone drove the wraith out of the room. In the corner of my eye, where that black shape hung, I saw it fading, turning to ash the way the hand in the kitchen window had. We were winning. We were going to get out of this. But my optimism was crushed when Helga turned around, her haunted face in full view. If you've ever seen a zombie movie or cracked open a novel or comic about the living dead, and who hasn't, then you know getting bitten is virtually a death sentence. When a zombie takes a chunk out of a loved one, there's always a character who thinks they can save them, who thinks maybe things will be different for their wife or their husband or their mother or their father. Maybe they can survive. We, as the audience, know that's utter bullshit. One of two things is going to happen to the newly infected character. They are either going to turn into a mindless, flesh-craving monster, or they are going to be put out of their misery before such a thing can happen. And the person who pulls the trigger is always the one who loves the victim the most. After that, the story goes on. It's called a trope, and that particular trope happened so often in zombie-related media that we, the audience, sometimes rolled our eyes when it did. It's easy for us to think to ourselves, or, in Stone's case, shout at the screen, "What are you waiting for? Shoot 'em! Put 'em out of their misery!" It's easy for us because it's just a movie, just a book, just a comic. It's not real. But what happened to Helga wasn't fiction. It was real. And it was her life. When she looked up at me, I knew her death warrant had been signed. Her eyes were lifeless, fogged over with a grayish-white haze that resembled the snow outside. Her lips were frozen in a terrified grin, teeth bared. And worst of all, a jagged black mark ran down her forehead between her eyes, stopping just above the bridge of her nose. I had seen the same black mark on Ed Hark and the man who attacked me at the store in town. I had seen firsthand what the mark did to people. And the thought of Helga becoming a violent beast filled me with a dread I'd only felt when I first saw a gut-shot Jonas bleeding out on the Hark's kitchen floor. Mikey held one of Helga's hands. He was sobbing softly. I held the other, her flesh so cold against my fingers it burned. Audience logic had left me, replaced by the muddled logic of a fictional character. I thought not of putting Helga out of her misery, but of saving her. I wanted to get her away from the monsters and help her return to normal. Deep down, I knew it was impossible, but untethered emotions cast away my already weak voice of sensibility. "Come on, help me get her up," I told Mikey. Behind us, the jet of flames stopped, and Stone said, "Fuck! What's going on?" I heard him shake the can of bug spray and strike the lighter again. "It's out." Chewie barked from downstairs, and I wondered what he was barking at. What terrors had entered the first floor? As Mikey and I stood Helga up, I caught a glimpse through the open window. They waited in the snow, those shadowy shapes, going against the natural order of the world. So many they merged into a large single blot. So many I couldn't count them all. They advanced in the slow, confident way of someone who knew they were going to get what they wanted. Eleanor screamed. I jerked my head in her direction. She was standing in the doorway, pointing behind me. I turned back. 3 large red snakes were slithering over the windowsill, forked black tongues dancing between their venom-dripping fangs. Their eyes were the same orange-red the rats had been. With one of Helga's arms draped around each of our shoulders, we left the room, ushering the others out with us. I stopped and turned to close the door. The snakes each raised, their heads nearly brushing the 8-foot-high ceiling. They hissed in a chorus, ready to strike. I reached for the knob, grabbed it, and slammed it closed, just as the snakes attacked. The force of the hit broke through the wood, sending splinters flying and me falling on my ass. Luckily, Mikey held Helga by himself. I scrambled to my feet, which wasn't easy thanks to the hallway runner slipping beneath me, and helped Mikey again. Stone and Eleanor were a few yards ahead, waving us forward. "Go!" I shouted. "Don't wait! Go and get more spray!" A snake head burst through the wood. The cold coming off it reached us before the snake did, thank God. Somehow I managed to speed up. It's amazing what fear can do to a person. We hit the steps, then the foyer, and turned into the kitchen, the apparitions right behind us. "Duck!" Eleanor said, raising a can of bug spray and a lighter in front of her face. Mikey and I hit the floor, dragging Helga down with us. Chewie was frantically dashing around the linoleum, confused and terrified as hell. I wished I could have comforted him. Flames erupted from Elle's hands like magic, lighting away the darkness. The snakes shrieked in pain as the fire hit them and drove them backward. "She all right?" Stone was saying to me on the floor. Helga's head lolled, and her eyes were still covered by the grayish-white haze. I thought the black mark on her brow looked like it had faded, but I knew that was just wishful thinking. I shook my head at Stone. I couldn't talk right then. My jaw felt frozen. The act of moving it would surely be painful as hell. "Fuck," Stone said. "What about you guys?" "I'm okay," Mikey said. "I think so." Eleanor came over to us. In the dim beam of Stone's flashlight, I saw the gleam of tears falling down her cheeks. "It's gone," she said. "But there's more outside." "Not for long," Stone said. "That window upstairs is open." "We have to go," I managed. "We have to go now. Staying here is a death trap." "Going outside is a death trap," Mikey said. "Without light and heat, and now with an opening," I said. I shook my head. "They've surrounded the house," Stone said. "I saw them out the window. There were so many. I don't even know how many." He rubbed his eyes with the heel of his hands, flashlight beam jumping all over with the movement. "Fuck, man." Just then, Helga murmured something. We all snapped our attention to her. "What, Helga?" Eleanor said hopefully. Helga cleared her throat. I saw a hint of her old self beneath the haze of her eyes. Maybe there was hope for her yet. That's the thought that crossed my mind when I looked into her face. But a few seconds later, that new hope shattered. "Did you hear that?" Mikey asked. From deep within Chewie's chest, a menacing growl rumbled. "What the hell was that?" Mikey continued in a horrified voice. "They can't be coming in, can they? They're not real things, they're just shadows." The sounds from above said otherwise, snapping wood and shattering glass. I heard it, as did the others. More wraiths were inside, and they were bringing their friends. "Everyone grab spray and a lighter," I said. The others made for the supply on the dining room table, leaving me with Helga in the kitchen. "Grab as much warm clothing as you can," I continued. In my head, I was planning our escape route. Blankets, jackets, hats. Hell, if nothing else, rip the curtains from the rods. Where the hell are we gonna go? I thought. Helga's lips were moving, her lungs expelling air, but no words were forming. She was going through some kind of transformation. I had never seen it before, had only seen the results of the transformation. Struggling, she reached up and gripped my hand with claw-like fingers. "Grady," she moaned. "It's okay. Stay with me, Helga." I couldn't help reminding myself of the conversation we shared just days ago, after we groomed Chewie. I told her it was going to be okay, that we were going to weather this storm. I was wrong. God, I was so wrong. I'm going, Grady," she said. Her eyes flickered, went fuzzy like a scrambled TV channel. "It got me. And I'm a danger to—" Her body jerked, and the tendons in her neck stood out like wiry cables as she fought whatever coursed through her veins. "Leave me here, and I'll do what has to be done." "I can't leave you, Helga," I said. "Your family." She tried to twist her pain-contorted face into something resembling a smile. "Thank you." "Grady, let's go," Stone shouted from the hall leading to the front door. Just then I heard a deep, menacing roar. To this day, I still don't know the source of that terrible sound, but it's haunting, and if I didn't get up and get moving, it would have killed me. So I rose. The others came back to help, but as my eyes focused on them, Helga screamed. Then, with more strength than someone her size and in her state should have possessed, she knocked me halfway across the kitchen floor. I hit the refrigerator hard, colliding with cold metal. "Go!" Helga shouted, pulling herself up and standing on wobbly legs. The black line on her forehead pulsed and squirmed like a living thing. Her eyes were no longer TV static, but matched the color of the line. "Get out! I can't fight it much longer!" Eleanor ran over to me as I watched Helga draw a knife from the sink and jerk it above her head. She moved like a puppet controlled by a drunken master. Screaming, Helga lunged toward us. I cringed, expecting to feel the blade tear through my flesh. But at the apex of her downward thrust, her body went rigid, and the weapon fell. "Go! Go!" she bellowed in a voice that wasn't quite hers. Stone shouted, "Come on! Ah, fuck!" I heard the spouting fire from the bug spray flamethrower, and saw an orange glow out of the corner of my eye. A second later, one of the wraiths screeched as it was reduced to ash. Eleanor and I got moving. I took one last look at Helga as she fought the murderous rage taking over her mind and body, and a deep sadness stole through my fear. That look, however, didn't last long. Eleanor was dragging me toward the front door. "Oh, Grady," shouted the same old man I'd seen earlier, the nightmare doctor of my past. "You don't get to taste my lollipop without getting poked first." A chorus of hissing came from the snakes. I saw other terrors as we fled too. A clown with long, sharp teeth. Some sort of science fiction monster I can't even accurately describe. A middle-aged woman in a bloody smock with a rolling pin in one hand, a wriggling shark, a ghost, and even the dead boy, who had so viciously haunted me in the months leading up to the end of the world. It was a veritable smorgasbord of things that scared each and every one of us. Yet we never stopped. We kept going until we forced the front door open, which proved more than difficult against the weight of the freshest snow, despite shoveling a path whenever the sun allowed. Outside, more black figures hovered at the corners of our vision, waiting for their prey, waiting for us. It seemed we were trapped. It seemed there was nowhere to go. I thought, to hell with rolling over and letting these abominations win so easily. We weren't going down without a fight. I snatched Eleanor's bug spray and lighter from her back pocket, and I began shooting fire into the dark, snowy night. The closest wraiths retreated, but they were far enough away to not be affected by the light. I plunged onward through the snow in nothing but my sweatpants and hoodie and slippers. No coat, no hat, no boots, and no gloves. I had already begun to lose feeling in my limbs. To hell with that stopping me, too. I didn't care. I was terrified and determined to get the others to safety, but above all else, I was pissed. Pissed these things thought they had a right to take my life, to hurt my family, to force us to live in fear. I was going to stand up to them, and if it got me killed, so be it. But then I felt something on the back of my neck. Heat. Almost painful heat. "Holy shit," Stone gasped. "What?" Eleanor added. The world brightened. I turned around. Helga's house was burning. Flames stretched out of the doorway and into the snow. More danced behind the dark panes of glass. As we watched, the entire building soon became engulfed, and the fire's light was so bright I shielded my eyes. "Look!" Mikey shouted. "They're leaving! Those fuckers are leaving!" I didn't look. My eyes were fixed on something else. In the heart of the inferno, just beyond the doorway, stood a thin figure. It was Helga. She had saved us by sacrificing herself. As I watched her burn, she lifted a hand. Then, like everything else inside the house, the fire consumed her. 8. The next step. I don't know how long we stood there watching the destruction. It felt like ages, but it also felt like only a few seconds. It reminded me of the apartment building on Swan Drive, where the boy died, which seemed like years ago instead of months. I remember crying as we watched our home burn. I remember tears rolling down my cheeks, only to be evaporated by the heat coming from the fire, the heat that felt both amazing and terrible. I remember the snow nearby melting into a small pond of slushy water. I remember the inky black smoke curling upward and getting lost among the backdrop of the even darker sky. Then I remember Chewie barking. He was in Mikey's arms. The barks, I thought, sounded happy, hopeful even. "She's dead," I heard myself saying. "Helga's dead." I couldn't believe the words coming out of my mouth. I couldn't believe she was gone. "She is," Eleanor said. "Wow," Stone said. The puddle he stood in swallowed a quarter of his crutches. I don't know what to say." Mikey was crying too. I made my way over to him and put an arm around his shoulders. Gave Chewie a scratch behind a cold ear. We did all we could. "I know," he said. "I know." It had started snowing again, and we all knew it was only a matter of time before the wraiths came back for us, perhaps with reinforcements. We left. Before that night, I had only ever seen a few of those monsters at once. Well, saying I've seen them isn't quite right. I felt them, like I explained earlier. By the time we left, the house was smoldering black wreckage. You could barely tell it had been a house at all. Somewhere in that wreckage was Helga's body. There it would stay, for who knew how long. That thought hurt bad. She deserved better, so much better, like Jonas and the Harks. Our trek out of the neighborhood was a blur. I didn't say much, and neither did anyone else. Stone told us we had to head north if we were going to the ski resort. We were using part of the blackened front door to drag him and Chewie around. It wasn't easy going, but we only had to make it 3 or so miles, which was how far away Avery's Mills was. On our feet were chunks of flat debris, homemade snowshoes. We made them out of the backs of chairs and doors and pieces of loose wood. tied to our feet with belts and shoestrings. These homemade contraptions didn't work as well as the actual snowshoes, but those were nothing but ash, so we made it work. During one of those dull days inside, Helga had drawn a rough map of where we were going now. The house once had power, but the internet router was unplugged because there was no internet to log on to. No point in wasting the juice. This meant no Google Maps either. We no longer had the map, obviously, but I had a decent memory of it in my head. I just couldn't think very clearly at that moment. Stone assured us we were heading in the right direction every few minutes. His voice was the only voice. Hell, it was damn near the only sound. We heard no birds, no bugs, no cars. Besides the terrible, screeching wind, the world remained shrouded in silence and shadow. Everything was dead. An hour or two passed, maybe longer, I'm not sure, before we got out of the trees and onto a road. By this time, the sun made a rare, unscheduled appearance, dimmer than usual. The road was, of course, buried under feet of snow, but up ahead, through the haze, I saw the large green signs of the highway a little further down. As we got closer to one, I made out the words written on it. Ice-covered, but clear enough, it read, Avery's Mills, Exit 14B. The next one after that told us Exit 14B was a half-mile away, then a quarter-mile, and then we saw the ramp. It sloped downhill. At the traffic light, which had fallen over and stood crookedly, another sign jutted from the snow. I walked over to it and dug until the words were visible. The sign told prospective visitors where the best tourist spots were. The tourists were gone, but we were still here, so the sign helped in our favor. Avery's Mills was to the right, not much farther now, but we weren't going to make it unless we rested, got out of the cold and warmed up. As if reading my mind, Eleanor said, Light's fading. I craned my head upward. The gray clouds had grown darker. The sun behind it so dim it was almost non-existent. We need a break, Mikey said. I can't feel anything. Me either, Stone said. Chewy's keeping me somewhat warm, but he's cold as hell, too. We need to find shelter. I squinted against the haze and looked down the road in the direction of Avery's Mills. A tall sign stood like a beacon. I won't say a beacon of hope, because we had lost that a long time ago. It was a gas station, green and yellow BP logo bright against the gloomy backdrop. Aside from the gas station, there was a McDonald's, a Subway, a Monroe Muffler, a bank, and a few other nondescript buildings. The gas station was closest, and that was good, because the BP seemed the most secure of the bunch. Fewer entrances, less space for the wraiths to get in, fewer windows and doors we had to barricade. Gas stations weren't grocery stores, but they usually carried snacks. Not exactly healthy snacks, yeah, but Twinkies and Gatorade was better than starving. Up there, I said. We can hole up until the darkness passes. We do a lot of holing up, Stone said. It fucking sucks. That's how it is now, Eleanor said. I just want to get out of this wind. We've been out here for 2 hours, at least. My teeth feel frozen. I probably have frostbite. You and me both, sweetheart, Stone said. Come on, I said. Let's go. And we went. It wasn't easy. The snow was deeper out of the forest. There were no trees to shield the ground. But we did it. We got there. Half of the awning had caved in and crushed a few of the pumps. The building was small and compact, made of gray brick with BP green paint running around the top edges. Half the main window and that green paint were all that was visible. The snow buried the rest. I approached where I thought the door was. Mikey came over and helped me dig a ditch for us to get inside. My hope was to clear enough space to open the door so we wouldn't have to break the glass. We wanted to seal in as much heat as possible. The snow was heavy with ice, packed down. Digging took a few minutes of hard work. Once we cleared enough room, I pulled the door handle, but it was locked or frozen shut. I was unsure which. I'd bet on the latter. Didn't matter, though, because I broke the bottom part of the door, and we went in that way. I guess we could have not dug and instead broke the top half of the glass and entered there. But it was hard with Stone and Chewy, and we were pretty good at fitting through small spaces, almost as if we'd been reduced to rats ourselves. The cold inside felt nearly as bad as it did outside, but it shielded us from the wind. Some of the snow spilled in as we entered, and I thought about refilling up the space we dug instead of barricading it. But at that point, we were sick of being in it. Mikey and I somehow managed to tip over an ATM. It made a shuddering thud as it hit and cracked open. Money spilled out of it. But none of us cared. Money was worthless. "Some security, that is," Stone said, eyeing the 20s on the floor and chuckling. "We can burn it," Eleanor added. Stone nodded. "Good idea." Never in my life would I have thought I'd be okay with such an act, but after we got situated, we did exactly that. We burned everything that was flammable, right there in the middle of the store, in an empty metal bucket Eleanor found in the back. The fire was meager, offering little heat, but it was better than nothing, and in this freezing wasteland, it was damn near heaven. We all sat close together. Chewy lay on Mikey's lap. Outside, darkness had fallen. It seemed blacker than usual, which could have been the fact that the large window next to the door wasn't barricaded or curtained, aside from the built-in metal shutter we managed to pull down. But I think it was more than that. I think the darkness was getting worse, heavier, more complete. Sitting around the fire now, Mikey buried his hand into a bag of Doritos. He pulled out a few chips and fed Chewy. The dog crunched them happily. Stone munched on a ho-ho and sipped on some vodka. Booze was the only beverage in the joint that wasn't frozen solid. Me? I wasn't too hungry. A candy bar sounded good, but when I tried biting into a Milky Way, it nearly chipped my teeth. I pushed it close to the tiny fire we sat around, hoping the heat would thaw it enough to make it edible. "I miss her already," Mikey said around a mouthful of Doritos. "Poor Helga." "Me too," Stone said. "She was a cool person. Funny. Caring. Nice." I cleared my throat. "More than that. She inspired us. She gave us hope." I hadn't told any of them of the doubts Helga had, or what she confided in me a few days before her death. And I didn't plan on it. There was no reason to, really. She saved us. Without her burning down the house, without her sacrifice, we would have never gotten away. We'd be frozen corpses, or insane, murderous things, and I wasn't sure which was worse. The latter wasn't exactly people. So what were they? Monsters, wearing the flesh of people, maybe? Whatever it was, wasn't normal. I remember seeing Ed Hark right before he killed Jonas. I remember how he wasn't wearing any heavy clothing, how parts of his face had been wind-burned, maybe frostbitten, and how he hadn't seemed to care. I remember him grunting, looking at me with his dead eyes. I remember how he pulled the trigger of the gun without hesitation. That wasn't human. "You're right. She inspired us," Eleanor said. "Helga was a hell of a woman." She sniffled and wiped her nose with the back of one gloved hand. Before I stood up, I planted a kiss on Elle's cheek. Her flesh burned my lips like dry ice. "What are you doing?" she asked. I didn't answer. Instead, I went to the liquor section in the back and scanned the supply for Crown Royal. They had 3 flavors in stock: normal, vanilla, and apple. I grabbed the apple. It had a heavy security tag on it to deter people from stealing. I ripped it off and pulled the bottle from the destroyed box. Near the beer were those plastic red cups. And if you're like me, you probably know them from high school and college parties. They reminded me of playing beer pong with the 3 Musketeers, before we became the 2 Musketeers. I opened the package of cups, took out 3, reached for a 4th, hesitated, Then figured to hell with it. Mikey loved Helga as much as any of us. If I poured him a shot of Crown and he drank it, no cops were going to come around and throw me in jail. Like everything else, most of the boys in blue were dead. "What are you up to, ma'am?" Stone called from the fire. "If you're gonna play with yourself, at least do it where we can't see you." Hilarious, I mumbled. They couldn't see me from where they sat, and they probably didn't have enough energy to stand. I mean, I barely had enough energy to do this. But I was going to do it, no matter what, for Helga. I came back to the circle a minute later with the 4 red plastic cups and the bottle of Crown Royal in my hands. Stone sneered at it. He loved whiskey, but to him, Crown Royal was like holy water to a demon. Add to the fact that this was apple-flavored, and I thought Stone would have rather cut off his own hand than drink it. I know, I said. "You hate the stuff." "That's putting it lightly," he replied. Mikey and Eleanor were looking at me with curiosity. Chewy, though, took this interruption as an opportunity to shove his snout into the bag of Doritos. No one noticed besides me, and if they did, they didn't care. There were plenty of chips and other snacks to go around. "Hear me out," I said, passing the cups to the others. Stone peered down his nose at the amber liquid inside. He swished it around, showing his bottom teeth in a grimace. Eleanor sniffed at hers. "That smells really good. What is that?" I handed Mikey a cup. "Whiskey." Whoa, he's too young to drink," Eleanor said. "Oh, relax, Elle, you're not Mom," Mikey said. "Dad let me drink on more than a few occasions. I still remember the first time he gave me a beer. It was at the family reunion in Atlanta." Eleanor's eyes widened and her lips parted in surprise. "That was like 5 years ago. You would have been—" Mikey cut her off. 12, yeah. Jesus. "They start 'em out young down south, huh?" Stone joked. "Guess so," Eleanor agreed. "Don't act like Mom never let you have a sip of her wine," Mikey argued. Eleanor shrugged, smiling, and then she waved a hand. "Well, I guess one won't hurt, but if you think I'm going to be holding your hair back while you're puking, you got another thing coming, buddy." With a slight shake of the head, Mikey flipped his hair from his brow and grinned. "Ditto." I motioned for everyone to get up. "All right, I want to say a few words." Stone frowned. "Really? You're going to make the crippled guy stand?" As Eleanor and Mikey rose, I rolled my eyes at Stone. Says the guy who could probably beat me in a foot race. I offered him a hand, and he took it. Once on his feet, he leaned on a single crutch, wobbling. His other hand held the cup, which he continued sneering at, although not as morbidly as before. "You got a point there, Grady," I said. "Probably beat me." Back to the matter at hand, I raised my cup. Helga told me her favorite drink was Crown Apple. Before she caught the big C, in her words, she'd come home from her job at the bank and have a glass of Crown. Not Apple, mind you, that wasn't out until 2014, Stone interrupted. A dark day in the lives of many a whiskey fan. "Overdramatic much?" Eleanor teased. Stone shook his head. "Nope, not at all." "Okay, 2014. I trust Stone on that," I continued. Not that it matters. Anyway, Helga would come home after a long day of standing on her feet and unwind with some whiskey. But then she got cancer, and the meds they had her on during chemo weren't supposed to be taken with booze, so she refrained. I remember her telling me that was almost as bad as finding out she had cancer. A joke, I think, but I digress. Once she got off the meds and got her health back, she rekindled her love of Crown, eventually expanding her horizons beyond the basic flavor. She determined that she liked the apple the best, even more so than the plain. I made a show of swirling the whiskey in my cup and inhaling its aroma, like one of those stuffy people you'd see at a wine-tasting event. "Get on with it," Stone said. "If I'm going to drink this crap, I have to just down it. The longer I think about it, the longer my stomach has to make up its mind about turning on me." "Gross," Eleanor whispered. I held up a hand. Ignore him. Stone scratched his eyebrow with a not-so-subtle middle finger. Classy, I said. Now, back to Helga. She told me she wished the apple flavor had been around when Calvin was alive. He loved everything apple, and I'm not talking about electronics. No one laughed. They just kind of stared at me like I was an idiot. Let's pretend I didn't make that joke. That was a joke? Mikey asked seriously. Yikes, Stone whispered. Leave him be, Eleanor said. He's trying his best. Thanks, I said, shaking my head. Digressing again. Now, I'll somewhat agree with Stone here on it not being the best whiskey out there, but it's not terrible. And I want to honor Helga by sharing a drink with the ones who cared about her, and the ones she cared about. Without her, it's no secret that we would be dead, plain and simple. She took us in when she didn't have to. You actually kind of broke in, Mikey said. Kid's got a point, Stone echoed. I thought about that a moment before giving my answer. Well, Helga had guns. If she wanted, she could have blown us all away. Wouldn't have been a dumb decision either. How would she have known our true intentions? She didn't, Eleanor said. I raised my index finger. Exactly. She trusted us when I'm betting millions of other people wouldn't have. Given the circumstances, with those things out there, more people would have pulled the trigger than wouldn't have. Really? Mikey asked. It wasn't him being facetious or anything like that. I thought it was genuine curiosity, or youthful innocence. Yeah, man. Think about the whole pandemic scare at the beginning of the year. Remember how the grocery stores in places like Walmart and Costco were selling out of soap and hand sanitizer and bottled water? And toilet paper, Stone added. God knows why. He became more animated, flailing his free arm and nearly spilling his whiskey. If the world ended, you don't want to be stocked up on fucking toilet paper. Seriously, if you need something to wipe your ass, grab an old shirt or some drapes. Hell, find a bank and use the cash. Money's worthless when the survivors are trading Tylenol and batteries as currency. Oh, man, is this another one of your rants? Eleanor said. She glanced at me. This is another one of his rants, isn't it? I nodded. Looked like it. Stone took no notice. They should have been stocking up on canned food, medicine, Pedialyte, stuff like that. But toilet paper, what the hell is wrong with people? They did, eventually, I said. That was a crazy time, Eleanor said. Definitely. But whatever happened on July 4th makes the pandemic look like the common cold. And we don't even know exactly what happened on the 4th, Mikey agreed. I'm not sure if I want to know, I said. Forget about the disease and people hoarding toilet paper and all that. Let's focus on Helga. Let's give her a good send-off. Crown apple or not, I'll get behind that, Stone said. Thank you. I raised my cup above my head. Like I said, Helga showed compassion in a time when most people wouldn't. So here's to Helga Thompson. Without you, Helga, we wouldn't be here. We love you. And we're going to miss you like crazy. To Helga, the others echoed. And then we drank. Eleanor downed it as easily as water. Mikey took a hesitant sip, seemed to enjoy the taste, and guzzled the rest. Stone wrinkled his nose and drank the whiskey like it was some disgusting medicine. When he finished, he tipped his cup toward me to show it was empty. Only for Helga would I stomach Crown Apple. We had a moment of silence after that, all of us keeping Helga in our thoughts. If there's an afterlife, I wished her a good one, full of peace and joy. I wished for her to be reunited with Calvin and Sarge. She was dead, and I missed her. We all did. But it wasn't lost on me that she no longer had to suffer, no longer had to look over her shoulder for the wraiths, no longer had to fear the dark, no longer had to fear the cold. In some ways, being dead was better. It was freeing. Crazy, Eleanor said after a moment. She reached for the bottle and poured herself another splash. What is? I asked. How we only knew her a short time, but she was still able to touch our lives the way she did. That's unheard of. I took the bottle back, unscrewed the cap, then tipped it over and poured a little Crown out. It splashed the floor. Yeah, she was special. We sat down not long after and huddled close to the fire. As time went on, I kept getting up and finding more things to burn. There wasn't much left. We needed the sun to make its rare appearance sooner rather than later. None of us slept well. We drank the whole bottle of Crown, mostly Elle and me, though I caught Mikey sneaking a few gulps here and there whenever his big sis was distracted. I didn't say anything, though. Drastic times called for drastic measures. And these were certainly drastic times. The clock behind the front counter didn't work. The hands were stuck on 3:15, so we had no idea what the time was. I didn't even have a guess. The blackness outside told my brain it had to be the middle of the night. I couldn't be sure, however, with the way the world was. Chewy snored softly a few feet away from me. Mikey was spooning him, gloved hand resting on the back of his neck. Chewy was wrapped up in a blanket, but I could see how his body trembled. Mikey's eyes were closed, and his breathing was steady. Stone, opposite of him, the fire between them both, lay on his back, eyes slitted, peering up at the dark ceiling. Eleanor was sleeping, her head in my lap, but every few minutes she'd mumble something I couldn't make out, and her face would screw up in anguish. I hated to think of how she'd have been without the alcohol in her system to somewhat calm her. I had a buzz going on. My spine tingled pleasantly, until I reminded myself of how we barely had any supplies or warm clothes, of how we were freezing our asses off in an abandoned BP gas station half buried in the snow. All that separated us from the monsters out there was a thin pane of glass and thin metal shutters. We had 1/4 of a can of bug spray left. Not much in the way of weapons. I had searched around the station for more flammable spray, and all I found were a few tiny travel-sized bottles of hairspray and air freshener. Some flashlights, too, but of the keychain variety, which generated about as much brightness as a birthday candle. Those might be good enough to turn a few wraiths away. But if they ganged up on us, like they had on Lake Prism, we were, for lack of a better term, fucked. For now, though, we were okay. The ghosts of our pasts weren't out in the snow calling our names, beckoning us. As much as I didn't want to listen for those voices, I made sure I strained my ears for them. But besides the gentle crackle of the fire, it was quiet inside the station. Most of the world was quiet now. I mean, there was no power, no humming refrigerators, no cars trundling up and down the roads, no people talking, no dogs barking, no birds tweeting, no midnight owls hooting. Just silence. Eerie silence. As an introverted fella, one who mostly kept to himself, I used to dread knocks on my front door and calls from unknown numbers. I avoided small talk at the grocery store and the bank. You could say I practiced social distancing before it was cool, but I would have done just about anything to have the chance to hold the door open for someone, or mindlessly talk about the warm weather with the grocery store cashier. Such things would be hard nowadays, because we lived in a world without strangers. Or so I thought. I must have dozed off for a bit, because I didn't immediately register what I was hearing. At first, I heard it in my dream. The dream wasn't anything special. I'm not even sure I can even call it a dream. I was in that state between rest and sleep, where your mind is conscious enough to know you're dreaming, but it continues regardless. In my dream, I was back home, outside, in a tank top and a pair of shorts. The sun beat down on my skin, warming me. It was summertime. The sky was blue and clear, for as far as the eye could see. My father was mowing the front yard with big headphones over his ears. They weren't connected to an iPod or a portable CD player. Instead, there was an antenna on one that picked up local radio waves. He always wore them whenever he was doing yard work. That way he could listen to the Cleveland Indians baseball games. The sound I heard in my dream that followed me into reality was the sound of his mower, the thrumming of its engine. For a time, my unconscious mind compensated for the location of the real sound. As it grew closer, so did the lawnmower in my dream. I grinned at my dad, and he shouted something about the bases being loaded. Then he pivoted and took the mower down the yard. But the sound I heard didn't match with where he was going. I opened my eyes. Like usual, it took a moment for me to solidify where I was waking up. I partially thought I was back in the lake house that Stone, Jonas, and I had rented for the 4th. A different part of my brain thought I was back in my childhood bedroom, but there was no scantily clad poster of a model or actress hanging on the wall. The metal bucket was there instead. The fire had gone out, and the embers inside glowed a dark orange. Beyond the bucket stood the shelves of snacks. Mikey and Chewy had shifted their positions. The dog now lay on Mikey's chest, his face just visible out of the blanket, tongue lolling from between his teeth. I looked down. Eleanor was turned toward me, using her hands as a pillow on top of my thigh. Her eyes rolled around behind their lids, and she was snoring softly. The gas station. I was still in the gas station. But the sound from my dream had followed me out of it. How? It made no sense. I eased Elle's head from my thigh, and then I rose quietly. Not even Chewy noticed. The dog was out like a light, probably from all the Doritos he'd devoured earlier. I left the aisle and approached the window. The fog and the ice coating the glass on both the outside and inside made it difficult to see, but I tried my luck anyway. I needed to make sure I wasn't imagining this engine-like sound. I poked my finger through the grating and cleared a space to see out of. Putting the shutter back up had crossed my mind, but the sound would wake the others. They needed their rest, and I didn't plan on waking them until I knew it was a sure thing and not my imagination. That was when, in the far distance, I saw a flash of white light. My dream wasn't far off when it came to the source of the sound. It was, in fact, an engine, but the engine didn't belong to a lawnmower. I wasn't sure what it belonged to, actually. Whatever it was gliding along the topmost layer of fresh powder with ease. This wasn't my imagination. It wasn't a hallucination. Sure, it could have been the wraiths, I guess, but my rational mind put that idea to bed pretty fast. The wraiths transformed into our greatest fears. Sometimes they changed into our dead loved ones and called to us in their phantom voices. But I'd never seen them change into an inanimate object. That'd be dumb. Maybe a bit funny, too. Even if they did transform into the occasional vehicle, could they have manifested a light like the one I was seeing? We had no idea what these monsters were, but we knew they feared light. We knew it destroyed them, or at least deterred them. So why would they turn themselves into their own weakness, even if they could? It just didn't make sense. This had to be real. I hoped. "Guys," I whispered. "Guys." No answer. This time I practically shouted. "Guys!" Stone jumped. Across from him, Chewy shot off Mikey's chest, knocking the poor kid's breath from his lungs. In the sudden madness, Eleanor's eyes opened and somehow stared at me in serenity. "What the hell, Grady?" Stone mumbled. "I just fell asleep." "Listen," I urged. "What?" Eleanor began. "Quiet. Just listen." The motor's noise continued its approach, growing louder and louder. Mikey cocked his head. The others looked on in uncertainty. "Is that an engine?" Stone asked. "I think so." "Come on, check it out," I said. "There's a headlight." He reached up. "Help me." I pulled him to his feet, then did the same for Mikey and Eleanor. Chewie was too busy sniffing around the trash from the various snacks we had eaten. Together, the four of us went to the window. Now that they were up, I lifted the shutter and swiped a bigger spot for us to see out of. The light hovered in the distance, still about half a minute or so away. I could have been wrong, however. In this darkness, headlights might have been seen for miles, but I didn't think the road stretched on that far. "A car?" Mikey said. "No way." Stone was shaking his head. "No cars getting through that snow. Not even the freshest layer on top. And all that hardpack beneath. It might support our fat asses, but it sure as hell ain't supporting a car." "Maybe it's a tank," Eleanor said. "Just plowing through everything." "Like it's actually touching asphalt?" Stone asked. Eleanor shrugged. "I doubt it," he said. "There's got to be like a dozen feet of snow out there." That was an exaggeration. There were piles and piles of snow, but 12 feet was overkill. Then again, in my mad dash out of Helga's house, I'd forgotten to bring my tape measure. Plus, Stone continued, a tank would be a lot louder than that. "I think this is a dream," Mikey said. "None of it's real." "That's more believable than it being a car," Stone said. "It's probably. How about I go and find out?" I stepped toward the door and threw the hood of my jacket over my head. Elle grabbed my arm. "You can't go out there. It's dark." "I'll bring a flashlight." I didn't bother putting on my makeshift snowshoes. Tying them to my feet took too long. Whatever it is, it's coming toward us, and it might be able to save our lives. Eleanor's argument ended there. I was right. Mikey said, "I'll come with you, Grady." "No, it's okay," I said. "I got this." "Let him freeze his balls off by himself," Stone told Mikey. Eleanor grimaced. "Lovely." Stone shrugged. "Not much colder out there than it is in here," I said. "I'll be all right." Cold wasn't what I had to worry about. It was the monsters. Mikey helped move the empty ATM out of the way, and then I crawled out of the station. Fresh snow already filled most of the path we'd cleared by the door. Despite the awning over the building, the harsh wind made sure the flakes went everywhere they weren't supposed to. Outside, the motor grumbled louder, almost with an earth-shaking intensity. As I cut through the snow, retracing our steps from earlier, I thought maybe the engine did belong to an army tank. I pushed past the snow-crushed end of the awning and the flattened pumps. It wasn't easy. I seemed to sink deeper and deeper into the landscape with each step. A couple minutes later, I reached the pole which held the BP sign up. This close, I could barely make out the logo in the darkness. Still, excitement beat out the fear and pain. The sound grew closer, the blinding high beams burning my retinas wonderfully. I waved the flashlight above my head with a smile on my face. It wasn't stopping, not even slowing down. I pushed off from the pole and stumbled into the road. I tripped, landed face first in the snow, and thought to myself, I'm going to get flattened by a tank, or it's going to bury me and I'll suffocate. But I got up a few seconds later and began waving my arms again. I'd be damned if I was going to let this chance pass us by. All I cared about was getting the vehicle to stop. I didn't care who was behind the wheel. It could have been Hitler's reanimated corpse, and I still would have nearly froze to death trying to get his attention. The headlight swept over me. There was no way the driver hadn't seen the strange man in the middle of their path. I squinted against the brightness. It was no tank, not a car or an SUV either. It was an enclosed snowmobile, some kind of weird winter vehicle. I had never seen one before, and for a second I thought it had to be an apparition. But then I saw the person behind the windshield. It wasn't a doctor with a large needle, or the decrepit corpse of a dead boy who would forever haunt my dreams. Not even Hitler. It was a young woman, and she looked as scared as I did. "Please stop," I shouted. "Please." The whine of the engine suddenly wound down as the snowmobile slowed and halted about 20 feet from where I was standing. I smiled, all teeth, and would have jumped in the air if I had been able. Instead, I kept my hands up to show I wasn't a threat and approached the snowmobile. The black cab over the top of it looked like the cockpit of a helicopter, but it was streamlined and sleek, almost like something out of a science fiction movie. As I got closer, I saw the snowmobile wasn't how I'd imagined. It was wider, and instead of having 2 seats, one in front of the other, its passenger seat was beside the driver's. It reminded me of those weird electric cars you used to see on the roads, the ones that would be obliterated if they got into a regular run-of-the-mill fender bender. There was nothing in the passenger seat besides a backpack. I shined my flashlight at the driver. She was younger than I originally thought. Younger than Eleanor. This woman might have been closer to Mikey's age, barely a woman at all. She was bundled up in a heavy winter coat, multiple scarves of bright colors, and fluffy earmuffs that covered half of her head. "Thank you for stopping. Thank you so much," I shouted through the window. She eyed me warily. "I'm real," I assured her. "Look." I took the flashlight and shined it right in my face, making sure to keep my eyes open. It hurt like hell, but it seemed to get the point across. The woman nodded to her right, at the passenger seat. "Get in." I went around the back, opened the door, and entered. It was considerably warmer inside than out, but not by much. The woman reached for the wheel, and the vehicle jerked forward. "Hold on, I don't want to go anywhere, not yet," I said. I cocked a thumb over my shoulder toward the BP. "I'm not alone. My friends are waiting for me. We heard you coming and thought you could help us." The woman chuckled. "What?" I asked. Shifting in her seat, she unzipped her coat. "Shine your light on this, pal." I did. I don't know what I expected to see, but it certainly wasn't that. The woman was pregnant. Very pregnant. "Yeah," the young woman said. "If anyone needs helping, it's me." "Wow. How far along are you?" She rubbed the swell of her belly. 8 months, and man, I feel like I'm gonna pop any friggin' second." "Where are you going?" "South," she said. "Out of this snow, away from the Rajas." She pronounced rages like Rajas. "Did you say Rajas?" "Yeah, man, Rajas, as in mirages." "What, you haven't seen them?" The woman arched an eyebrow. "I know I'm pregnant, but I sure as hell ain't crazy." "The wraiths? The shadow things?" She laughed. "Wraiths. I like that. Sounds a lot more sinister. Fits 'em. Billy would have liked that, too." "Who's Billy?" She patted her belly. "The bastard who did this to me. He's dead now." "I'm sorry to hear that." "Nah, he was an asshole." She turned and pulled down her bottom lip. A nasty, half-healed cut ran along it. "He did this a few days ago. Busts open whenever I chew. I still taste the blood from my last meal." She thought it was funny. I didn't know what to say. "Sorry, I'm making you uncomfortable, huh? I'm good at that. My mom always said I was too upfront. Me? I think that's a good thing." She narrowed her eyes. "You know, you're kind of cute, actually." "Thanks. But you probably don't want to get with the pregnant chick, do you?" "I'm seeing someone. She's actually back in the station. Come on in and meet her." I cleared my throat. "You can wait out the dark with us." "Nah, I got places to be." "South." "Right. Me and Billy met a family a few weeks ago when we first left Canada. They were talking about these government sanctuaries the states set up farther south, called them cities of lights. That's where they were going to find one. Maybe I'll see him there." That was news to me. Then again, we hadn't really met any other people. Not normal people, at least. "Where'd you get this snowmobile?" I asked. "And was there just the one?" She frowned. Jesus, is this 21 Questions or some shit? I got it at some ski resort up the road. Avery's Mills? I don't know the name of it. I said it's right up the road. Go look for yourself. All right, I said. Damn it. I'm being rude again. Sorry. She smiled. Yeah, I think that's what the place was called. There's a couple more snowmobiles there, too. Enclosed just like this, but this was the only one that had gas in it. Guess they don't keep the tanks full in the summer. Makes sense, but my ma always said you gotta expect the unexpected. I was never good at listening to her. Damn shame. I bet she's dead now. Most everyone's dead. I nodded. I know. But I wanted to stay on the subject of Avery's Mills. What about a snowcat, that big thing they used to groom the trails? You see that? She laughed. Billy thought the same thing. That's why we went there. Turns out it wasn't exactly an original idea. That thing was long gone. My heart sank until I remembered what the woman had said only a moment earlier. I held up a hand. Wait, there's more snowmobiles, right? All they need is gas? The woman nodded. Yep. All yours for the taking, too, buddy. Good luck. I didn't move. My mind was working out a solution. I could have left her then, knowing Avery's Mills wouldn't prove fruitless, but I didn't. The woman cleared her throat loudly. Dude, that means you gotta get moving and grooving. If you ain't coming with me, that is. No, not coming yet. What do you mean? I looked the young woman in the eye. This seemed to surprise her. Stay with us. It's not safe out here for anyone, let alone a pregnant woman. We're stronger together. We have a better chance at surviving. Especially you. I've been surviving pretty well the last couple days on my own, the woman said. Believe me, I'll manage. We got food, water, and a little fire going inside. There's a shutter over the window, and the door's barricaded. Those Rajas aren't going to get through that. I rapped a knuckle against the windshield. I can't say the same about this. The young woman wore a steely expression, but I saw her eyes slip and glance at the dashboard. Slight nervousness rippled through her features. I leaned forward, already knowing what I was going to see. The gas needle hovered just above empty. I know it doesn't mean anything to you when I say this, I said. But you can trust us. We're good people. And you're not going to get much farther on less than a quarter of a tank. There's not another gas station for a few miles either, that I know for sure. This city isn't exactly a metropolis. Come first light, I can get you some fuel. But for now, come in and rest. We'll figure out our next moves later. A long moment of silence passed. It seemed like the woman wasn't going to break, that she was going to continue being stubborn because she hated to lose an argument. Now wasn't the time for stubbornness, though. Winning or losing didn't matter. Surviving did. I get it, I continued. I do. But if you're not going to do it for yourself, do it for the sake of the baby. Bingo. Her steely expression collapsed, and she smiled softly. Shit. I guess I could use a snack. I'm hungry as hell, and Monica's been kicking me nonstop since Billy died. Monica, I said. I like that. That's a beautiful name. Thanks. I'm Grady. I stuck out my hand. And you are? Mia. She pronounced it as Mia. We shook. It's nice to meet you, Mia. You too. Hey, you got any beef jerky in there? I've been craving beef jerky and Skittles for a goddamn month. Together, I mean, like Skittles wrapped in the jerky. I know, it sounds disgusting. I think we have that, I said. And you can have it all. All right, Grady. You got yourself a deal. But you ought to know that if you try pulling one over on me, I won't hesitate sticking you. She made a thrusting motion with an imaginary blade, and she only sounded like she was half joking. I put up my hands. I don't know much about pregnant women, but trust me, I know not to piss one off. Right you are. A moment later, Mia steered us toward the station, engine muted by the roar of the wind. I was grateful for this, because I wasn't sure I'd make it back walking without first warming up and getting some rest. As we were climbing out, Mia cleared her throat. Hey, I don't want to get all sappy and all, but thanks. I guess I'm not used to Ohio hospitality. That was surprising. You don't have to thank me, Mia, or anyone, for that matter. We're human, and if we're going to survive this, I waved a hand toward the endless snow outside, whatever the hell this is, then we got to stick together. Yeah, you're right. We got to stick together. The end of the world didn't mean the end of humanity. We still had a chance, and we weren't giving up. Not yet. Not ever. This concludes The Dark Winter by Flint Maxwell, narrated by Matt Godfrey. Copyright 2020 by Flint Maxwell. This unabridged audiobook is published by arrangement with Flint Maxwell, care of Hirschman Rights Management, LLC, and was produced in the year 2020 by Tantor Media, Incorporated, a division of Recorded Books, which holds the copyright thereto. Please visit Tantor.com for more information on our growing library of unabridged audiobooks. Tantor Audio, a division of Recorded Books, presents The Numbing by Flint Maxwell, narrated by Matt Godfrey. Just when you think you've hit rock bottom, you realize you're standing on another trap door. Marisha Pessel, Night Film. 1. Avery's Mills. The dead man stared up at the dark sky. He was half buried in the snow. His face was twisted in agony, and innards dangled from a wide gash in his midsection. Over his torso was a red winter coat. It was also shredded, and stiff feathers spilled from these jagged openings. I wondered what had done the shredding, what had done the dismembering. The wraiths? Something else? Whatever it was had done quite a number on the guy. Poor bastard. Elle and Mia were waiting for my signal in the lot. I remembered how Mia told me about the red coat before I slogged toward one of the resort storage garages. She said I couldn't miss it, and she was right. His name was Billy. He was the father of the baby she was due to have in about a month. I almost asked how he had died, but refrained. Now wasn't the time for that. We had to get the other snowmobile and get the hell out of here. I figured Mia probably killed the guy herself, and didn't want to admit it. That kind of thing, killing someone, puts a strain on a person. Then I thought about how feisty Mia was, and I doubted she gave a shit about blame or a guilty conscience, especially when you considered the circumstances. Upon our first meeting, Mia had shown me the nasty cut on the inside of her bottom lip. She had gotten it courtesy of Billy. The guy apparently had a mean right hook. I looked down at the body again, the face frozen in horror, and thought it was possible this guy might have deserved death. But no one, not even my worst enemy, deserved this. We had gotten to know Mia a little better the night I first met her. She followed me into the station through the broken glass door, and we were greeted by Elle, Stone, Mikey, and Chewy. All save for the dog were holding weapons. Well, calling them weapons is a stretch. Sure, getting cracked over the head with a frozen 2-liter of Sprite that Eleanor had cocked behind her ear would hurt like hell. But I'd take that over getting shot or roasted by the bug spray flamethrowers we used against the wraiths. As for Stone and Mikey, their weapons were, for lack of a better term, comedic. Mikey brandished a cheap pink plastic razor. In his haste to find something to defend himself with, he hadn't even removed the blades from the plastic housing. When Stone gave him crap for it, Mikey shrugged and said it was better than nothing. That I wasn't so sure about. Stone leaned one hip against the front counter, crutch in his left hand, his right arm up and holding what he thought was a can of pepper spray. It turned out to be an air freshener called Midnight Lilac. The can was dark and, according to Stone, easy to mistake. When I laughed at the whole ordeal, he got a little defensive and said, "I bet it still stings once it's in your eyes. Want to find out, Grady?" I didn't, not really. So I quickly introduced them to Mia. She raised an apprehensive hand and said, "Hi, everyone. It's nice to meet you." You couldn't tell she was pregnant beneath her many layers. 8 months pregnant at that. If anything, you might have mistaken her to be a little on the heavier side. But then you saw her face, which was almost gaunt from a lack of proper nourishment and sleep and all the stress. And then your brain got all crisscrossed trying to figure out why this thin-faced young woman was so round. This brain crisscrossing was happening to both Stone and Mikey. You could see it plain as day in their eyes. Elle, on the other hand, either already suspected Mia's situation or hadn't done what Mikey and Stone had done, which, I'm disappointed to say, was exactly what you'd expect when a dude gets around a pretty woman. That is, they can't help but look her up and down. It's a DNA thing, right? Our cavemen brains searching for a prospective mate or some bull like that? Debatable, but I strive to tell you the truest truths, and that was what Stone and Mikey did. Mia caught Stone in the act, unfortunately, not a good first impression. She glared at him and said, "I'd tell you to take a picture, but I'd rather kick you in the nuts." "Huh?" Stone grunted, sounding almost like his caveman ancestors. "You pretty much just humped me with your eyes, you pervert." Stone quickly averted his gaze to the ceiling. "Oh. No, I wasn't doing that." He chuckled awkwardly. "As if I'd check you out anyway." I stepped between them, mostly because I thought Mia would have in fact kicked Stone below the belt given the opportunity, handicap or not, and said, "Dude, just apologize." After a moment, he said, "Yeah, I'm sorry, okay, I was totally checking you out." "Me too," Mikey added. "Also sorry." "Mikey," Elle said, shocked. "Gross." He threw up his hands. "What? I can't help it, I'm a guy, and—" Lowering his voice, "She's gorgeous." "Play it cool, little homie," Stone whispered. "You don't want to blow it before she can." It took a moment for his joke to hit us, but when it did, you can imagine how we reacted, with lots of groans and head shakes. Stone said, Sorry, smirking. "Oh, believe me, it's already blown," Mia assured them. "Great, I'm gonna die a virgin," Mikey moaned. Eleanor spun and darted away. "Okay, way too much information. You guys don't hold back, do you?" Mia said, grinning. Stone was nodding. "Yeah, we like to keep things real AF around here." Mikey leaned over and whispered, "AF means as fuck. I know what that means. I'm not a geezer like Grady and this perv over here." Mia chuckled, shook her head. "But yeah, being honest, I appreciate the realness. And in the spirit of honesty, I should let you guys in on my little secret." She nudged me with an elbow. "Grady already knows. He's apparently Mother Teresa reincarnated or some shit, and I don't think you can tell with all this crap I got on." She waved a hand. "Whatever, I just think y'all should hold a vote after you see what I'm talking about." "A vote?" Stone asked, cocking his head. "What do you mean, a vote on what?" "On whether or not I can stick around with you guys." The others exchanged confused looks, and then turned my way. I shrugged. It wasn't my secret to tell. Mia unzipped her coat and made a show of poking her belly out. "Oh. Shit," Stone said. Are you pregnant?" Mikey asked in a whisper. "No, actually, I just left an all-you-can-eat buffet." I laughed. Mikey scratched his head and arched an eyebrow. Stone held a hand to his mouth and whispered, "She's definitely pregnant, dude." A few seconds later, Chewy came over and stood on his hind legs, sniffing curiously at Mia. I called him over to me. I gave him the old, "it's not polite to sniff strangers" routine, and he barked his agreement. I scooped him into my arms and held him against my chest. God knew I needed every extra bit of warmth I could get after being outside in that Arctic climate. "That's amazing," Eleanor gasped, practically skipping toward Mia, her face lit as bright as the sun once was. "How far along are you?" She took Mia's hands in her own, and Mia kind of recoiled away, more in surprise than offense, I think. Given the little I knew of Mia's past, I figured human contact of this kind was a foreign concept to her. I doubted she had received such friendly gestures since the snow fell, especially not from Billy, who had seemingly held nothing back when he decked her, leaving behind the nasty wound on the inside of her bottom lip. I'm a little past 8 months, Mia answered Eleanor. Elle squeed and rapidly clapped her hands together. How exciting! It was exciting, I'll give her that, and there wasn't much left to be excited about. But it was also a bit terrifying, too. With her background, Elle knew a little about the medical field, but I doubted she could deliver a baby. Studying from books was one thing. Actually doing it was something else entirely. I certainly couldn't, and I'd bet good money Stone or Mikey couldn't either. That left Chewie and, well, yeah, we were screwed if we didn't get somewhere with proper medical care. Mia said. I used to be excited. Not so much now, with the shit show we're currently the stars of. Oh, no, it's going to be perfect. Elle grabbed her hands again and stared into Mia's eyes. I'd never seen Eleanor so serious before. I promise you that, Mia. Unable to meet Eleanor's stare any longer, Mia found something interesting on the floor and focused on that instead, mumbling, Thanks. Elle said with a shake of her head. Look at me, Mia. Reluctantly, Mia did. It's all gonna be okay. Elle swept her gaze over us. A blind person would have seen the danger in her eyes if we gave the answer she didn't want to hear. Right, guys? We agreed in unison. Did we believe it? Mia said it best. The two women parted. Mia turned slightly away, brought a hand up to her face, and tried to nonchalantly rub away the tears before they fell. We all saw it, I think, but no one pointed it out. Mia cleared her throat. You guys are nice, ain't you? Accepting and all that. I raised my eyebrows. Told you. Wait a second, Stone said. I thought we were going to vote. Elle hit him in the shoulder with the back of her hand. Ignore him. And welcome to the family. Outside at Avery's Mills, the snow falling all around me. I stared at Billy's eviscerated body longer than I should have. I felt my sanity, what was left of it anyway, and by the way, there wasn't much, slipping as I did. The human mind isn't equipped to deal with such horrors, and yet there I was taking it all in. It was one of those terrible car accident scenarios, you don't want to look, but you can't look elsewhere. My eyes felt frozen in place. I don't think I could even blink. In my head, I tried picturing all the various scenarios that could have resulted in this, and none came to mind. On our first night with Mia, Elle got her situated at our little campsite in the middle aisle, while I tried to get another fire going. It took a minute, but I did, and once the flames started dancing, almost all of our worries melted away because that warmth was too sweet. I stood, pointed to Mia. She was leaning back on the shelves. Orange light flickered on her face. But for the first time since I met her, she looked relaxed. At peace, maybe. Skittles and jerky, right? Oh, shit, yeah, I almost forgot, Mia replied. I snapped my fingers. On it. What the hell? Stone said as I walked past. Skittles and jerky, is that like your new porn name or something? I like it, just not as much as your old one. He tapped his chin and turned his eyes toward the ceiling. What was it again? Gaiety, Mikey answered softly. Stone burst out laughing. Not bad, Mikey, not bad. I was thinking something more along the lines of Knobgoblin Grady, but you're definitely on the right track. Grow up, Eleanor said, both of you. From the candy aisle, where I was plucking the Skittles off the shelves, I said, I'll echo Elle's sentiment. Chill, Grady, we're just joking, Stone said. But then he whispered something else, probably another inappropriate and incorrect dig at my sexuality. And he and Mikey got to cracking up again. Even Mia joined in. I rounded the corner and took my spot by the bucket fire. Eleanor was trying to hide her smile. Must have been a real zinger, but I didn't ask what Stone had said. Chances were I'd probably heard it before and would hear it again. I handed Mia the Skittles and the beef jerky. Might want to let them warm up around the fire. You don't want to break your teeth. Seeing the hunger in Mia's eyes, I doubted she'd be so patient, and sure enough, she ripped open the packages and stuffed a few Skittles and a couple pieces of jerky into her mouth. Her jaw worked overtime chewing the stuff, but after a few seconds, I think she just swallowed it mostly whole. Stone looked absolutely mortified. He even suppressed a gag, which I think was some stellar acting. All of those performances of Helga's romance books had paid off. Jesus, that makes Crown Apple look somewhat appetizing. What is wrong with your brain to think eating Skittles wrapped in jacklings is a good idea? Through a mouthful, Mia said, fuck off, but it sounded more like, fuck off. Don't knock it till you try it, I told Stone, who promptly feigned another gag, this one right in my face. I fanned his breath away and told him it was too bad he hadn't accidentally sprayed that midnight lilac in his mouth earlier. Leave her be, Elle warned in a venomous voice. Or you two are sleeping outside. Stone and I went silent. A few minutes later, once we were somewhat under control, I asked Mia to tell us about the places she spoke about outside. The cities of light. Me and Billy, we were staying in a hotel off the highway about a month back, Mia said. Place was empty except for us. It wasn't a nice place, but the heat was still running for some reason, and there was a bunch of food stored in their kitchen, enough to last us a few weeks anyway. Billy and me were in bed watching a DVD we got from the Lost and Found, some mob movie. Goodfellas, I think. Not exactly my type of movie, but it helped pass the time. Then we heard a loud banging from the lobby. Billy grabbed his gun and went downstairs. I was right behind him, all wrapped in the hotel sheets and scared as fuck. She paused for effect here. We were all listening carefully, leaning forward, wondering what was going to happen next. Truth be told, I needed a story. No longer able to read the saucy romance novels on Helga's bookshelves, withdrawal was beginning to settle in. We thought it was one of those things at first. Rages, I call them. Yeah, I know you all call them wraiths or monsters. Spare me. But it wasn't one of those. The sun was shining a little bit, and you know those dickheads hate light. Who was it? Mikey asked, hugging his knees. Chewy's bulging eyes somehow bulged wider, like he wanted to know too. It was the fucking Griswolds, Mia answered. The Griswolds? I asked. You ever seen National Lampoon's Vacation? You know, the one with Chevy Chase and that nerdy kid from the Breakfast Club? Stone and I nodded. Eleanor said she thought she'd seen it but didn't remember it, to which I said we needed to fix that ASAP. And Mikey had no idea what Mia was talking about. The Griswolds, that was their name in the movie, yeah? Mia said, waving a hand holding an empty Skittles package. Whatever, it's beside the point. I called them that because they reminded me of them, and because I never got their real last name. It was a mom, dad, and 2 kids. They were all wearing big old parkas and backpacks. The one kid, the youngest, was about 6 or 7, and the snow damn near came up to his chin. Poor thing. They were traveling south, said they heard something on the radio a couple days after the first storms. Government broadcast talking about refugee camps. They called them cities of light. And the closest one was in Kentucky, not too far from the Ohio border. Why didn't you go with them? I asked. A ripple of uncertainty passed through Mia's features. She wouldn't meet my eyes, but after a long moment she answered. This is a place of honesty, right? Eleanor nodded. Mia shrugged. So I should be honest, I guess. With a shake of her head, she told us how the family stayed the night in the hotel, a few rooms down from where her and Billy were staying. They got real buddy-buddy with them. They even talked about grouping up and heading south together. It seemed the logical thing to do rather than aimlessly wander the frozen wasteland in search of shelter and food and the comfort of others. But Billy, Mia said, he got this idea he was going to rob them in the night while they were asleep. I didn't want him to do it. I won't lie and say I begged him not to, but I was against it. That is God's honest truth. Maybe I could have tried a little harder, warned the Griswolds. But I didn't. She absent-mindedly swiped her tongue along her bottom lip. Billy wasn't the kind of guy you wanted to make angry. You robbed them? I asked. Mia looked me in the eye and answered. Well, I didn't physically take anything, didn't tie them up either. But I stood by and watched it happen. And I sure as hell ate their food and wore their extra clothes without a guilty conscience over the next few days. Billy convinced me it was fair game because everything was fair game when the world was ending. No one spoke for a long moment, at least not until Stone broke the silence. He was good at that. So, I'm guessing you're going to rob us too? We don't have much, Elle said. Pretty much nothing, really. I've been wearing the same underwear for like 2 weeks, Mikey added. And that shattered the seriousness Mia's story had brought on. We all laughed. Hell, I laughed so hard my stomach was actually sore an hour or two later. Stone said, Wait a minute, Mikey, 2 weeks? We've only been out of Helga's for a day, if that. He shrugged. It was a joke. I don't think it was. That's nothing new for Mikey, Elle added. Mikey raised his middle finger, a bad habit he must have picked up from Stone and me. Instead of being offended, Eleanor gave it right back. So you ain't gonna kick me out? Mia said after a moment. On account of me being a shitty person. I cleared my throat. Thinking about the dead boy, thinking about Ed Hark, thinking about Jonas, lying on the kitchen floor, blood leaking from him and spreading into a crimson pool on the tile. I shook my head. We all do things we aren't proud of. That's the way of life. It's unavoidable. Yeah, Stone agreed. A week before this all happened, I ran over a groundhog with my van and still feel like a piece of shit about it. I neglected to tell my story. The dead boy was a part of my past. I wanted him to stay there, no matter how many times the wraiths tried reminding me. See, I said, all we can do is put it behind us and then try to be better than we were the day before. Well said, Elle told me. Philosopher Grady in the house, Mikey bellowed. Stone grimaced. More like off-brand Mr. Rogers. Man, where'd you steal that line from? One of those chick books you were reading at Helga's? You mean the books you acted out in a makeshift wig with Mikey over here, falsetto voice and all? I replied, smirking and giving Stone a wink. He shut up pretty quickly after that. Whoa, 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 Mia said as she raised her hands, palms out. What kind of freaky shit are you guys into? Eleanor explained more in detail, much to Stone and Mikey's dissatisfaction. Mia didn't get it. And to be honest, neither did I, but we had to pass the time somehow at Helga's. It made us laugh, and it took our minds off of the bad. Somewhat, at least. Not long after that, we slept. Mia, surprisingly, was the first to clonk out. I thought she'd be sleeping with one eye open all night, but she snored like a damn chainsaw. I was okay with it. So was everyone else, it seemed. One of the many things I hate about the apocalypse is the silence. I think I've said that before. I hate it so much, however, it bears repeating. I wanted to stay on watch. But Stone wasn't having that, and he took the job instead. Besides, I was so exhausted I'd probably have dozed off an hour in. And we all know how dangerous that was, with the noise of Mia's snowmobile undoubtedly bringing the Wraith's attention our way. However, it apparently hadn't. No calls in the dark, nor apparitions of dead boys or demented doctors holding sword-like syringes roaming the drifts of snow outside disturbed me. And for the time being, we remained safe in the abandoned gas station. Eleanor shook my shoulder. She was standing over me with a somber smile on her face. Naturally, I expected some bad news. When you live in a world that's nothing but bad news, your brain doesn't consider the possibility of there ever being good news, or even neutral news. Huh? I grumbled sleepily. There was that familiar, unfamiliar few seconds of not knowing where I was. It only lasted until the rest of my body woke up and the cold bit at my skin. The worst kind of reminder. There's not many things more terrible than waking up to the cold. Even after doing it however many odd days, I was pretty sure I'd never get used to it. Stone and Mikey got one of the pumps working, Elle said. Slow going, but one can is already filled up. They're working on the others as we speak. Why didn't you wake me? Elle scowled. You needed to sleep. You were like a zombie last night. I was managing. If by managing you mean acting like you were totally zonked, then yeah, I guess you were. I sat up and stretched my arms above my head. My spine crackled almost painfully, but the relief outweighed the discomfort. Guess I do feel a little better. Truth is, I felt about 1,000,000 times better, and when Elle relayed the news about the gas pumps working, that million changed to 1,000,000,000. I had no idea how we were going to get them working. I only told Mia we could the day before because I didn't want her to leave us. Not because I was worried we'd never make it to Avery's Mills. It was about a mile up the road, and we had traveled much farther already. But because I'd never forgive myself if I let a young, defenseless woman try to survive this on her own. A young, defenseless, and pregnant woman. Sometimes you just have to tell them what they want to hear. Yourself included. Elle offered her hand. Come on, let me help you. I took it, and she pulled me to my feet. How long was I out? 8 or 9 hours. What? Yeah, you got a full night's sleep, Grady. We all mostly did. She ain't lying, a voice called from the front of the store. There, sitting on the checkout counter with Chewie in her lap, was Mia. I feel fucking great. That's crazy, I said, shaking my head. I reached down and grabbed another coat, threw it on. What are you doing? Elle asked. Going out to help Mikey and Stone. Not without eating breakfast. I chuckled, but Eleanor didn't echo. My smile waned. Wait, are you being serious? Elle planted her hands on her hips, frowned. You don't want to find out just how serious I am, pal. The smile came back, spreading wider than before. I don't know about that. You're pretty cute when you're all stern like this. Elle's serious expression cracked. Grady Miller, you dog. Mia gagged, and I turned and said, Yeah, get a room, right? Exactly. Or, I can just skedaddle on somewhere else and leave you two to it. She winked. Nothing's happening until Grady eats something, Elle said, remaining the level-headed one of us three. And anything is better than nothing, so come on. From seemingly out of nowhere, she produced a shiny silver package, which I recognized as a Pop-Tart. I grimaced. Strawberry? It's all that's left. Blah. Hey, I'll eat this strawberry one, no questions asked, Mia offered. From her lap, his beard all ruffled, Chewie barked, and she patted him. Yeah, man, I'll share it with you too. Calm down. Please be my guest, I began. But Elle was suddenly grinning. I cocked an eyebrow. What is it? Grady Miller, do you honestly think I'd hand you a strawberry-flavored Pop-Tart? Is it? Don't mess around, Elle. Is it brown sugar cinnamon? She nodded. It is. I tore into it like an animal, teeth and nails clawing at the packaging. That first bite, man, that first bite was heaven on earth. Elle leaned in and kissed one of my cheeks. Her lips were warm, comforting. Mumbling, I said, "You're the best." She said, "I know." Hopped up on sugar and more awake now, I went out and helped Mikey and Stone siphon the last bit of gas into the other cans. We had 6 of them when we were finished. Well, the last only made it about 3/4 of the way, but hey, we'd take it. Then, a day or 2 later, when the sun shone bright, we made for Avery's Mills. Which brings me to... "Grady!" It was Eleanor, her voice carrying on the wind. She sounded both distant and right next to me. I turned and shielded my eyes, not from the brightness, but from the falling snow. This newest storm was one of the worst since the initial blizzards on July 4th. The temperature had also dropped, believe it or not. It used to be you could walk around outside and you'd be okay as long as you were bundled up. Those conditions weren't ideal, no, especially not in what was supposed to be the middle of the summer, but they were better than what I was standing in then. I thought I'd known what a frozen hell was before. How wrong I was. Through the curtain of snow, I saw the dull blue color of Eleanor's coat. I couldn't say how far away she was. I guessed not far, but like her voice, she somehow seemed both distant and within reach. I raised a hand, doubted she could see it, and yelled, "I'm all right, get back to the sled." That's what Mia called the snowmobile. Elle gave what I thought was a thumbs up and disappeared back into the white haze, where she would hopefully crawl into the shelter of Mia's enclosed vehicle until I gave the signal, which I hadn't given yet, because the dead body, not the terrible cold, had slowed me down. Once, after a viewing of The Thing took me down an internet rabbit hole concerning Antarctica and the researchers who spent many months there in the name of science, I found the coldest temperature ever recorded was minus 128 degrees Fahrenheit. Northeast Ohio wasn't quite there yet, but it felt pretty damn close. If the numbers kept dropping at such a drastic rate, we would soon swipe that record from Antarctica. One thing's for sure, we were already giving that frigid continent a run for its money. With this newest blizzard and temperature decrease, I wasn't so sure we would have been able to last as long as we had after Helga's burned down. Even when the sun was out, the cold wasn't what I was worried about. It was the wind. The wind stole warmth the same way the monsters stole life. Still, we were running against the clock, always running against the clock. I once observed the sun's rare appearances from the relative safety of a lake house, jotting down notes of when it showed through the clouds and when it left. I thought I was cracking a code, like a scientist or something, but that research didn't matter in the long run. Some days the sun stayed out for an hour or 2, other days it stayed for only a few minutes, if it showed itself at all. One good thing was how it didn't just turn off with the flick of a light switch. Instead, the sky would darken, giving us a warning before the black clouds swallowed it up entirely. When that happened, you had to find shelter because, as you know, the monsters thrived in the dark. Hastily, I buried the visible parts of Billy's body because Eleanor would be on her way over to me soon enough. The task only took a few seconds. He was, for the most part, already buried. No matter how much I kicked the snow around, however, the pinkish red of his blood stood out. I hoped Elle wouldn't notice, but she was no dummy. She knew Billy's body was here somewhere. I turned my attention to the small garage about 100 feet away from me. Half of the double doors and the roof were the only parts marking its location. One of those doors was halfway open, though the fresher snow had choked the entrance. Moving with my makeshift snowshoes, better equipped for such conditions thanks to the time, shelter, and resources the gas station offered, wasn't easy, But I got to the place eventually, and I wasted no time in digging a hole large enough for me to get through. Anything to be out of the wind. Inside, the darkness ruled. I found myself trembling less from the temperature and more from fear. The shadows hid many things. Things I didn't exactly want to find. With my numbed, gloved hands, I pulled out the keychain flashlight from my right pocket, fumbled with it, finally pressed the button down. The little beam lit the garage up as if it were on fire. Speaking of fire, I would have killed to be next to one at that moment. In my other pocket was a can of bug spray and a Bic lighter. I thought of taking them out and getting one of the flame jets going just for a few seconds to warm me up before I started doing the heavy lifting this job required, but decided against it. That would only make this trip longer than it needed to be. And like I said earlier, we were against a running clock. In the far left corner were 2 snowmobile-sized lumps covered with gray tarps. A third tarp lay forgotten on the snow-dusted floor. On top of it, lying on its side, was a plastic gas can. Icicles had formed on the handle. I wondered how that was possible. Being out of the wind hadn't given me the strength I needed, but it offered me a little rejuvenation, and that was better than nothing. I moved across the garage with relative ease, even in my snowshoes. I reached out and pulled the tarp from the nearest lump, revealing a rust-orange-colored snowmobile. It looked well used but serviceable. The only problem being it wasn't enclosed, and in this weather, in this situation, we needed one like Mia's. I stepped around it, my right snowshoe knocking against the empty can and sending it skittering in the shadowy corner, and grabbed the tarp covering the other vehicle. Before I pulled it off, I thought, please be enclosed and please work. Please. If not, our journey ended here. There was no way we could survive in the gas station, living off candy and chips and frozen Pepsi. We needed heat, the company of others, and most importantly, a good old shot of hope to keep us going. I took in a deep breath, feeling icy daggers of air stab my lungs, and breathed out. Then I pulled the tarp off. The snowmobile looked almost identical to the one Mia drove, maybe slightly older. On the wall behind it hung a pegboard with 2 sets of keys dangling from it. I grabbed a pair, opened the enclosure's door, and climbed in. The key fit, but it didn't turn. I tried it again. This time it turned, and the engine caught, purring to life like the damn thing was fresh off the assembly line. Looks can be deceiving, I guess. I couldn't have been happier. In fact, I actually shouted with joy and pumped a fist over my head. Unfortunately, the enclosure wasn't very roomy, and I ended up punching the ceiling. But fortunately, my hand was numb, and I barely felt it. The needle on the gas gauge settled around E, and I doubted the weather was to blame. Mia told me it'd need gas. Luckily for us, we had plenty of it. This part of the trip a success. I got out of the snowmobile, climbed the short but growing mound of snow, and came back to the surface. The engine continued to run. Apparently, you had to let them warm up a little while to get the best MPG, and we certainly needed as much MPG as we could get. Here, I took out my bug spray and lighter, one of those long ones used to ignite grills and pilot lights, and then I shot a jet of flames into the sky. A moment or two later, my flames were answered by a distant honking. Elle and Mia letting me know they had gotten my signal. Now, Elle would start climbing the hill to the garage, and Mia would stay behind because we weren't sure if the snowmobile could make it up the incline or not. Mia assured us it would, but we decided it wasn't worth the risk of getting stuck. Elle emerged through the white haze a few minutes after I sent the signal. She held one of those red gas cans in hand. I watched her give the spot where Billy's corpse was a wide berth, thankfully. "You okay?" I shouted over the howling wind. Then, as soon as she was within reach, I took her into my arms. Her teeth were chattering as she nodded and kissed me. She said no words, not yet. It was so cold out here, talking proved almost as difficult as walking. A great gust of icy air nearly knocked us off balance. I steadied Elle before we could fall, holding her close and taking in her warmth. Once the wind died down, the snowmobile's running engine caught her ear and she perked up. "So it works?" "Looks like it," I said. "Now all we gotta do is get it out of the garage and onto the snow. Shouldn't be that hard." Maybe that was a too optimistic statement, but I had to keep a positive outlook here. "Let's do it." So we did. It took us about 20 minutes of digging. We made a ramp out of the hard pack and navigated the snowmobile up it. I never realized how weak I'd become until then. I wasn't exactly Arnold Schwarzenegger before all of this, but I could hold my own. As a firefighter, you had to be. Now, though, my arms were wet noodles and my core strength was non-existent. If not for Elle's help, the sled would have never reached the surface. Elle and I climbed in. As we did, our weight sunk us down a bit, but the hard pack beneath the fresh powder kept us afloat, and the snowmobile moved almost seamlessly. "We did it," Elle said. Her eyes were the only visible part of her face, the rest covered with a scarf and the low-hanging hood. I could tell she was smiling by the way her scarf rode upward. I let out a sigh of relief. We did. I was thinking the hard part was over. We had vehicles capable of traversing the snow. We had gas, and we had our lives. Things were looking good for once. Of course, I was wrong. I just didn't know it yet. "Let's get going," I said. "You know how to drive one of these?" I shook my head. "Not really, but I don't have much of a choice, do I?" Eleanor snorted. "Switch me." I didn't hesitate. We switched quickly, not wanting to spend another second in the harsh weather. Settled in the driver's seat, Eleanor gripped the steering handles. She looked like a natural, and she was still smiling as she revved the engine, the sound immense in the confines of the small cab. The wind howled in reply, much louder. It sent flakes streaking past the windshield. The snow was falling harder than earlier, the hardest I'd seen while the sun was out. Speaking of the sun, I doubted we had more than an hour left before dark. "Hold on," Elle hooted. The snowmobile lurched forward, spraying white all around us. I slammed into my seat, teeth bared. The ride wasn't smooth or much fun, but Elle seemed like she was having the time of her life, and that made it all worth it. I said, "She's coming up," as I pointed through the foggy windshield, where I saw the vague outline of Mia's snowmobile a few feet away. Then I noticed something else, and the strength in my hand vanished, and my arm dropped heavily in my lap. Eleanor saw it too. She slammed on the brake, and for a second I thought we were going to pitch over, get crushed by the weight of the snowmobile, or become lost in the sea of white, never to be found again. Game over. We stayed upright, however, and I was grateful for that. "Is that?" Elle began. I was nodding. Yeah, it was. And these were the real deal, not apparitions. The sun burned too brightly in the sky for it to be the monsters, although these were monsters in their own way. Still, I couldn't believe what I was seeing. I thought most, if not all, of the wildlife was dead, along with the rest of the world. But I guess I was wrong about that, too. Because a pack of wolves circled Mia's snowmobile. "What do we do?" Eleanor asked. She hadn't driven forward yet. I remained silent, thinking of our next move. We had no guns, no weapons that could stand up to a pack of ravenous wolves. Judging by the look of them, the way their gray and white coats were hanging off their bones like two big clothes, and how their ribs were somehow still jutting through, these beasts were beyond ravenous. There's not many things scarier than a starving, rabid wolf. Why isn't her snowmobile moving? Elle whispered. I leaned closer to the windshield, cupped my hands around the glass, and squinted. Through the falling snow, I could make out Mia's shape. She was flailing. Her fists slammed the dashboard over and over again. Then every few seconds, she'd look at the encroaching animals on both sides of the sled. I think the engine stalled, I answered. What else could it have been? She certainly wasn't waiting around for us. We made a pact before setting out. If any of us were in trouble, priority number 1 was getting to safety. If that meant fleeing, then you did what you had to do, just like we had to save Mia. Despite our snowmobile's idling engine, the wolves hadn't noticed us. We weren't that far back, and though the engine was quieter now, it had been roaring on our way from the storage garage. The wolves hadn't noticed that either. Short of a gunshot, they probably wouldn't have noticed anything. All they cared about was the chance of sinking their fangs into fresh meat. And the only thing separating them from dining on Mia and her unborn child was a thin pane of glass. I turned and looked at Elle. She knew what I was going to say next, I think. We were always on the same page. I said, "Rush them." I was afraid you were going to say that. But Elle didn't hesitate. She rarely did. After a nod, she faced forward, gripped the handles, and revved the engine. A half a second later, we darted toward the wolves. It felt like we hit 60 miles per hour in that short distance. Impossible, I know, but the way we were slipping out of control made it seem that way. I gripped the door handle on my right so hard it hurt my hand. Then I braced for impact. No impact came. Not yet. For now, the plan seemed to be working. A few of the wolves snapped their heads toward us before scattering into the nearby snow-covered trees, their white-gray coats blending in with the gloom of the waning day. Over the half a dozen beasts, 2 hadn't moved or even noticed us. They must have been the most rabid. Their jaws perpetually hung open, showing foam dripping from the sharpest of their fangs. One jumped on its hind legs and placed its large front paws against Mia's window. She recoiled in fear, and although I couldn't hear her screaming, I could imagine it pretty well. I saw all of this in the few seconds, which felt like an eternity, it took to rush the wolves. I thought we were going to hit them, or maybe Mia's snowmobile. But Elle jerked the steering handles at the last second, and we began spinning out of control. I didn't think it was possible, but time slowed further. Yet the leafless trees whirled by my window in a black blur. Same went for the falling snow. Flakes shot by like shooting stars. It reminded me of when, in the Star Wars movies, a spaceship jumped into hyperspace. My stomach gave a terrible lurch, and I was pretty sure a few of my vital organs were thrown into places they shouldn't have been. Spleen in my boots, lungs in my neck, heart in my throat. Then the snowmobile came to a sudden, shuddering stop. I was thrown forward, and I cracked my head on the windshield, leaving behind what looked like a bloody asterisk. I don't know if everything went quiet after that or if I'd momentarily passed out. All I knew for sure was that this wasn't good. Not good at all. 2. The state of things. My eyes opened, but I'm not sure how long I was out. Eleanor was slumped over the steering wheel. Her hat had fallen off, and her hair was a wild mess, auburn strands pointing in every direction. Large drops of blood streamed down her face. "Elle?" I leaned over and shook her gently. When she didn't move, I shook her a little harder. My mind was still spinning from the crash. Was she dead? God, I hoped I was dreaming. Please let me be dreaming. Please don't let her be gone. Elle, wake up! I crawled over my seat and took her in my arms. The gash on her head looked worse than I initially expected. It would most likely need stitches. If she was still alive, that was. but in our current situation, stitches were probably out of the question. Elle, come on, please be okay. Please be okay. Her eyes fluttered open, ripe with confusion. She was lost. Grady, she moaned. What happened? Did I hit the wolf? It's not dead, is it? God, I didn't want to kill it. I shook my head, smiling. I couldn't believe her sometimes. She got knocked unconscious, had blood pouring down her face, but all she cared about was the well-being of the beast that would have ripped our throats out in an instant given the chance. Are you okay? I asked, just happy she was cognizant. Yeah, I think so. She rubbed at her head, smearing the blood. As she pulled her hand away, she looked down at her palm and shuddered. I'm going to have a hell of a headache, but yeah, I'll make it. Okay, good. Stay here. I'm going to check on Mia. Elle nodded, and I climbed out of the snowmobile. The door screeched as I threw my shoulder into it. The tree we'd hit had buckled in the metal and cracked the glass on my side, but it could have been so much worse. The wolves were gone. The noise of the accident must have scared the last ones away. I trucked through the snow on my wobbly legs. It came up through my pants, packed in my socks, painful against my skin. No matter how many nerves died from the cold, I still felt it. I don't know how. A chilling possibility I'd considered on more than one occasion was that maybe this wasn't regular snow. It made sense in a time when many things didn't make sense. We had crashed about 30 feet from Mia's snowmobile. When I got to her door, she turned her haunted face toward me. The window on her side was raked with claw marks. How much longer would it have taken until the wolves got through? How much longer until, instead of finding Mia terrified but alive, I found her dead and ripped open, like the body of her boyfriend a few 100 feet back? I didn't want to know. Hell, I didn't even want to think about it, but it was a possibility, a very real one. You okay? I asked her. She looked up at me like she didn't recognize who I was at first. A too long moment passed before her eyes put a name to my face, and she nodded. I can't get the snowmobile started. I don't know what's wrong with it. Engine's busted or something, and those wolves almost got me. God! She leaned forward and slammed the steering column with the palm of her hand, jolting the entire vehicle. Fuck! 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 Like her voice, the sound of the hit was muted by the barrier between us. Not far from where I stood, the wolves watched from a snow-covered hilltop. There were only 3 of them, but the one standing taller than the rest had a wild glint in his eyes, like he was waiting for a slip or stumble, so he and his friends could rush down and devour me. I had no time for the bastards now. The sky had changed from a purplish gray to a nearly solid black. We had less than 15 minutes to get moving, I figured, and that might have been a bit too optimistic. If we trucked it, and if everything went smoothly, which happened very rarely, we might have made it back to the station in half an hour. I thought an hour was more likely. Again, that might have been a bit too optimistic. None of those estimates would matter if we didn't fix what was wrong with the sled. I mean, we came all this way for another ride. Leaving without it wasn't an option. And it wasn't fair. Just wasn't fair at all. So I let it out. Months of pent-up anger rushed from me in a span of seconds. Fuck! I screamed. Fuck! 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 I went around to the engine and kicked it hard as hell. In hindsight, I probably shouldn't have. Should have found a piece of wood or something besides my breakable bones. The kick hurt pretty badly. Suddenly, a grumbling noise rippled across the momentarily still air, and a cloud of exhaust shot out of the tailpipe, and I forgot all about my soon-to-be bruised foot. What? I whispered. Not possible. Grady! You crazy son of a bitch! Mia shouted from the sled's cab, voice louder. She revved the engine to life. It sounded good, healthy. The snowmobile lurched forward. "You did it! You fucking did it!" I didn't mean to, but yeah, I guess I did do it, didn't I? I thought that maybe, just maybe, someone was actually listening, and things would start to go our way. That wasn't too much to ask, was it? I drove back to the station with Elle in the passenger seat, following closely behind Mia in case the engine decided to crap out on her again. Elle rolled her head every few minutes, and her neck cracked loudly when she did it. I kept her talking to keep her mind off of the pain. Soon enough, we'd be back at the station, where she could swallow down some ibuprofen, rest, and get right. About an hour later, the less optimistic time frame of my prediction, but hey, I'll take it, I saw the BP sign standing high in the now dark sky. There was no sun at all, just a wall of solid black clouds. I wasn't sure what time it was, but if I had to guess, I'd guess it was somewhere around 3 in the afternoon, maybe a bit later. The way things were, time no longer mattered, and it probably never would again. The trip back went surprisingly well. We saw no monsters, but because we moved along at a slow pace, thanks to the limited mobility of the snowmobiles in the deeper parts, and the more than suggested weight they had to carry around, I swear I felt the wraiths watching us from the sides of the road. I felt that often. They stayed at a safe distance from our headlights, blending in with the blackness. But I knew they were there, waiting, and hungry. I think the scariest thing is how they knew this was their world now. They had the home field advantage. We were basically rats in a maze, and they were the scientists lording over us, studying, watching, learning the ways we thought, the ways we moved. They could wait because the cold didn't affect them. The darkness didn't either. They thrived in these conditions. Mikey had his face pressed against the glass window. I saw this as the snowmobile's headlights passed over the building's facade. We parked them right by the door and crawled back inside. The difference in the temperature was like the difference between summer and winter. All that trapped body heat went a long way. "You got it?" Stone asked. I nodded. I was guiding Elle toward the front counter. "I need some meds for her. We had an incident." "Elle?" Mikey said, worried. He came over and put an arm around his sister's shoulder. "Are you all right?" I'm fine. Just cracked my head a little after a mishap. No big deal." She had somewhat cleaned off the wound, but she'd mostly smeared it around, turning the red a washed-out pink, and now the cut was leaking blood again. Mikey grabbed some bandages and some medicinal ointment as I searched for ibuprofen. Elle winced when I cleaned the slash, and nearly screamed when I daubed the neosporin over it. "It burns, damn," Elle said. "If it's burning, it's working," Mia said. "My mom always told me that, killing the germs or some weird shit." "An elegant way of putting it, no doubt," Stone said. He unscrewed the lid of the ibuprofen and shook 2 pills into Elle's outstretched hand. She downed them with a gulp of water. After that, I got her bandaged up. It almost covered her eye. "You look like a hospitalized pirate," I told her. "Still cute, though, right?" "Beautiful as always." "You're gonna make me sick," Stone said. I shot him the bird as I guided a wobbly Eleanor over to our middle aisle campsite. "You should lie down, get some rest." "As if I had a choice," Elle teased, and stuck her tongue out at me. "Hey, I can be caring, too." "Yeah, I really picked a winner, huh?" she said sarcastically. I helped her down to the floor and got her all situated, tucked her in, fluffed her sweater pillow. I was very motherly. Is it weird to say that about my girlfriend? Probably, but it was the truth. Mikey worked on getting the fire burning a bit brighter. Cold usually prevented that. Still, it was worth a shot. A black scorch mark already tattooed the ceiling from the constant heat. We inhaled a lot of smoke and other bad stuff from what we torched, but it beat freezing our asses off. The risk was worth the reward. "You gonna read me a bedtime story, too?" Elle asked. "I mean, if you want. I don't know that many off the top of my head, but I guess I can make it up as I go." "Oh," Stone said from the front of the store. "You don't want that. Trust me, Grady's a shitty storyteller." "For once, I agree with Stone," I said. Elle's eyelids were heavy. She was beat. I think we all were. "That's the thing about the cold. It steals not only your warmth, but your energy, too." I leaned closer to Eleanor and kissed her on the corner of her mouth. "Get some rest. You'll feel better in a few hours." "God, I hope so." With that, she turned over, leaning on the side the bandage wasn't on, and closed her eyes. Didn't take long either. About 2 minutes later, she was snoring softly. Chewy, wanting to comfort her, curled up around her feet, fitting into the curve of the back of her bent knees like a missing puzzle piece. I went and covered the dog with a knitted sweater, and another few minutes later, his snores blended with Elle's. The others were still at the front of the store, talking in low voices about the wolves. "I didn't even fucking see the bastards," Mia said to Stone. "I was just sitting there minding my own business when all of a sudden I heard a snarl. It sounded like a damn werewolf." "Werewolves are the worst. That's terrible," Mikey said. "Is it?" Stone added, as I grabbed one of the thawed bottled waters and leaned on the counter next to him. Mikey and I gave Stone a look like we were waiting for the punchline of an inevitable joke. He joked a lot, if you haven't already realized, especially in serious times, and these were nothing but serious times. Mia even flashed him wary eyes. She'd only known Stone a handful of hours, and she was already catching on. No joke came, however. Instead, Stone met our stares and smiled a little. "What?" I asked. "The wolves, man," he almost shouted. I shushed him and motioned behind me where Elle slept, though I doubted anything short of a meteor striking the road outside would have disturbed her. "Sorry," Stone said. "But you know what this means, right? The wolves?" I didn't. Neither did the others. Like the rest of my body, my brain felt sluggish, all thanks to the cold. "It means not everything's as dead as we thought," Stone exclaimed. "There's still life out there besides unlucky bastards like us." "Yeah, but for how much longer?" Mia asked. "Probably until the wraiths have their fill of us," Mikey added, his face as grim as his statement. "Then they'll move on to the other life forms." Ignoring this depressing debate, Stone said to me, "It also means that the pile of bodies outside of the grocery store was most definitely eaten by wolves. Not the monsters." "What are you talking about?" Mia asked. I filled her in about my supply run, and the crazy guy waiting for me inside Pennywiser's and all the dead bodies outside not long ago, glossing over how they were missing when we left. Gloss or not, Mia still shuddered when I was done telling her. "I wouldn't jump to conclusions, you know," she said. "Probably was the rages. It wouldn't surprise me one bit." I agreed with her. Wolves would have left behind a mess. Bones, tatters of clothing, shoes, that sort of thing. But there was nothing, no evidence the bodies had ever been there in the first place. Stone knew this, I knew this, Elle knew this. Whatever happened to those bodies wasn't natural. I decided to keep my mouth shut about it, though. Didn't want to ruin the moment. "Regardless," I said, "we have to be more careful than before." "As if that's possible," Mikey said. "It'll have to be," I replied. Mia and me both came about a dozen feet away from being ripped to shreds. I was a little closer than you were, Grady," Mia said. "Like, not even an inch away. All that stopped them was the window." "Grady knows all about not even an inch," Stone said. Much to everyone's amusement, Mikey especially, who slapped him 5. I frowned. Hilarious. I didn't think it was too bad, Mia said. Pretty quick-witted, ain't you, Stone? Stone curled his fingers inward, looked down at his nails, breathed on them, then scrubbed them against the material of his jacket. I don't want to brag or anything. Already knowing what Stone was going to say, I mouthed, but I was voted second funniest boy in the 8th grade. I'd heard Stone tell people this for I don't know how many years. Too many, that's for sure. It was a true statement, yeah. Stone was actually voted the second funniest male in our 8th grade class. I don't know how. It really had me scratching my head, but I guess he probably greased the palms of the voting committee. If you called him out on this, however, he vehemently denied it. It was best to just let him brag. If I'm being totally honest, I was a little jealous. Class clown was a sought-after title amongst the youth, me included, but I failed to finish in the top 3 spots, and not for a lack of trying. The top 3 were forever immortalized in that year's yearbook, which, if he still had his iPhone, Stone could and would show you a grainy snapshot from his camera roll. He flashed that bad boy around like a cowboy in an old Western movie flashed his 6-gun. Wow, Mia said sarcastically, eyebrows riding up to her hairline. You should be so proud. Oh, he is, I assured her. Stone smiled a shit-eating grin. So there's wolves out there, Mikey said, getting us back on track. I looked at him, glad for the mature interruption. In the low light of the crackling bucket fire down the middle aisle, I realized how much he'd aged, not just since the first storms, but since we lost Helga. He was pretty close to her. I think after his mother died, Helga had filled that matronly role. Not completely. No one can replace the woman who gave birth to you. But Helga was there to ease that pain. And then she was taken from him. From us. It wasn't fair, but nothing was anymore. Since that terrible incident, since Helga's house went up in flames and she went up with it, saving us by sacrificing herself, I thought Mikey seemed at least a decade older than his actual age. He no longer looked like a kid. Now he looked like a broken, defeated man. I guess I probably didn't have room to talk. The end took a toll on all of us. I couldn't imagine what I looked like. Sure, a glance in the mirror would tell me, but we are not really able to decipher our appearances objectively, are we? Nope. One summer, after possibly breaking my foot while playing basketball, I would have been around Mikey's actual age then. I took it very easy, like my father had told me to do, in lieu of visiting a hospital for x-rays and treatment we couldn't afford. Taking it easy consisted of sitting on my ass for the entirety of the 3 months. My dad wasn't much of a cook, and neither was I, so it was pizza 3 to 5 nights a week, leftovers in the morning for breakfast, and then Taco Bell and Burger King for dinner the other nights, with the occasional Subway thrown in for the nutritional value. Gotta get your greens and veggies in there, you know. Except my sub of choice was a steak and cheese with extra mayo, and those weren't particularly healthy for you, were they? That summer I gained about 15 extra pounds. Not of muscle, either. During that dark summer, though not as dark as the one after the storms, I'd study myself in the mirror. Foolish old me thought I was looking pretty good, filling out into my man body, as my grandma always put it. Instead of cardio, I lifted weights a few times a week. When I looked in the mirror, my eyes focused on my shoulders and arms, always flicking past the flabs, slowly but surely growing over my midsection. It wasn't until a few years down the road, when I saw old pictures of myself, that I realized I looked bloated and out of shape. My point is, we're not the best judges of ourselves, not without, at first, getting some distance. Mikey, why don't you go get some sleep? I asked him. I'm fine. Stone leaned forward, his one crutch skittering along the cold tile. Bro, get it while you can. I wanted to keep watch. Mikey stood a little straighter when he said this, and his not-so-subtle eyes flicked over to Mia. She was barely paying attention as she reclined back in her chair, her belly sticking out farther than it was just a few hours ago. I clapped Mikey on the shoulder. "I'll keep watch, Mikey. Don't worry." He shook his head. "After all the noise you made coming here, it's only a matter of time before they show up. I won't be able to sleep anyway." "Let the boy keep watch," Stone said. "You're not his dad, Grady." It was a thought hovering in the back of my mind. The way I'd clapped Mikey on the shoulder had reminded me of the way my own dad used to clap me on the shoulder. After I'd done him proud, as he would say. This usually revolved around doing something manly in his eyes, like downing a beer and letting out a great belch, fixing a squeaky hinge on our backyard gate. It made me feel a bit sad for my father, but a bit more grateful he hadn't had to live through this, whatever this was. My old dad, his praise didn't come often, but when he did, he let you know about it, both physically and otherwise. I missed the bastard. What I wouldn't have given for him to be there with me. He died a few years back, in case you're wondering. I tend not to discuss it much, because it's tough, losing your father. He wasn't a healthy eater, wasn't a regular exerciser either. His idea of cardio was mowing the lawn. Problem was, the lawn wasn't very big. The whole thing could have been mowed in about 10 minutes. Up and down, a quick run over the Devil's Strip, and then you'd call it a day. With no trees around to shade the grass, the front yard was scorched yellow-brown and grew about as much as my beard did, which was barely at all, most summers. His other form of exercise consisted of doing these little half crunches from the easy chair parked in front of the crappy TV whenever the Indians or the Browns screwed up. If you know Cleveland sports, then you know they screwed up often. Still, as much as he did those crunches, they weren't getting him washboard abs anytime soon. The hardest part of the whole situation was there not being any warning signs. With heart problems, you think you'll get some chest pains, maybe a few dizzy spells and exhaustion on your trek to the mailbox at the end of the drive. You'll get these before your most vital organ decides to crap out on you in a thunderclap of glory. These warnings, they're God's way of telling you to cut the crap. Start eating right and take the stairs instead of the elevator sometimes, you lazy bastard. Or so they say in the movies and TV shows. I learned quickly, and am still learning today, that life is rarely like the fictions we so often consume. One minute you're waking up, throwing on the pair of New Balance sneakers you've had since Clinton was in office. And the next thing you know, you're on the kitchen floor, gasping for breath while the sports section of the morning paper soaks up the coffee, spilling from your now cracked #1 dad mug you got a few Father's Days ago. Now this once fresh cup of coffee is already becoming an old cup of coffee, and it'll be a very old cup of coffee before your son finds you lying there all purple in the face, tongue lolled out between your corpse-blue lips. Dead. I've said it before, but I'm not a big believer in a god or gods. I do believe there's something, however. Why that something would take our loved ones and leave us grieving on this crummy little ball of blue and green, I don't understand, but that's the way it is. And that's the way it went. I hated losing my friends and family. I hated the idea of death. I hated it all. So I wanted to prevent that to the best of my ability while I still could, which meant keeping watch. "You could sleep if you tried, Mikey," I said. "Fuck," Mia interrupted. I could sleep for a goddamn week." She tried getting up from her chair, rose only a few inches, fell back into the seat, and sighed. I extended a hand, but she nodded toward Mikey and Stone. "Better help him out, boys. It's not that I think you're weak, Grady." "He is," Stone whispered. "But I'm pretty heavy," Mia finished. Eagerly, Mikey stepped forward and grabbed Mia's other hand, and the two of us got her to her feet. She was pregnant, very pregnant, but she didn't weigh much. If her belly didn't stick out like she was smuggling a basketball beneath her shirt, you'd never know. It was safe to say the lack of proper nutrition was a big reason for her almost gaunt appearance. She'd need to eat a lot of Skittles and beef jerky to make up for it. Luckily, we had enough to go around in the abandoned gas station. "Thanks," Mia mumbled. In the low light of the distant flames, I saw little beads of sweat dotting her forehead. She noticed me looking and wiped her face with the sleeve of her coat. "I know, it's below freezing outside and I'm over here looking like I just got out of a sauna." She fanned the bottom of her shirt in and out. "I'm so glad I'm a dude," Stone said. "Periods and pregnancy, I couldn't handle it. I tip my hat to you, my lady." He mimed taking off an imaginary hat instead of taking off the actual skull cap he wore over his close-cropped but slowly becoming wild afro. Mia wrinkled her nose and feigned a gag, like earlier when Elle and I were getting a little too close to one another. "Please never call me milady again." "Deal." Mikey grinned at Mia. "Don't worry, I'll keep you safe." He said this without any hint of sarcasm. It made me shake my head, while Stone pinched the bridge of his nose. "Bro," Stone moaned. Bro. Rein it in a bit." To our surprise, Mia smiled back. "Thank you, Mikey. I'll sleep better, knowing you're standing guard." With that, she headed down the aisle, but not before sending a wink toward Stone and I. She knew what she was doing. Those few words, the acknowledgement, was enough to make Mikey perk up. His face looked about 5 years younger, as if all the horror he'd gone through hadn't happened. He was a teenager, without a care in the world again in that moment. I conceded and let him stand watch. "Well," Stone said, stretching, "I'm going to hit the hay, and I'll sleep easier tonight, thanks to Mikey." He winked at Mikey, who was too busy floating on cloud 9 to catch the mocking tone in Stone's voice. "We got a big day ahead of us, leaving this shit can behind. Finally." "Yeah," I said, thankfully. But in my head, I reminded myself we had to survive the night first. Night being a loose and debatable term here. Outside, with the black sky and the blacker clouds, it certainly felt like night no matter the time. I nodded at Mikey. "Whenever you need a break, man, just wake me up. I don't mind." Stone crutched toward the middle aisle. "I'm sure Chewy will help you out." I pointed at the dog, who was still curled up around Elle's legs. "That, I'll say, is unlikely. He's ripping away like a chainsaw." "Which part, the front end or the back end?" "You're disgusting." "Yeah," Mikey said. "Let him sleep. He needs it." We all did. So, I slept. Only for about 3 hours, but it was better than nothing. I sat up. Elle was still snoring next to me, although Chewy had shifted up between our heads. His tail end, of course, was aimed toward my face. That wasn't exactly the best way to wake, and it definitely paled in comparison to smelling cooking bacon and eggs in the morning, but hey, at least I was still breathing. I looked toward the front counter. It seemed Mikey hadn't moved. He stood ramrod straight, facing the barricaded door, the bug spray in one hand, lighter in the other. It was still dark out, and I knew the only thing in my future was tossing and turning, listening for the voices of the phantoms. No sleep would come. Very rarely am I good for anything longer than 3 or 4 hours. Back in the day, before all this, I could sleep for 12, easy. After a shift at the station, I was usually beat, so it wasn't much of a choice. Man, what I would have given to go back to those days. I stood, careful not to disturb either Elle or Chewy snoozing away, and grabbed one of the thawed candy bars we had scattered around the bucket fire. I added the wrapper and a few sheets of newspaper to the blaze, and the flames danced higher. It reminded me of Helga's house. And even deeper, of the apartment building on Swan Drive, which in turn led to thoughts of the dead boy. I'd mostly gotten over the whole situation, accepted how I failed in saving him despite trying. But that didn't change the fact he had lost his life. It sucked. A lot of things did. I shook my head, trying to empty the thoughts before they could get their claws into my brain. Once that happened, there was no escaping them. I was getting better at it in those days, compared to when the snow first fell. I guess I had bigger things to worry about. My grandma always said the past stayed behind for a reason. We had the present to live in, and we had the future to look forward to. She was right. I couldn't change anything about what had happened. As much as I wanted to find a time machine, turn the dial to that fateful night, go through the right apartment door instead of the one next to it, and save the boy from being crushed by thousands of pounds of smoldering wreckage, I couldn't. What I could do was move forward, keep going, and never give up. It's what my father would have told me to do. And Jonas and Helga would have said the same. I walked up the aisle. Mikey never took his eyes off the door. I cleared my throat softly so I wouldn't scare him. He seemed zoned out beyond belief, maybe even sleeping with his eyes open. I cleared my throat. He faced me, raised his eyebrows. I startled him a bit, I think. "Yo, I'm good for a few more hours, Grady. Get some sleep." I shook my head. "I can't. I'm tapped for the night. Full up for now, at least. Switch me, and I'll tag you back in before Mia wakes up." He looked away when I said that. Even in the darkness, the red of his cheeks burned like the dying embers of our bucket fire. I chuckled. "I won't say anything, man, I promise. Secret's safe with me. She'll get up before everyone else. She's already used the bathroom like 3 times. Says the baby pushes on her bladder or something crazy like that. She'll understand, dude." I cocked a thumb over my shoulder at the door, and the frozen wasteland beyond the frosted glass. Besides, how are you going to protect her out there if you feel like a zombie? And that's where she'll really need it. Trust me. Mikey's forehead wrinkled as he thought about this. Then, after a moment, he nodded. "Yeah, I'm tired as hell. Wake me up in 2 hours, okay?" "You got it." A few minutes later, I heard him snoring almost as loudly as Chewy. Those two, the boy and his dog, they were a match made in heaven. But, given time, I thought a Mikey and Mia pairing was definitely possible. At the very least, it had potential. Damn those romance novels. They were turning me into a matchmaker. I woke Mikey 2 hours later. By this time, a few rays of light were making their way down through the clouds. Soon, everyone else would be awake, too. As it turned out, Mia didn't have a bathroom break during my shift. Mikey made me pinky swear it to him, and I did, no matter how ridiculous it might have looked. I guess the apocalypse hadn't stolen all of his youthful exuberance from him after all. You never broke a pinky swear. Unless you wanted to be cursed for years and wake up one morning covered in boils and chicken feathers. I don't know, don't ask. Right as I lay back down, I heard Mia shift. Grunting, she rose to her feet, and I almost got up and helped her, but waited a moment in case Mikey wanted to come to the rescue. Sure enough, he did, and I was glad I hadn't stolen his thunder. I overheard their brief conversation. "Thanks," Mia said. "I can't move around like I used to. It sucks major balls." "No problem," Mikey said, laughing. "Can I walk you to the bathroom?" Mia chuckled a little uncomfortably. "I'll manage, I think." In my head, I could hear Stone telling Mikey to rein it in. But Stone was snoring away, sounding like an 18-wheeler a little ways down from me. "You've been up all night?" Mia said. "Really?" Mikey hesitated. "Yeah, all night." He sounded convincing enough. Good, because I thought he was about to blow it. but he cleared his throat and sounded more confident the next time he spoke. It's been pretty uneventful so far. I think the rages must be afraid of me. I imagined he winked here because Mia chuckled again, and it didn't sound forced this time. Still, I cringed a little. That must be it, she said. The bathroom door closed, and now that the coast was clear, I poked my head up and showed Mikey the okay sign. The confidence he'd taken on for that conversation vanished away in a fit of giddiness. Really? He whispered. I don't sound like an asshole? Not completely, I joked. He frowned, and the face made me feel bad for the kid. A joke, Mikey. Keep it up. The door opened, cutting me off. My head fell back to the pillow, and I closed my eyes, feeling like a boy at a sleepover who doesn't want their parents to know he's still awake. Mind if I stay up with you? Mia asked, stammering. Yeah, that'd be cool. You know, you're pretty cute, Mikey. Thank you. I almost felt the warmth radiating from his cheeks from where I lay, some 20 or so feet away. You're welcome. A chair squeaked softly as Mia sat down, grunting. You're nice, too. Don't see that much. Good-looking guys, they're usually dickbags. Mikey laughed. I heard him swipe his shaggy hair. I clean up real nice, I just haven't really had the chance. I can't tell you when the last time I had a proper shower was. The smile on my face faded. He could have done better than that. You never want to talk about how unsanitary you might be to the opposite sex. Then again, that was the boat we were in. No showers, no hot water. Funny, you could go to any store and find more soap than you'd know what to do with, but it was worthless if you couldn't get water running to use it. I'd die for a bubble bath, Mia said. I'm sure I could work something out, Mikey replied. Not until I have this baby. I heard her pat her belly. Mikey probably looked on in confusion because Mia explained herself. I've always heard pregnant women aren't supposed to take baths. Something about raising your body temperature, I don't know. I'd ask my mom, but she ain't around. Mia sniffled, then coughed, probably to cover up the fact she had sniffled. My ma was so excited about her. She wanted to be a grandma more than anything. She sighed. I just had to follow Billy, didn't I? Fucking idiot, that's what I am. No, Mikey said in a soothing voice. Don't beat yourself up over stuff like that. I wish it was that easy, Mike. I know it's not, but you gotta at least try. Believe me, I went through my own fight with depression not so long ago. I barely felt like opening my eyes, let alone continuing to breathe. What happened? I lost my mom and dad on the same night, Mikey said. Yeah, I know, not really a surprise. Tons of people lost their family and friends in a night, I bet. He paused. I accept they're gone. But the worst part was how I treated my mom like a dick bag right before she died. He paused again for a longer moment, and Mia said nothing. I thought she was letting him collect his thoughts. He continued a few seconds later. I can't even really remember what we were fighting about. Something stupid and insignificant, I'm sure. I think I wanted to go hang out with my friend Alex, but my mom said it was too late, but she really knew I meant to get up to no good. Smoke weed, get drunk off cheap beer, I don't know, something along those lines. But she was right. Mothers know best, or whatever the saying is. Anyway, I got all mad and nearly threw a tantrum. God, I don't know why I'm telling you this. It's okay. Go on, Mia urged. Yeah, so I told her she was being a bitch, and that stung. I heard her crying in the bathroom. An hour or two later, the snow began to fall, and my dad went batshit and shot my mom. I never got to apologize to her either. She went to the grave. Don't, Mikey, Mia interrupted. You're just a dumb kid. I mean, who hasn't called their mom or dad something they shouldn't have? I sure as hell have. Yeah, I know. But she's gone, and I'm still here. She knew you loved her. Trust me, dude. Mothers know best. It took a long while for me to collect my thoughts. Mikey, the poor kid, I had no idea. I remember him being real down in the dumps. I remember thinking it was completely justified. But I never would have guessed what he revealed to Mia. Heavy silence fell over the gas station. Then Mikey broke it with the clicks of his tongue. Tisk, tisk, tisk. What? Mia asked. I was trying to comfort you, and here you ended up being the one comforting me. Well, it's like how Grady says. We're all in this together, right? Right. And that was the truth. 3. The town. Elle woke up feeling a lot better, and so did I. It really is amazing what sleep can do for your mind and body. With the snowmobiles, we found it much easier transporting our supplies, but still we packed light. We were already pushing the weight limit with just our bodies. The snowmobiles were 2-seaters, and we had 5 people. You do the math. We tried to divvy up the weight as evenly as possible. Stone and I were in one, while Mikey, Elle, Chewy, and Mia were in the other. We wanted Chewy to ride with us, but both the dog and Mikey shot that suggestion down. Chewy couldn't have weighed more than 15 pounds, so it wasn't a big deal. I'd rather the 2 of them be happy and comfortable because who knew how much longer we had left. The supplies consisted of junk food, and more junk food. Such was the way it went when you did your shopping at a gas station. Stone made an interesting point, however. He said if we were stranded in a health food store, like this place called Heavenly Grains back in my hometown, most of the stuff there would have rotted by now. Elle said, the cold would preserve it. Then Stone threw down his trump card and hit her with, okay, but no one wants broccoli and wheatgrass juice for dinner, Elle. We all kind of agreed with him. Sure, potato chips and Pop-Tarts brought you another step closer to diabetes and/or heart disease, but at least you could enjoy the food while you ate it. Things to enjoy in this world, the way it was now, were few and far between. We set out in the waning light of the day, using a map we found in the BP. It was one of those fold-out jobs you see in old movies, in the dark days before GPS and Apple Maps. Not only were we in a new ice age, but it seemed we'd been thrown back to the pre-tech days on top of that. I'm glad to say we made it work, the map. But I'd be lying if I didn't miss Siri's annoying voice telling me to take the next right. That voice was definitely better than Stone's, who threw in more than a few expletives with his directions. We drove on for about 2 hours before we had to find shelter. Shelter consisted of a rest stop off the main highway. It was pretty nice, actually. The one bad thing being the tall windows, which were hard to cover. We only stayed a few hours, and no one took a nap except for Mia. Cards were played, and a bottle of red wine passed around. Stone got pretty well tipsy on the stuff. He even went on one of his famous rants, this one about how terrifying whales were. As he got the ball rolling on the behemoths, as he called them, Elle told him to shut up. If the wraiths catch wind of that, then we're all fucked, she said. What do you mean? Stone replied. She means they'll turn into giant fucking whales, dude, Mikey said. How'd you like to be chased around by giant fucking whales? Stone said, no way. Where the hell are they going to swim? I laughed. Well, what's snow but a bunch of frozen water? I kept picturing an orca crashing through the wall of windows like the Kool-Aid Man did in those old commercials. That never happened, thankfully, and we left as soon as light shined through the clouds. This time, we made it about 3 hours before we had to pull over and refill the gas tanks, and went on a couple more hours after that before calling it a night. Our shelter was an insurance building. It was squat, square, and made of brick, which offered us good protection from both the wraiths and the cold. 4 days we stayed in that little place, and with each sunless day the walls grew smaller. A lot of bickering and arguing went on. I was pretty sure one of us was going to go all Jack Torrance in The Shining soon. But luckily the sun came through and we left. I couldn't tell you where we were or how far south from Avery's Mills we had gotten before I started to smell burnt rubber inside the cab of the snowmobile. It made sense. I should have been expecting it. All the extra weight of us and our supplies put a strain on the engine. Stone tapped the map. It was resting on his lap. "Yo, Grady, we go any farther and something important's gonna pop." As much as I hated to admit it, he was right. "Is there a town ahead?" "Yeah, a small place called Woodhaven. Ever hear of it?" I racked my brain. It sounded familiar, but I couldn't place it. Junk food wasn't exactly brain food, I guess. "I think so," I said. "How much farther?" Sure enough, a sign popped out of the gloom and told us. Stone pointed to it. "Apparently about 2 miles. Think this old girl can make it?" I chewed my lower lip, hoping. "Well, man, we're going to find out." Woodhaven, Ohio. A place like every other small town in the great Buckeye State, maybe like every small town in America, except this small town was now covered in large amounts of snow. Once off the highway, we came to a long and winding country road. Trees towered over us on the right, and what looked like miles and miles of farmland blanketed in white stretched endlessly on the left. The air was relatively clear here, and because of this I saw a lone barn in the distance. It's red like a splotch of paint on a blank canvas. "Isn't there some restricted government building out here?" Stone asked. "A research place, I think." I snapped my fingers, my other hand firm on the wheel. "You're right, that's how I know the town. Leering is here, or at least nearby." "Yep, that's it." Stone tilted his head back and let out a bray of laughter. "I remember people saying a zombie virus escaped out of there after that guy in Florida chewed a dude's face off. Turned out he was just high as fuck on bath salts." Stone's smile waned into a grim line. "But on a more serious note, I hear they experiment on all types of weird shit there. You can't even get within 100 yards of the place without some Men in Black type dude coming up to your car and flashing a badge in your face." Men in Black type dude? You know, like Will Smith and Tommy Lee Jones in those movies. He studied my face, but I kept my eyes on the road, or lack thereof. "The ones where they're secret alien hunters. They have the pen lights that wipe your memory. Come on, they even made a crappy reboot last summer with the guy who plays Thor. You know what I'm talking about." I tried to keep a blank face, but a smile slowly curled my lips. I was a bad liar. "No, I don't." "Fuck you, Grady. We went and saw Men in Black 2 for your, 11th birthday or something." "Damn, I'm surprised you remember that. Unlike you, I'm actually a good friend." I clapped a hand over my heart. The puffy winter coat and many layers beneath made it less melodramatic than I intended. "How dare you? Of course I care." I was winding up for a friendly punch to Stone's shoulder when he suddenly slapped the dashboard and shouted, "Whoa, whoa!" I slammed on the brake, but it took a long moment until the snowmobile skidded to a stop. The trees along the side of the country road we were traveling on had begun to thin out, and the flat farmland was no longer empty, but instead dotted with the top halves of residential houses set back from the street. In front of us, what had gotten Stone riled up, was what I presumed was Woodhaven's town square. The few buildings in this area were set in more of a rectangle, but I guess town rectangle didn't have much of a ring to it. "Tell me I'm not imagining that," Stone said in a shaky voice. Out of my peripherals, I saw the snowmobile Mia was driving pull up next to us. I looked out of the foggy window, swiped my gloved hand down it, and cleared a small opening to better see through. Elle mouthed, "What's up?" I faced forward again, taking in the sign I saw painted on the roof of the grand gazebo in the middle of the square. the one Stone's wide eyes were currently glued to, and pointed. Elle looked that way, leaned a bit forward, and shouted with joy so loudly I heard it almost crystal clear. Mikey and Mia weren't too fond of nearly having their eardrums busted, and they both made annoyed faces at her. The sign, right. You probably want to know what was written on it, and I'll get to that shortly, but hear me out first. I enjoy reading. I always have to some extent, but I wouldn't call myself a bookworm. It was only in these days of the apocalypse where I really came to appreciate the written word. Take away TV and movies, Netflix, Hulu, Xbox, and PlayStation, all of which can't run without electricity. And what you're left with to pass the time are very few things. Books, in my opinion, were the best time passers. Because books never run out of power, their screens never crack, and if you drop one in the bathtub, it's not necessarily ruined like an iPad or an e-reader would be. Hell, you can dry the book out and pick up where you left off a day or two later. The pages will have swelled a bit, and the ink of the letters might be a bit runny, but it beats losing out on a few $100. As one of my favorite authors, Stephen King, says in On Writing, books are uniquely portable magic. And what a true statement that is. Without books, the apocalypse would be worse than terrifying. It'd be dull, too. Grady, I'm not messing around. Tell me that says what I think it says. Tell me I'm not crazy, Stone said. If you think it says food, shelter, and medicine then you're not crazy. The rest of the message was obscured by the piles of snow atop it. The words were written in black paint on the sagging roof. I mean, the entire structure slouched like it was defeated, one strong gust away from going the route of the Three Little Piggies' first few homes. White mounds piled up past its railings. I wasn't sure what would come first, the snow consuming it completely or the wind blowing it down. The sight of this wilting gazebo brought in me a pang of sadness. It was the kind of feeling I got whenever I saw a post on social media about the tragic passing of someone I'd gone to school with, or had known in my childhood. It made you think, what a shame. They were so young, too young to die. And then you realize you're the same age or near enough, and that could have been you showing up on their news feed. And now you've never been more aware of your own mortality. Great. I think we've all felt this before, and I think we can all agree that it's a terrible feeling. Where? Stone said. Where's that at? Dumbass blizzards. I'm not sure, but I can find out. What, are you going to go clear off the rest of the snow so we can read it? Stone laughed. I didn't echo him. I was completely serious. Medicine, food, shelter, other people, that could be a game changer. Stone caught on to my seriousness pretty quickly. He knew me well, and he was giving me a look I'd seen him give me 100 times before. Hell, maybe 1,000. It was the look he gave me when I asked Carly Russo, the most popular and prettiest senior at our high school, to the Valentine's Day dance when I was a lowly sophomore. She turned me down, of course, much to the amusement of the cheerleaders and football players she sat with at lunch, but that's beside the point. Stone gave me that look then, and he was giving it to me now. I shrugged. Who else is going to do it? The pregnant chick? The guy with wonky legs? Maybe the girl still recovering from a busted head? Or how about the dog? Yeah, okay, good point, Grady. I flashed him a smile and opened the door. Doing so took some muscle, it having already frozen shut during our journey south. No point in sticking around and arguing with Stone after I'd already made up my mind. And, yes, I knew the risks, but my logic seemed ironclad. To me, at least. If it was a warning, then we needed to know. Elle knocked on her window. I turned and pointed at the gazebo. From over the wind, I heard her muffled protests through the glass, but as I walked on a little farther, the wind eventually won out. I wasn't wearing snowshoes, not even the makeshift ones, so I nearly sank down to my knees with each step. If the snow beneath the freshest layer hadn't frozen as hard as the ground beneath everything else, I'm pretty sure it would have been over my head and this journey would have been impossible. Since the journey was only a few feet, it was possible. The surrounding buildings seemed to lean in with each gust of the icy wind. I started feeling claustrophobic, which I hated. There was Nini's Gardens, a flower shop, a diner called the Barn something, the snow covered the rest of the sign, and what looked like an antique store, judging by the piles of junk stacked in their windows, whose sign was gone completely. I reached the gazebo a few minutes later, out of breath, my face burning, and I climbed the banks of snow. The steps were buried deep, so I kept padding around until I hit a railing. When I made contact, I managed to stand on it and pull myself up on the roof. The whole structure groaned beneath my weight, and for a second I saw it caving in my mind's eye, and me being buried beneath the wood and the white. Lost forever. I almost jumped down then, but decided I'd come this far, so it was too late to go back now. Sprawled out, I stretched for the hidden words and moved some of the snow away, my arm acting as a poor man's plow. It was heavy. I'm surprised my bones didn't snap at the elbow. But slowly the words became visible. The message: food, shelter, and medicine at Town Hall, 3 miles east. I wanted to go to the town center as soon as I read the message. But the sun was on its way down, and since the snowmobiles moved like snails, the 3 miles it would take might as well have been a lifetime. We had no choice in finding shelter for the, hopefully, few hours without light. A motel was situated not far from the town square. We parked the snowmobiles outside it and broke in. That proved easy enough. The knob to the room opened after I chipped away the layers of ice covering it, and then the door swung inward. If it swung outward, it wouldn't have gotten very far, with all the snow piled up on the walkway. The room number was 19, and the inside of it smelled like dust and mothballs and the cold. Always the cold. It wasn't very big, either. One queen-size bed sat against the left-hand wall. Magazines lay scattered on the nightstand, next to a shadeless lamp without a light bulb. Across from the bed, on a wooden dresser riddled with pockmarks and white rings from many sweaty glasses, was an old television, rabbit ears and all. Tiny cracks zigzagged downward from one corner of the screen. No chance the TV worked now, but I doubted it had worked before either. Maybe it had in 1968. All in all, the Woodhaven Motel was not a 5-star spot. "Home, sweet home," Stone said as I helped him walk through the few inches of snow piled in front of the open door. He was using a couple of 2x4s as crutches. He pointed to the awning, which sagged with the weight of the piled snow. "Watch your head." So far, the awning had held up. The building was sturdy. At least it had that going for it. There was only a single window in the wall. Shit-brown curtains hung from a crooked rod. I closed them all the way and instantly regretted it once the movement released a dormant smell from their rough material. Stale cigarette smoke and body odor. If the Woodhaven Motel sold perfume, I figured those would have been the main ingredients. "It's not that bad," Mia said. "I've stayed in worse places." "I'm sorry to hear that," Stone said. He plopped down on the bed, shifted a few times with gritted teeth. The springs groaned and the frame crackled. "Damn. It feels like someone made a mattress out of a bag of rocks or something." "Hey, that's fine with me," Mia said. She plopped down next to him. The frame didn't crackle. This time it sounded like one of the slats actually snapped. "Any bed is a godsend." "Even if it's covered in fluids," I joked. Stone looked down at the comforter. It was green and yellow, straight out of the 60s or 70s like the rest of the place. Slowly he raised his gloved hand and grimaced at the sight of his palm. A second after that he scooted down to the floor, which, in all actuality was probably more disgusting than the mattress. Mia and Elle got a good chuckle out of Stone's reaction. Then Elle hit me on the chest and said, "You're gross." I grinned. "Only speaking the truth. Call it looking out for a friend." "Hey, it's got a connected room," Mikey called from the alcove around the corner. He rattled the doorknob. Chewy waited patiently by his feet, tail wagging beneath the blanket we had wrapped around him, and looking up with his bulging eyes. After a few seconds of rattling, the door finally opened. "Look at that! There's another bed!" "Yeah, no thanks. I'll be sticking with the floor," Stone added. "More like you'll be sticking to the floor," I said. "What if the whole town's dead?" Elle asked. We were all in the first room together, just hanging out, waiting for the darkness to pass. "Seems like it, doesn't it?" Stone answered from the same spot on the floor. "Which means we're next." "Don't say that, man," Mia said, shuddering. She sat on the bed, her back against the headboard, legs stretched out. Mikey sat beside her, and Chewy lay between them, already passed out and snoring contentedly. An open National Geographic rested on Mikey's lap. The issue was dated October 2002. Mikey stopped flipping through the pages and looked at Eleanor. "Maybe Woodhaven's some purgatory or something." "Kinda feels like it," Elle said from beside me, where I was leaning against the dresser, my arms folded over my chest. I felt exhausted, but sitting held no allure for me. After so many hours and days crammed into the snowmobile's cab, I wanted to stretch my legs for as long as possible. What with the haze and the snow and the black clouds all the time, I think purgatory is a pretty apt description, Elle continued. I mumbled my agreement. Let's hope this purgatory doesn't use false advertising. I was thinking about the cut on Elle's head, how it needed to be properly cared for. And I was thinking about how, in less than a month, Mia would go into labor, and how none of us had any idea how to deliver a baby. "We'll find out soon," Stone said, "if the sun comes back." I didn't like hearing those words despite knowing the truth behind them. It seemed the stretches of darkness were lasting longer and longer. "Yeah, until then let's just forget about it," Mia said, scooting to the side of the bed. Each movement looked like it was a pain. She rested her hands on her belly and took a deep breath. Mikey scrambled from his spot, got up, and ran around to her, offering help. Mia waved him off. No, she said. "I'm pregnant, not crippled." "Hey!" Stone shouted in a tone of mock offense. Mia frowned at him. "Oh, please, you're not even that crippled." "By God, I'm so glad we found you, Mia, because with that prognosis, you must be a doctor. You can deliver your own baby." Mia flipped him off, making both Stone and I grin. "Ah, you're getting the hang of it," I said, just as she struggled to her feet. Mikey's hands hovered a few inches away from her like someone spotting a bench presser at the gym. "Thanks," Mia said, a scowl on her face directed at Mikey. "I'm going to bed because I'm wiped out, and I really don't want to be awake when the assholes outside start calling my name." "Good idea," Elle agreed. "We should all get some rest while we can." That's just what we did. Elle and I slept on one of the beds. Stone stayed true to his word and slept on the floor. In the other room, Mia sprawled out on the other mattress, which groaned any time she shifted. And Mikey, after switching watch shifts with me, slept on a love seat with Chewy curled up on his chest. Luckily for Mikey, our room didn't have a love seat. It was lucky because I knew he wanted to stay as close to Mia as possible. And Mia didn't seem to mind. I thought of the gazebo before dozing off that night. I pictured the summer weddings held here in the town square. I pictured what the gazebo might have looked like before all of this. I see the bright sun shining down on a woman in a beautiful white dress. She's holding hands with a smiling man in a tux, his teeth glowing as white as her dress. The wind blows a few strands of her hair out of place, and the man, still grinning, brushes them behind her ear. Friends and family, their faces beacons of happiness, are gathered around. In the distance, engines rumble with the regular flow of traffic. Some excited drivers honk their horns and shout their congratulations as they pass by. And each time the bride and groom chuckle and apologize to the wedding officiant. There's no interrupting true love, though. I-do's are said, the officiant tells them it's okay to kiss, and the crowd goes wild. Hand in hand, the two practically skip down the gazebo steps, and off they go into the sunlight of the rest of their lives. It was these thoughts that had followed me into my sleep, and morphed into a pleasant dream. In the dream, it was August, a time when the weather should have been sweltering, the air muggy, our shoulders sunburned and flaking, a time when people walked around outside in t-shirts and shorts, and when the women showed off their long legs, the men their six-pack abs. Northeast Ohio weather sucked for more months than it didn't. Late May, June, July, and most of August. Those were the times to transform from winter vampires into things somewhat resembling actual humans. I realized after a few moments that the happy couple I had pictured, who had followed me into my sleep, was actually Eleanor and I. As that realization hit, near infinite amounts of snow poured down upon my idyllic dream world. The officiant changed into a floating shadow. The flower girl became the flower boy, except he was dead, and his flesh was melting from his bones, constantly asking me why I couldn't save him. And in the crowd were all those I'd lost already. They clapped with their rotting hands, showing flashes of bone and gristle, spraying cold blood. And then I woke up. Well, I'd been woken up by a sound. It was a low growling. I couldn't see him, but I figured it was Chewy. He often made vicious noises in his sleep. "Hey, quiet," I hissed. The growling stopped for a moment. My left hand ached from where I'd been gripping the comforter. I armed sweat from my brow. Icy droplets rolled down the sides of my face, bringing a ripple of chills through my body. The motel room had been semi-lit by a few candles when I fell asleep, but they were out now. "Mikey?" I called. He didn't answer with words, but instead snorted in his sleep and rolled over by the front door, where he had presumably conked out on the job. Not good, I thought, and I hadn't been thinking of the growling that woke me up. My mind was distracted by the lack of light. In this darkness, my eyes hadn't completely adjusted, but I turned toward Elle, wanting to see her and make sure she was okay. She was still sleeping soundly beneath the blankets, a vague human-shaped lump, hair spilling out from her winter hat. Like everyone else, she wore most of her layers, the ones we'd been able to scrounge from the wreckage of Helga's lake house, that was. I set a hand on her back to make sure she was real, and my hand rose and fell with the steady rhythm of her breathing. It was quiet enough for me to hear Stone's soft snoring on the floor, and how, every few seconds, Mia rustled around on the bed in the opposite room, making the springs groan loudly. Then I heard the growling again. There was something else, too. A gush of bitter cold air. It hit my cheeks and stood all my hair on end. What the hell? Was a window open, or had the wind really picked up? Either way, it explained how the candles had gone out. I turned, ready to get off the mattress and check. But as my boots hit the floor, I sighted a pair of glinting eyes in the shadows of the far room. Fear, or a surge of adrenaline, kicked my senses into overdrive, and I saw as clearly as if it were day. Whatever those yellow eyes belonged to growled again. And slowly, the beast stepped forward. It stood on two legs, its back hunched and knobby where its curved spine jutted out. Tufts of wiry hair dotted its gaunt and naked body. Human-like muscles showed through gray, scar-riddled flesh wherever the hair didn't cover. In my limited view, I came to the conclusion that it was some kind of cross between animal and man. The strength in my legs left me, and my body felt as heavy as stone. I tried speaking, but all that escaped my throat was a wheezy sort of gasp. Then I saw the face. A face that was not human at all, but canine. Advancing, as if I was its prey, was a werewolf. Rather, a wraith, projecting the image of one to frighten me. Let me tell you, it worked. Oh, boy, had it worked. A long, overdue scream burst from my mouth, and I rolled backward, away from the monster. Eleanor yelped at the sudden weight pressing down on her, but the yelp cut short when I pulled her to the floor. "What's going on?" Stone called from my right. Mikey was waking up too. I saw him shifting out of the corner of my eye. "Oh, holy shit!" Stone now yelled. "What? What?" Eleanor echoed before she got a look at the beast in front of us and screamed herself. The werewolf reached the bed. Something shiny and wet coated the fur on its bottom jaw and parts of its chest. Blood. I couldn't see the color in the darkness, but there was no doubt in my mind that's what it was. I accounted for everyone except for Mia and Chewie. I shouted for them. But then the werewolf slammed its hands on the mattress, its razor-sharp claws ripping the sheets and the padding to shreds, and the calls died in my throat. Eleanor, in all her bravery, grabbed the lamp from the nightstand and hurled it at the beast. It swatted the projectile away as if it were a gnat at a picnic, and the lamp sailed into the wall on my right and exploded into 1,000 shards of glass. The act only served to piss the werewolf off. It jumped on the bed, splintering what was left of the frame, and ripped off a growl-scream hybrid almost as terrifying as itself. I shoved Eleanor behind me and tensed my body. My eyes searched for our bags of supplies, which were sitting on the dresser currently covered in pieces of the lamp. The werewolf seemed to be mirroring my movements. Its muscles were tensed, too. I knew as soon as I made for the bag, the thing would pounce on either me, or Stone, or Elle. My options were limited. The only sure thing in this situation was death. I doubted if the monster could really rip us to shreds, with it being a wraith and all, but I sure as hell didn't want to find out. "What the fuck do we do?" Stone whispered. "The bag," I said from the corner of my mouth, never taking my eyes off the beast. "Mikey, get the bug spray and a lighter." "It's a werewolf," Stone shouted. "We need a silver bullet, not fucking bug spray." I don't know if he was trying to be funny or if he was serious, but I ignored him and broke my stare with the monster to look at Mikey. He stood on his knees, still as a statue. "Mikey!" I snapped. He jumped and looked back. "The bag!" "Oh, shit," he mumbled, and then made for the dresser. He got there, but just as he pulled the bag down, the werewolf spun and launched at him at a speed that left my jaw hanging open. The contents of the bag scattered across the carpet. One of the cans of off hit the bed and bounced my way. A stroke of luck if I'd ever seen one, but the lighter remained out of reach. "Mikey!" Elle screamed. I had taken my eyes off the situation for half a second, but I wholly expected to see Mikey ripped apart when I looked back. Thankfully, I was wrong. The werewolf continued to stand over him as Mikey crawled away toward the spot he'd fallen asleep in. It was like it was toying with us, that it knew there was no way it could be beaten. I wondered for a moment where its friends were, or if this one was alone. Maybe it had sniffed us out, our fear, and decided it would take a chance. The reward was worth whatever the risk was because we weren't a full-course meal. We were a fucking buffet. The one thing the wraith hadn't taken into account was something anyone would have overlooked, I think. It was Chewie. The dog came tearing out of the adjoining bedroom, barking and snarling as loudly and viciously as the werewolf had done earlier. The monster snapped its head around, probably expecting to see another werewolf, Or at least something bigger than a Brussels Griffon who only weighed about 15 pounds. Now that the wraith was distracted, I took my chance. I dove across the carpet, grabbed the bug spray in my left hand, and stretched for the lighter with my other. I wasted no time sparking a flame and spraying fire at the bastard. As a cloud of flames engulfed it, I heard its howls, but those changed into screams. And then the screams finally changed into a sound so horrible, I can't even describe it. When those horrible shrieks stopped, and the wraith was reduced from a wispy shadow to ash, I let off the spray and the lighter. "Is it over?" Eleanor said. No one gave an answer, but I turned to Mikey and shouted, "What the fuck? Why were you sleeping?" He held Chewie against his chest, and they both jumped at the sound of my voice. Elle grabbed my arm. "Calm down, Grady." That was out of the question. Calm down? I was looking frantically around. Where's Mia? How can I be calm when Mia's probably dead? And how the hell did that thing get in? This shouldn't have happened. Suddenly, Mia emerged from the shared doorway. I feared the worst. I thought she'd been changed. Think everything, I was wrong. She scratched the side of her head and moaned. "Mia?" Elle shot up and ran to her with Mikey trailing behind. "I don't feel good," Mia said. I exchanged a knowing, defeated glance with Stone, but he shook his head. They hadn't gotten to her, not the way I had thought, but they had fucked with her mind. To confirm this, I walked over to the three of them and slid by, already knowing what I'd see in her room. Sure enough, the window was open. Freezing wind made the curtains dance, and the sorry barricade of a few fold-out chairs was scattered on the floor beneath. Why a werewolf? I found myself wondering for a while after the attack. Then it hit me. The wolves at Avery's Mills. The wraith had unearthed that fear and used it against us. But instead of using the form of a normal wolf, it had taken that fear one step further, into the supernatural. Naturally, we didn't want to stay in the motel after that. But without any sun in the sky, we had no choice. All we wanted was to get to one of the cities of light, or the town center, if the message on the gazebo's roof was to be believed. I doubted the town center would prove to be a long-term solution, though. Mia was okay for now, a little shaken by the whole situation. We all were. But how much longer would she be okay? If we reached one of these cities, found other people, hopefully doctors and nurses and soldiers who could protect and heal us, and if we got behind the safety of strong walls and into the warmth of honest-to-God heat, and not from bucket fires, I thought Mia and her baby had a chance. If we didn't get there before Mia went into labor, well, I didn't really want to think about that too much. The stay in the Woodhaven Motel lasted longer than we wanted. 3 days this time. It would have lasted more had something else not happened. On our final night there, I swapped watch shifts with Stone, who was basically a zombie at that point, and knowing sleep wasn't going to come again, I told him I'd do a double. "You sure?" "Yeah, man, get some sleep." Stone arched an eyebrow. "All right, Grady, but if you start feeling sleepy, let me know. I don't want another werewolf situation." I winked, and he lay down. He was asleep within minutes. Watch was usually pretty boring. A lot of listening to the wind, or, if the wraiths were around, a lot of listening to your dead loved ones. Luckily, it was just the wind tonight. An hour passed, another one. I did the rounds and checked that the candles were still burning, then got a drink from a semi-frozen bottle of water. My mouth was so dry. The cold felt nice against my chapped lips, and even better as it flowed down my throat. Half of it was gone by the time I screwed the cap back on and bent down to put it back in the bag with the others. As I rose, my knees popping, I focused on the brown curtains draped over the single small window in the room. Our options for a barricade were slim, so we'd settled on the ironing boards in this room. Mikey and I had braced them with the weight of the nightstands. For as ugly and beat up as the wood was, they must have weighed close to 100 pounds. It didn't really matter, because the weight of the barricade wasn't the issue, as we had learned in the recent past with Mia. The wraiths could get in if they wanted to, but first they somehow got in our heads to control us, and while we were under their spell, they might as well have saved some time, opened the door, and invited them in for dinner and drinks. Those dark whispers had invaded both Mikey and Eleanor's minds. Neither had spoken about it in too great of detail, and I didn't blame them for that, but I still remembered how, not so long ago, I had woken up to Elle, standing over Helga's kitchen sink, her fingers bloody from prying the plywood off the window. The soot-black fingers of a wraith had wormed their way inside. Then, after I burned the thing to ash, the power cut off completely. Mikey had struck the generator with an axe. Not on his own free will, but because the wraiths told him to. Just as they could have done to us at any moment in the motel. Add to those instances how Mia had opened the window 2 days ago and we almost perished at the claws of a werewolf, and sleep wasn't so enticing. It seemed to only happen while we were sleeping. So as long as one of us kept watch, the hypnotizing was preventable. I hated how we had to keep watch when it was dark. I just wanted the light again, the normal light. I kept my eyes on the ironing board up against those ugly curtains, wondering how much longer we had to wait until the sun rose. The sun's rising never happened all at once, as was the case before the end of the world. Nowadays, when that began, you could see the black clouds going a few shades lighter. The edges of the sky would look singed, and sometimes those clouds might even part, and you could see the filtered rays shining down on the endless snow. These sights, they gave even the most hopeless person hope. I needed hope right then. I needed it so badly that I reached for the curtains, knowing damn well there might be something out there I didn't want to see. Before I touched the rough material, a hand floated out of the darkness on my left. My stomach dropped, and if I hadn't been struck dumb with terror, I might have screamed. What zipped through my head at that moment was that one of the wraiths had somehow gotten in again without me knowing. Maybe I had been unknowingly hypnotized, and that ghostly hand meant to touch me on the forehead. It would leave a black mark between my eyes, like the ones I'd seen on the others who'd gone crazy. The hand didn't touch me. Instead, it grabbed the curtain. It wasn't a wraith or a werewolf or even a friggin' whale. It was Mikey. He leaned forward, pressing his face against the glass to look through the small opening. I almost laughed with relief. My knees felt so weak I would have involuntarily sat down on the bed if Elle hadn't been sound asleep there. "What were you doing? What's out there?" Mikey whispered. He had been on edge since his mishap, barely sleeping, constantly looking over his shoulder. Doing the latter even more than usual, I mean. His mishap no longer angered me now that I knew everyone was okay. In fact, I didn't discount the possibility that he'd been hypnotized. Sure, it seemed to happen when we were asleep. But the truth is, we didn't know the rules of these supernatural beasts, if they even had rules. I smiled uneasily. Nothing but the sun, I hope. Leaning forward again, Mikey peered out of the window. He pulled back and shook his head. "Not completely, but it's coming. Probably another hour before it's safe to get moving." "Good. Let the others sleep. They need it." "Yeah," Mikey agreed. "But are you okay, man? You were just staring at the wall." "I'm good. Steeling myself, I guess." I figured I might as well be honest. I wasn't ready to look yet. All the snow. I know it's there, but sometimes my mind convinces itself it's a dream or something, when in fact it's sunny and beautiful the way it's supposed to be. Opening the curtains and seeing the truth would shatter that. Mikey blinked slowly a few times. "Wow. Yeah, I know." "No, you just explained exactly how I feel," Mikey said. "I've never been too good at putting my thoughts into words, but yeah, it's like Schrodinger's cat or whatever." I'd heard the term before, but as to its meaning, I was clueless. I shrugged and said, "Science?" Mikey rocked his head back and forth. "Kinda. It's a thought experiment, but the original idea came from Einstein. I learned about it in philosophy class, actually. Basically, there's a cat in a sealed box with some radioactive shit or something that could kill it. As long as the box stays sealed, the cat can be alive or dead. But if you open the box, you would know whether it's dead or alive." "So with the lid on, it's both?" "Exactly. And if you open the box and it's dead, you pretty much killed it." Something like that. I don't know. I'm probably butchering it. "The cat or the explanation?" Mikey chuckled and quickly covered his mouth as he glanced at Elle on the bed and Stone on the floor. But neither of them stirred. "The explanation," Mikey answered. "It's been a long-ass time since I learned about it. I like that kind of stuff a lot more than I liked English and composition or whatever the fuck." He smiled absently. "Guess that's one of the positives of the world ending." I cocked an eyebrow. "It means I'll never have to read another stuffy old book and write essays on it. School's out forever, man." "A lot of things are." "Me? I liked English class. Some of the books we were forced to read weren't very fun or exciting, sure, but without those classes I would have never read To Kill a Mockingbird or Frankenstein, and those are two of my favorite books of all time. I didn't even struggle to write essays about them either. Problem is, for every Mockingbird or Frankenstein, there's a Scarlet Letter, Catcher in the Rye, and something by Shakespeare. All works of art I can respect, but not ones that particularly ensnared my imagination." "Mikey," I said as we stood there in silence, "you should go back to bed, catch some Z's while you still can." "I could try. You should too, man. Let me redeem myself for the other night. You never sleep." A distant voice cut him off. Both Mikey and I turned in the direction of the window. We stared at those shit-brown curtains for a long time, it seemed. My ears strained for the noise again, because I wasn't sure if it was my imagination or not. "So you heard that too?" Mikey asked. "Yeah. Sounded like someone screaming." "The wraiths?" This time I peered out from between the curtains. The snow stretched on endlessly, per usual, and the sky had taken on its rare singed hue, a sign the sun would soon make an appearance. But I saw no one. Can't be the wraiths. They couldn't survive in that light, not when a tiny candle is enough to send them fleeing. The sound came again, and this time it reached us louder and clearer. It was a man's voice, screaming, as if in great pain. Then we heard, "Help!" and that confirmed it. 4. The Man. Mikey lunged for the door, but I snagged his arm before he could grab the handle. "What are you doing?" "I'm going out there." "No, you're not," I hissed, still unconscious of the others sleeping only a few feet away. In retrospect, we were being loud as hell and they should have woken up. But the exhaustion we all had felt at this point in our journey must have been too much, even with the wraith attack so fresh in our minds. Whatever that was out there, it could be a trap or worse. I wasn't sure what I meant when I said it could have been worse than a trap, but I knew I didn't want to find out. I didn't want Mikey to find out either. Deep down, something inside told me the noise wasn't made by a wraith. But the same thing telling me that also told me it wasn't our friend. Chewie came trotting out of the adjoining bedroom, looking at us curiously. I thought he might have been a little on edge after the last time he bolted in here and saved us all from getting our guts torn out by a werewolf. Mikey raised a hand, and the dog stopped by the bathroom door. "Stay there, boy." "You both stay here," I said. "All of us stay here." "Did you not hear what I heard, Grady? That guy's in pain. We gotta help him. We don't even know how many people are left on the planet anymore. Every life mattered before the snow, but they especially matter now." I'll give Mikey this. His heart was certainly in the right place. Only, what our hearts tell us sometimes spit in the face of logic. Mikey wasn't a strong kid. Tall, yes, but not strong. The harsh conditions over the last couple of months had eaten away what little muscle he had to begin with. I should have easily been able to hold him in place, stop him from plunging out into the cold sea of snow. But he jerked away. I stumbled backwards, losing my balance, and when I tried regaining it by finding purchase on the floor, I hit Stone's sprawled legs instead. The whole thing was anything but graceful. Trying to dance around my best friend's already damaged legs didn't help my cause either, and the next thing I knew I was falling, mostly on Stone. The Woodhaven Motel's squeamish yellow carpet wasn't much for padding, and the hit knocked the air from my lungs in a heavy whoosh. If you heard me wheezing, you might have thought I had terrible asthma. I sounded like a chain smoker after trying to run a marathon. Stone shot up and yelled in a sleep-heavy voice, "Yo, what the fuck?" I was barely paying attention, too busy trying to get untangled from his blankets and get back on my feet. "Not a werewolf," I said absent-mindedly, feeling him looking at me as I inhaled and exhaled short breaths. "Grady, what did I tell you about sneaking in bed with me while I'm sleeping? It's a little weird. And you had to buy me a drink first, or—" The outside door swung open. A great gust of freezing wind blew my hair from my brow and snatched away the bit of air I'd gotten back into my lungs. Mikey plunged out into the white. I'm not sure if he closed the door behind him or if the terrible wind caught hold of it and slammed it shut. Whatever the case, it woke Elle and Mia and set Chewie off on a barking tirade. Elle screamed, nearly falling out of bed. She looked at me first, but I saw her eyes flick over to the candles, all but a few of which were still lit. "What's going on? What's happening?" She scrambled to a sitting position and pulled the covers all the way up to her nose, so just the top half of her face and her reddish hair were visible. In that moment, she looked like a frightened child hiding from a boogeyman who was glaring at her with hungry eyes through the crack in the closet door. Seeing her like that stung, but the pain was a far cry to what Elle would feel once she found out her little brother, her last surviving family member, had sprinted into the snow like an insane person. "Was that Mikey?" Stone asked incredulously. "Did Mikey just—" "Mikey?" Elle gasped. "What is he talking about?" I told them what happened while I threw on more layers of clothes. Mia waddled into the room, her sweaty hair plastered to her forehead, shouting, "It wasn't me!" "I know," I said. "Everyone just stay here. I'll go get him." Chewie was barking like crazy, pacing around the room. I could barely think. "Who the fuck is out there yelling in this?" Stone asked. Eleanor got out of the bed as Mia took her spot. She patted the torn mattress, and Chewie hopped up and rested against the swell of her belly. A few strokes later, his barking stopped, but the fear and uncertainty stayed in his bulging eyes. "Mikey went to go help someone in the snow," I told Mia, who'd missed the explanation as I bent down and cinched the knots on my boots tighter. A pair of snowshoes would have made me feel better about heading out, but the longer I messed around, the farther from the motel Mikey got, which meant we'd both be exposed to the freezing temperatures and whatever else lurked in the semi-darkness for longer than I intended. Mia gasped. "What?" Her free hand covered her open mouth. Moisture welled in her eyes. I didn't think this was from still being sleepy either. "Mikey lost his shit and decided to run out into the snow," Stone repeated for me. "He's trying to be a hero, but he's too young to know only dumbasses are heroes, and I'd bet my right nut that whatever screamed ain't human." Now off the bed and shrugging into another coat, Eleanor visibly winced as Stone's words registered. I ground my teeth. Shit, I was losing my cool. That wasn't something that happened to me often. Seeing Eleanor react as if the words were punches and slaps instead of sounds took me over the edge, and I couldn't help myself. I turned to my best friend and shouted, "Stone, shut the hell up!" My voice shattered the air. made Chewie whimper and Mia jump. Even Elle was looking at me like I was a completely different person. The regret hit soon after, and I wished I hadn't shouted. I don't lash out, it's not my thing. I'm a cool, calm type of dude, even under extreme circumstances such as these. But I had slipped up. Stone looked at me and said, "Sorry, dude, I shouldn't have said that." I apologized too. Hello?" Elle said. "What about my little brother?" She was zipping her second jacket up. "Right," I said, reaching into the bag at the foot of the bed and grabbing a can of off and one of the lighters. Elle squeezed in next to me and grabbed her own. "Elle, no, just stay here. Grady?" I sighed. "I know I can't stop you, but he's gonna be okay. I'm gonna bring him right back." Stone cleared his throat. "I'll stay behind, to protect Mia and Chewie." Rolling her eyes, Mia said, "More like the other way around, dude." Just as I was about to ask Eleanor if she was ready, she pushed past me and through the door. The outside world was a nightmare despite the budding light behind the pressing black clouds. The haze hung heavily in the air. I could just make out the distant gazebo, its shape, but that was all. The words written on its roof were gone, buried by the falling snow. Eleanor was over the sloping mound just outside the motel door, and I rushed to catch up with her. As I sank and settled on the frozen layer, the snow reached below my waist. "Wait!" I called to Elle, who was still trucking ahead. The wind snatched my voice. I doubted she heard me. If she had, I doubted she would have slowed down. I quickened my pace, even though moving was nearly impossible already. It was like running through quicksand, but worse. No matter how many layers I wore, no matter how zipped up and closed off I was from the elements, the snow found a way to get inside my clothes. And once it touched my skin, I felt the nerves there dying. I caught up to Eleanor after much struggle. Her head was down against the blowing wind. The flakes didn't so much as fall now, as they pummeled us from the east. It was like constantly getting hit by a stream of throwing darts. "There!" Elle shouted as we passed the gazebo. She pointed between two snow-covered buildings. One was long and narrow, a sign on its facade a faded green, probably lit up once upon a time. I couldn't make out the words. The other building was a small cube, like the insurance place we'd stayed at before coming to Woodhaven. In the alleyway were two figures. One stood over the other. I recognized the one standing as Mikey. "Michael!" Elle shouted, trudging through the snow. I held the can of bug spray and the lighter in my numbed hands, but I wasn't sure I'd be able to flick the wheel and get a flame when the time came. "Over here!" Mikey called back. I heard the other figure as we got closer. I couldn't tell if the person was male or female through the haze yet, but they were moaning low, voice thick with pain. "I need help," Mikey said. The question of the stranger's gender was answered as I entered the alleyway. It was a man. I caught a decent glimpse of him around Mikey. The man had a long, snow-crusted beard. Judging by the streaks of gray in that beard, he was older. Maybe somewhere in his late 40s to mid-50s. He sat against the faded brick wall. Garbage can lids were strapped to his feet. Over a puffy green jacket, he wore a tattered peacoat. The hat atop his head had Woodhaven Police stitched across the front. A policeman. I thought that was a good sign, but then again, the Wraiths couldn't exactly be arrested, could they? Law and order, along with the logical rules of the universe, had gone out the window as soon as the summer blizzards began. "What's wrong with him?" Elle asked. The man shifted, trying to bring the leg obscured by Mikey's body upward, and as he moved, he cried out in pain. I didn't have long to wonder why, because the answer presented itself. But I wished it hadn't. An icicle was jutting out of the man's right thigh. I'm not talking about a normal-sized icicle either. This thing looked like the spire atop the Empire State Building. It must have fallen from the overhanging roof of the drugstore, which was only about 20 feet high, and got him deep. Luckily, it looked like it went clean through the side of his leg, which, in my opinion, was a lot better than if it had gone through the middle of his thigh. Still, I imagined it hurt like hell. Blood frothed around the wound's opening and spilled out into the snow, which absorbed it hungrily. I had some experience in first aid, but this was far beyond my experience. The very sight of the injury made me squeamish. "Can you move?" Elle asked the man. He stifled a sob. "No, don't think so." "We gotta get it out of there," I said. Elle looked at me. "It'll melt, right? His body heat will melt it and it'll just fall out?" Her voice sounded hopeful. I didn't knock her logic. Under normal circumstances, that might have been the case, but these were far from normal circumstances. "He'll freeze to death before that happens," I said in a low voice. The man tried stifling another sob, but this time couldn't. The sound reminded me of a dying animal. "Just pull it," the man shouted. "Just yank the damn thing out." The three of us, Elle, Mikey, and I, exchanged a look. Elle stepped back and shook her head, and though Mikey hadn't, his face was unsure. Which left me. So I took the Band-Aid approach. No announcement, no countdown, no nothing. In one quick motion, I just grabbed the icicle, allowing myself a half a second to take in how thick it was, like the trunk of a small tree, and I pulled it with all the strength I had left in my body. The man's low moans changed into high-pitched screams. Then they tapered off as he craned his head up at me, holding the chunk of ice in both hands. The end that had stabbed through his pants and flesh was as sharp as a blade, and it dripped with his blood. The man stayed staring at it for a few moments. Then his eyelids fluttered, his eyes rolled to the back of his head, and he slipped down to a half-reclined, undoubtedly uncomfortable position. Is he dead?" Elle whispered. "Unconscious," I answered. "Too bad he couldn't have fainted before I pulled it out." Mikey said, "We can't leave him here to die. We got to take him back." I nodded, and then bent to examine the wound. Blood leaked from it like water from a busted pipe. The sight of it made me grit my teeth. "Elle, let me see your scarf." She pulled it from around her face and handed it my way without hesitation. I tied it tightly around the man's leg, hoping to stop the bleeding. After that, I slid one of his arms around my neck. This wasn't an easy task in the snow, as our combined weight made us sink deeper than usual. "Can you lend me a hand, Mikey?" He bent down on the other side and got the man's arm around his own shoulders. I told Elle to start heading back, clear a spot for the guy in the room. "We'll be right behind you." She went, and Mikey and I got to our feet. Again, not an easy task. I saw more icicles hanging from the gutters running along the side of the roof, their deathly sharp tips waiting to impale. I couldn't get away fast enough. The trip was no more than a quarter of a mile, but the wind blew harsher this way, nearly knocking us off balance with every gust. We made it back maybe 20 or so minutes later. By that time, the muted sun shone through the thinner-than-usual dark clouds. Even their color wasn't as black and dense as before, I thought. I don't know. It could have been wishful thinking. Elle had laid a blanket and a couple of pillows on the motel room's floor. Mikey and I set him down there. The scarf, along with the cold, seemed to have slowed the flow of blood, but the scarf was ruined now, completely soaked red. Stone and Mia looked at the man in equal parts fear and curiosity. "What happened?" Mia asked, and we told her. "Unlucky bastard," Stone added. I said, "We're all a bit unlucky." We sat around in silence and waited for the man to regain consciousness. He started moaning again about 2 minutes later, his head nodding back and forth. He stopped and opened his eyes wide, taking in the strangers surrounding him. Where am I? I squatted next to him. Woodhaven Motel. How are you feeling? Like shit? That's definitely understandable. The man's eyes settled on Mikey, and he grinned a resplendent grin. Thank you, son. Without you, I'd be dead. Mikey's already red cheeks turned slightly redder. Yeah, it was no problem. The man laughed. No problem? Son, I owe you my life. You're a hero. You're all heroes. His name was Robert J. Ballard, and he had lived in Woodhaven for most of his years. Though, long as I've been here, I've never set foot in this motel, he added with a shudder. And wouldn't, even if you paid me $1 million. Not a lot of people ever do, or did. Fellow who owned the place was a creep. People around here avoided him like the plague. He had managed to get to his feet with the help of Mikey and I, but his injured leg buckled on him a few times until Mia offered him a broom she'd found in the bathroom closet. The broom helped him steady himself, and he seemed grateful for that. Certainly won't be running any marathons soon, will I? If there ever are marathons again, that is. Supposed to be one here at the end of summer, big deal, like the 4th is in this town. I always sign up to pass out cups of water on the sidelines. Probably sounds boring, but let me tell you, it's a hoot. Bob closed his eyes and frowned. Looks like I won't be doing that this year. Not 'cause of the leg, I mean, but 'cause everyone here is dead. Maybe I should have written that on the gazebo instead. He said this last sentence mostly to himself. Wait, you wrote that message on the gazebo? Elle asked. The man sat down heavily on the foot of the bed. He glanced at the shreds in the mattress, picked at the yellowing foam, but didn't mention it. Shredded mattresses must have been expected in the Woodhaven Motel. As Ballard flicked the foam from between his fingers, Chewy came out of his hiding spot in the bathroom and sniffed curiously at the man's wound. When Ballard extended a hand for Chewy to sniff instead, the dog almost growled the way he had when the Wraith got into the motel room the other night. Robert laughed and smacked his lips together in a kissing motion. Come here, Poochie, I won't hurt you. Chewy wasn't buying it. He snarled, then ran toward Mikey. If his tail had been long enough, I imagine it would have been tucked between his legs the whole way. Mikey said, He's a little shy sometimes, don't mind him. Offering a blindingly white grin, Ballard replied, I don't blame him one bit. You gotta be leery of strangers, especially now. He looked over each of us. Which begs the question, can I trust you all? Stone chuckled, and though I remained quiet, I couldn't help but find the question funny. Was this guy serious? We'd just saved his life. Relax, I'm only pulling your leg. Ballard broke out in thunderous laughter. We laughed with him. A little uncomfortably at first, but as he kept it going, the uncomfortableness vanished. Ballard's laugh was infectious. When you heard it, you couldn't help but smile and chuckle to yourself no matter what mood you were in. Just don't pull my leg, but if you absolutely have to, yank on the one that doesn't currently have a big-ass gouge in it. He turned to Eleanor. And yes, ma'am, to answer your question, I wrote that message. Hope alighted in all of us. I could see it on the faces of the others and feel it on mine. Is it true? Elle asked. Is there food and medicine, Mr. Ballard? We really need it. Her eyes drifted toward Mia. Ballard shrugged. Was at one point, not anymore. Like I said, everyone but me is dead. Another grin. But please, call me Bob. The momentary happiness deflated from the room. I hated seeing the hurt in my friend's eyes. So I cleared my throat and spoke up. Wait, have you been there? Is that stuff still at the town center? Bob shook his head. Nope. Checked it out myself a few weeks back. He made a face like he had just bit into a lemon. I saw a lot of good people lying dead on the floor. It was a bloodbath. Damn shame, too. What happened? Stone asked. Did the wraiths get 'em or what? What do you think, genius? Mia said, flashing warning eyes toward Stone. Bob was obviously hurt about what happened, but he waved a hand. It's all right. I don't mind filling you in. Thing is, I can't say what happened for sure. I imagine what happened to the people up at the town center was the same thing that happened to the people all over Woodhaven, all over the world. They were killed, be it from the dark things or the crazies they produce when they get a hold of us. It makes no difference, does it? I'm sorry, Stone said. No, I'm sorry, Bob replied. Should have covered that sign up while I had the chance, so I wouldn't give any wanderers false hope. Ran out of paint before I could, and Sherwin-Williams quit delivering, unfortunately, if they ever had in the first place. I chuckled at his joke, but mostly out of politeness. Everyone else was doing enough laughing to make up for me. I saw Elle holding a hand over her mouth as she did. It was a self-conscious thing. She told me about it one quiet night at Helga's. As a freshman in high school, she wore braces, but before the braces went on, the orthodontist fitted the roof of her mouth with an expander. I had no idea what that was. And when she explained it to me as a metal contraption with a little hole you put a key in and crank to slowly expand your palate, I thought it sounded more like a torture device. I had the biggest gap in my front teeth you'd ever seen, she had said. I could fit a slice of bread through it, and then some. A weird visual, to be sure, but it got us laughing so hard we had to actually cover our mouths not to wake the others up. She told me she wore braces for nearly 3 years. They gave her a retainer after they came off, a cheap plastic thing she was supposed to wear nearly 24 hours a day. Naturally, as the rebellious teenager she claimed to have been, Elle barely wore them, and her teeth went slightly back to their old ways, of course. By then, the thing didn't even fit right anymore. I told her she was being cuckoo, and she had proved my point by grabbing my hand, shoving my fingers in her mouth, and mumbling, "Feel them." I did, and they felt pretty straight to me, looked even better. I told her she was perfect and beautiful, and not to worry about what others thought. But my compliments and advice apparently hadn't stuck. It wouldn't until she believed it herself, and I believe that's one of life's universal truths. The laughter subsided a few moments later. Bob had achieved what I could never do, and that was to get everyone's mind off the reality of our situation by cracking a few funny jokes. Maybe I was a bit jealous, the same way I was about Stone winning second funniest in middle school. I don't know. But I became the things Mia often told me I was. A buzzkill. The rain on the parade, the stick in the mud, well, you get it. I brought the conversation back down from its momentary high point to a more serious discussion. Bob, how long has everyone been gone? I asked. He answered with a question of his own. How long has the snow been falling? I had no answer for that. It seemed the snow had been falling for years. Each grueling minute spent in the cold and dark had a way of stretching on for an eternity. In truth, it had only been a couple of months, if that. But with no way to differentiate day from night, I wasn't sure if we were in September or October or even 2020 anymore. Yeah, friend, I don't know either, Bob said, as if reading my mind. Weren't a lot of people living in Woodhaven, not really, but there were a lot of out-of-towners when the first storms hit on July 4th. He sat up straighter and leaned forward, slumping over his knees like he was about to vomit. That didn't happen, thankfully, and instead continued talking in a low, almost shaky voice. See, around this time every year, we have a big Independence Day festival. This year, the 4th happened to fall on a weekend, so they extended it from the usual 2-day celebration to a 3-day shebang. Festival never got to properly get going, sadly. I always look forward to that damn thing. My brother brings his kids over from Pittsburgh, and we spend the day chowing down on red meat and sipping lemonade and the entire evening and part of the night at the parade. Little Anna, my niece, loved the floats as much as she loved the elephant ears. Of course, the mounds of powdered sugar heaped on top of the fried dough played a big part in that. Probably gave them a slight edge. Bob shook his head. I know what you're thinking. And they didn't make it either. At least I don't think so. They left Friday night soon as the snow started falling. My brother, he's always been a bit of a conspiracy freak. Aliens, Bigfoot, Loch Ness Monster, that sort of thing. Soon as we got summer snow, he started going on about getting back home before the flying saucers swooped down and stuck probes up our asses. He laughed at that, too. Tried to convince me to come with him, too. I probably should have. Then I'd at least know what happened. He took a deep breath, held it a moment, and let it go. But, gun to my head, I'd say they're most likely dead. I'm sorry, man, Mia said. We've been served up a big old shit sandwich, that's for sure. With a grin that betrayed the sadness I expected Bob was probably burying, he looked at Mia and said, Mia, if you don't mind me asking, how far along are you? Mia rubbed her belly with both hands. She reminded me of a fortune teller warming up her giant crystal ball. 8 months and counting. Bob whistled. So any day now, huh? Feels like I should have had her last year. Mia sighed. I can't tell you how tough it's been. I couldn't imagine. Which is why we were hoping there were medical supplies and people at the town center, Eleanor said. We need all the help we can get. Bob nodded his understanding. I've got a house not too far from here. It's big enough for all of us, and I've got some food and a little medicine. Nothing more than your regular garden variety Advil and Tylenol, but I'm sure a couple of us could make a jaunt out to the nearest hospital before this young lady, for lack of a better term, pops. Definitely find better supplies there. Maybe a doc if we're lucky. That is, if you're planning on sticking around. We all looked at Mia, waiting for an answer. She stared back at us, unsure. What? It's your call, I said. Well, I sure as shit don't want to have my baby in some mangy hotel room. You'll be taken care of, I promise, Bob assured her. Then, yeah, why the hell not? Bob flashed that winning grin again. Great, it's settled. Oh, thank God, Stone whispered. I can't take any more travel. I smiled at him, but a bad feeling had settled in the pit of my stomach. I wasn't sure why, but I ignored it as best as I could. Then Bob got off the bed, and this distracted me enough to ignore the pain altogether. He put a foot down to test how much weight he could handle on his bad leg. I expected him to cry out and collapse, but he stayed on his feet. To me, at least, that seemed impossible. I raised my hands to steady him as I stepped forward. You got it? Yep, feeling a little better now, thank you kindly. That's great to hear, Elle said. That whole thing was pretty nasty. Mikey, I still think you're a dumbass for running out in the snow and the dark. But if you hadn't, Mr. Ballard would have... Bob, he corrected. And I would have become the thing that nearly killed me, an icicle. More much-needed laughter followed. Bob took a few small strides to keep the good mood going, each step more gingerly than the last. I thought he moved pretty well. Almost too well, considering the brutality of his injury. Wow, Mikey shouted. That's amazing. Bob chuckled. I've always had a pretty good tolerance for pain. As a little boy, the doc could give me a shot and I wouldn't even flinch. I thought of the wraith's projection of the doctor that had attacked me at Helga's, and closed my eyes, trying to push the image away. When I opened them, and I might have imagined this, it seemed that Bob was looking my way, and that his eyes lingered on me a second too long. I met his gaze. He focused on someone else, the smile never wavering. "I know it's bad out there," Bob said, "but I think there's a damn good argument for it being worse in here." He gave an exaggerated shudder. "Don't even want to think about the types that used to frequent these rooms. Hey, I'll take a hooker and junkie motel over the snow and the monsters any day, my friend," Stone said. Eleanor mumbled her disgust at this vivid yet fitting description. Bob raised a finger. "Then you're a braver man than me. But why suffer here when we can get on up to my place? Sun's shining. It's a beautiful day." I was leaning on the wall, waiting for the others. We were finishing getting our stuff packed into the snowmobiles. The wall's wood paneling buckled beneath my weight, and a piece of it curled backwards. Unsurprisingly, it wasn't real. I pushed the piece back in its place, but it didn't stay. Go figure. Bob, no longer able to stand or help out much, sat in a cheap fold-out chair. I caught his attention. "You know, I never asked what you were doing out in all of this." "Yeah," Stone added, dragging a few plastic bags full of junk in one hand, using his 2x4 as a cane in the other. "It was still pretty dark out." Bob smiled. "Those things, the monsters, hate any kind of light. As soon as the sun pokes through the clouds, you're in the clear. I heard your snowmobiles before we had that long dark spell. If you haven't noticed, it's quieter than a morgue out here. I think someone could hear those engines from Canada. If the wind wasn't always blowing so hard, I mean. I heard the engines however many days ago and hadn't heard them since, so I figured you saw the sign and you had to be staying somewhere in town. That made me feel a bit guilty. Many men can live with guilt on their minds, but not me. No way. I had to come down and right my wrong. That's all. But a certain icicle kinda put a damper on that idea." He patted just above the bloody scarf. I nodded. "Did I pass your interrogation?" "Yeah, Grady," Mikey called from the adjoining room where he was helping Mia pack. "Leave Bob alone." "Just being cautious." Bob winked. Yeah, I get it. No hard feelings." "How long of a trip is it?" I asked. Bob weighed the question a moment, tapping his teeth with an index finger. Some blood had crusted under the nail, dark red. "Hard to say with the fresh snow. Not more than an hour, 30 minutes, if your sleds are as powerful as they sound. It'll be a tight fit. Not a long trip. The huddling together will keep us nice and toasty," Bob said. Stone flashed a glare. His "don't fuck this up" stare. "Relax, man. If I stay in this icebox motel any longer, I'm going to lose my nuts to frostbite. Is that what you want?" Elle leaned on me from behind. She planted a warm kiss on my cheek. "We can make it work, Grady, can't we?" "Yeah, we'll have to," I said. "Good." Eleanor frowned at Stone. "And, dude, please stop talking about your balls." "If I don't, who will? I mean, someone has to." "No, they really don't," Elle said. The whole exchange got Bob braying laughter again. I didn't join in this time. I didn't even smile. Listen, it's easy for me to say I had a bad feeling about Bob Ballard now, after everything that had happened. You may not believe me, but I'm telling you the truth. There was something off about the guy, majorly off. I just couldn't put my finger on it. You may think to yourself, well, Grady, if you had a bad feeling about him, why the hell didn't you say something? Why didn't you pack up and get as far away from that god-awful town as possible while you still could? And those would be simple questions, so I'll give you a simple answer. But to understand it, you'll have to put yourself in our shoes. We were cold, scared, hungry, confused, and always looking over our shoulders, especially after what had happened on Prism Lake. Then, out of nowhere, we met a man who had survived here since the onset of the storms, who was offering us warmth, comfort, food, and shelter. If I had gone against popular opinion, the others would have lost their minds. You know why? Because we thought we had found the solution to all of our problems. Now, I'm not a fan of spoilers, but I'll give you one here. Bob Ballard wasn't the solution. He was far from it. His place was nice, I'll give him that. It sat at the top of a hill in an even nicer neighborhood. His house was the smallest on the block. But that was like saying an A-class was the smallest Mercedes. No matter the size, you were still driving around in a Benz. Mia and I parked the snowmobiles in his garage next to his truck. Then we all got out and waited for Bob to direct us. Despite the terrible cold. Worse and worse every time the wind blew. Waiting seemed the polite thing to do. Bob had part of the driveway and a long walkway leading up to the front door semi-clear, but the snow was still falling. If it kept up, all he cleared would be covered soon, and I doubted he could shovel in his condition, despite his near-miraculous recovery from a very gruesome injury. Inside, a smell hung in the air. It's no secret the houses of strangers have their own scent. The occupants don't notice unless they've been away for a while, and when they come back they don't understand why the whole place reeks of cat urine or old food lodged in the kitchen drain. That's not to say the scent is always bad. It can be a million different things. In my own experience, I've come across houses smelling like vanilla candles, cigarette smoke, mold, fresh-baked goodies, wet dog, or even something similar to the midnight lilac air freshener Stone had prepared to use as a weapon at the BP. The scent in Bob's house, though. I had never come across anything like it before. It was a wet kind of smell, yet it reminded me slightly of burning leaves in the fall. It was sweet, almost sickeningly so. Think cheap perfume sprayed around an overflowing trash can to hide the stench. Not wholly unpleasant, no, but not something I would want lingering around, that's for sure. Soon, however, the cold air overtook that weird scent, and I momentarily forgot about it. Had it stuck around, what I saw when I walked through the door would have taken my mind off it. There were clocks on the living room and kitchen walls. Tons of them, crammed together from the floor to the ceiling. Weird clocks, normal clocks, cuckoo clocks, cat clocks. They all told a different time, and I'm not talking about what you would have seen at a Fortune 500 company, London, New York, Tokyo, and so on. These wrong times held no rhyme, reason, or purpose. I found it pretty fucking eerie. Stone mumbled as we followed Bob through the kitchen and into the living room. Bob said, "You like them?" Mia gave an answer, and I hoped Bob hadn't caught the sarcasm in her voice. "Yeah, they're great. Blame my dad for them. He got me hooked on it when I was just a little tyke." "How does one get hooked on clocks?" Mikey asked. I thought it was a fair question. "Well, he was a watchmaker. Worked out of the garage. Not this garage, but not far from here either. I'd come down in the mornings before school and see him tinkering with the little gears, the magnifying glasses on his face making his eyes look like twin moons. And then around 3 in the afternoon when I came home, he'd be in the same spot, doing the same thing." A couch was set on each side of the living room. Between them flowed a sea of sandy yellow-colored shag carpet. I doubted that was the color it had originally been. A fireplace was set in the far left wall if you were coming from the kitchen. A medium-sized flat-screen TV hung above the mantel, where more clocks, some nearly as big as the television, battled your eye for attention. Bob limped across the carpet, making no sound, and grabbed one from off the wall. It was in the shape of a sailboat. He turned it over and popped the back open. Then, like a man brandishing something so valuable your audience has no choice but to be excited about, he waved the clock around at waist level to give us a good look. The image of Mia's deceased ex-boyfriend Billy filled my head. The way he was lying there in the snow with all his guts hanging out, exposed. The inner workings of the human body weren't meant to be seen. Maybe clocks were the same way. See how intricate they are? It's a beautiful thing, the inside of a clock. They don't use electricity either, which means they'll keep running as long as you keep winding them up. How perfect is that for the world we live in now? He brought his fingers to his lips and kissed them, a gesture I'd seen in many an Italian gangster movie. I know. You think I'm crazy. But when my father passed, I couldn't bring myself to throw them out. I hung them up as a tribute to my old man. He wiped his eye with the back of one hand. Besides, you gotta admit, they're pretty cool, eh? Nifty, Elle said. Do you mind if I sit? She shrugged out of her top winter coat, shivered, thought better of it, and put it back over her shoulders. The warmth in the house was a far cry from the temperature outside, but it was still chilly. Oh, my, where are my manners? Yes, please sit. Me castle is your castle. Or whatever that saying is. Bob clapped his hands together. I'm rambling, aren't I? I'm sorry, I've just been starving for human-to-human conversation. I haven't seen a living soul for a long time. How long? Stone asked, as he settled onto the couch. Bob raised a finger. Hang on a minute. Let me get the fire going. Once the flames were dancing and he was sitting on the couch, Bob told us about the soldier with one arm. Well, let's see. Bob stroked his beard. This had to be about 3 weeks ago. I'd been keeping a tally on the calendar, gave up right around then. Anyway, I forget the exact date, but I'd never forget the fella on account of him being an amputee. He tapped his left arm with his right hand. He had no arm? Mikey said. Yep, Bob said. Somewhere in the Middle East fighting right after 9/11. He was only passing through Woodhaven on his way south. Talked about some refugee camps he heard about on the radio. Cities of Light, Mia shouted, nearly jumping from her spot on the couch opposite Bob, Elle, and I. She probably would have jumped had she been a few months less pregnant. Yeah, Bob said. That's what he called it, I think. Sounded like a bunch of horse crap to me, so I asked him what stations he was getting, 'cause I wasn't getting anything but static and silence over here. And the fella told me he heard it on one of those religious channels. I don't know, Jesus Christ Superstar or some crap like that. Bob waved a hand. I always tuned right by those guys, believe you me. They're meant to inspire hope, but with the pastor or reverend or whoever it is babbling all that into the world nonsense, it just made me feel hopeless. I agreed, remembering back to when Stone and I struck out for his van the first snowy night on the lake. What happened? Eleanor asked. With the one-armed vet? She nodded. Well, I invited him back here. He stayed over a couple nights, good company, and a hell of a chess player. But then he said he had to get going. I tried to talk him out of his fool's crusade and ultimately failed. So, if I had to guess, he's buried under the snow with the rest of them. That brought on a grim image, but hey, no big deal, my head was full of them. Poor dude, Stone said, shaking his head. A vet, too. A true hero, Bob said. That made me think of Jonas. A vet himself, now gone. I miss the third musketeer more than I missed the sun. Bob raised his head and smiled. But hey, I tried. Elle leaned over and patted his shoulder. Short of tying him up and holding him hostage, you couldn't do much. Know what? You're right. I kept him fed, watered, and warm. Even revealed a few of my chess secrets to him. I hope he's using them at the Bright City or whatever. The grin reappeared on his face. Besides, I've got you all now. I think that calls for a celebration. He tried standing, but Elle stopped him before he made it. "Rest easy, Bob," she said. "I was just going to see if I had some wine or champagne we could drink. When Bobby Ballard celebrates, he celebrates." "I'll get it," I offered. "You're a saint, Grady. Should be in the fridge. If not, then one of the cupboards nearby." I left just as Stone said in a low, conspiratorial voice, "Hey, Bob, you ever watch Tom and Jerry?" Glad to be away from that conversation. I searched the fridge and the cabinets, making sure to take extra long so I wouldn't have to hear about Stone's hatred of an animated mouse. I found no wine or champagne, but Bob was well stocked on food and water. I noticed it was no longer cold inside with the fire going and radiating out through the house. And suddenly the bad feelings I had gotten earlier were fading. Maybe we could make this work. When I came back to the living room empty-handed, Stone was flailing his arms around as he described how he, if he were Tom the cat, would have handled that little rat bastard. His words, not mine. I quite liked Jerry, and Tom, for that matter. "Nada," I said. "Nothing," Bob said with disappointment in his voice. I shook my head. "There's wine in the snowmobiles," Elle said. "There is?" I questioned. She flashed a guilty smile. "I snuck some from the BP. What can I say? The end of the world has turned me into a drunk." Stone bowed to her. "You're a saint, Eleanor." "I'll go grab it," I said. "The garage door's down the hall, around the corner there, and to the right," Bob said. "Be careful, the knob sticks a bit." As I left, Mia's fading voice, dripping with sarcasm, I should add, followed. "Yay! More shit I can't drink." The house was more twisty than I anticipated. Winding corridors gave way to more winding corridors. I went down one, found no corner, got turned around, and before I knew it, I was lost. Instead of owning up to my failed ability to follow directions, thanks, testosterone, I tried retracing my steps. As I did this, I passed a few rooms I hadn't noticed before. I stopped here, and I know I shouldn't have done it. I eased the door to one open. I don't know what I expected to see. A few bodies hanging from meat hooks, or a room full of collectible ventriloquist dummies, maybe. Surely not this. It was like looking at a display in a department store. The sheets were smooth and untouched. Wasn't even a slight dent in either of the two pillows. Nothing littered the floor, like clothes or a misplaced slipper, and a thick layer of dust covered the top of the nightstand. I stepped inside, also knowing I shouldn't, and I opened the top drawer of the dresser since it stood closest to the door. It was empty, so were the other two, as well as the drawers of the nightstand. Not a stray battery or a cough drop in sight. Laughter drifted from the living room and echoed down the hall. I would have snooped around a little longer, but if Bob had anything to hide, he'd no doubt wonder about the length of my absence. All I was supposed to do was go to the garage, not take a tour. Then again, if he had something to hide, I doubted he'd let me go wandering around his house in the first place. Back in the hallway, I headed for the other room because why the hell not? I almost turned around, but the voice in the back of my mind told me not to. Finding out something I wasn't supposed to find out could have been the difference between life and death. But a different voice told me I was being an idiot. The way this voice saw it, Bob was a single dude whose home was bigger than his lifestyle. Of course he'd have a spare bedroom. Most houses did. I told the latter voice to shut up, and I crept down the hall to do some more exploring. Before I could, however, the floor creaked, making me spin around and collide with something hard. It was Bob. He spoke in a tone as cold as the wind outside. "You lost, Grady?" 5. Small talk. I chuckled a bit nervously and smiled, It all felt very false. Yeah, a little lost. I must have turned down the wrong hallway." Bob frowned as he crossed his arms over his chest. I could still hear the laughter of the others from the front room. Good, they were okay. For some reason, I had this terrible image in my mind of Bob cutting us up and using our severed limbs to make the numbers of a clock face. Would he have enough to reach 1 through 12? Maybe. Probably, if he got creative, but where he'd hang us, I had no idea. "Need me to walk you there?" "Just a point in the right direction would be fine," I said. "That didn't work the first time, now did it?" "Grade." I cringed at the nickname. No one had called me Grade since my high school gym teacher, a megalomaniac whose lot in life was to torture me. Such ways of torture consisted of making me do push-ups until I about puked, run laps until I about puked, and climb rope until, you guessed it, I about puked. Despite my old gym teacher being a colossal prick, I never got the kind of vibes from him like the ones I was getting from Bob Ballard. What those vibes were exactly was still a question I had no answer to at that point. I wanted to grab the others and run away, but what if I was wrong? Then we'd be out in the snow and the darkness, hunted by monsters and wolves, all while trying to find a place for Mia to safely give birth. It was a chance I wasn't willing to take. "You all right, Grade?" I cringed again. Yeah, I'm all right." I pointed to the unused room across from me. "Is this where we'll be staying?" "If you'd like. I'll definitely have to reinforce the bars on the windows before—" "I can do it, no problem." "Good, thank you, Grade. But with the wraiths, as you call them, I just call them sons of bitches, excuse my French, acting the way they've been acting, maybe we need to all stick together in the same place. As long as we have someone on watch at all times, I think we'll be fine." "Maybe," Bob said. "Or perhaps we could stay in the living room." The idea of being surrounded by all those weird clocks didn't sit well with me. Some of them had abstract faces on them, slitted eyes, disproportioned noses and mouths and large teeth. They were like the demented funhouse version of the way a clock was supposed to be, and frankly, they gave me the heebie-jeebies. Underneath that was a more immediate fear of Bob, though I refused to outright admit that to myself. If he had evil plans in store, he'd want to separate us, pick us off one by one, right? We might have been an odd group of survivors, a half-handicapped dude, a pregnant chick, a girl recovering from a head injury, a teenager, a dog with fishbowl eyes and a tendency to stick out his bottom teeth and a crooked smile, and me, the firefighter who was scared of fire. But we outnumbered Bob 6-1 if you counted Chewy, and I did because beneath that scruffy beard were a couple of long and sharp canines that could cut deep. Bob would have to be crazy to want to mess with us. But what if he is? "Grady!" Elle called from the living room. "Hurry up!" "Mama needs her medicine," Stone shouted. "Don't call me Mama, you freak." Bob chuckled. The sound lacked even a hint of humor. I smiled awkwardly. "Better grab the wine." Bob slapped me on the back of one arm. "Well then, hurry up, pal." He gave me a shove down the way I had come, though the strength behind it made it anything but friendly, and I was stumbling back toward the living room. I turned around, expecting to see Bob there with his hands on his hips, smiling like a serial killer. But he was moving toward the bathroom. The door closed behind him a few seconds after. It was only later that I replayed his walk in my head. How he stepped on his bad leg as if there was no pain there at all. If you've ever suffered a puncture wound injury, I don't care if it was a knife, a huge icicle, or a splinter, then you know how once you pull it out, relief immediately floods your body. Still, after a few hours' time, The injured part becomes sore as hell. Bob showed no sign of soreness. Almost no sign his leg had been skewered at all. Maybe he really did possess a superhuman pain tolerance, and I hoped for this to be the explanation more than I believed it, maybe he had some pain meds he was holding out on us. If there was a third, more sinister option, my brain refused to acknowledge it. "I'm getting the stuff," I shouted toward the living room. I found the garage pretty easily, grabbed the wine, and started for the house again. I stopped abruptly and went back to the snowmobile. Not to flee, no. To get through this, I'd need something a little stronger than wine. I'd need a couple of candy bars. Bob had a generator, but it paled in comparison to the one at Helga's lake house. His place was too big and would take too much fuel to heat it anyway. We huddled around the hearth, drinking up the warmth with glasses of chilled wine in our hands. With the proper ventilation system, it was nice not having to inhale a bunch of smoke like we had in the gas station with our bucket fire. My lungs were probably as dark as the sky at this point. Oh well, I was alive. But I wouldn't say I was completely at peace. Not the way I had been at Helga's, and not even close to the way I'd felt when the world was normal, but this was a step in the right direction. Instead of going backwards, we were going forward. Bob was weird, so what? He at least gave us what we needed, and that was worth the weirdness. Things had an excellent chance of picking up for us, I thought, and that was good. As the sunlight inevitably waned a few hours or so after we settled into Bob's house, and a forced night strangled the world again, we drank, and we drank. Stone, Elle, and I, that is. Mikey had a few sips here and there with Elle's permission, but he said he didn't like the taste much. Of course, Mia couldn't have any, and she sulked because of this. We dined on frozen waffles, heated on a skillet over the fire. No syrup, but that was okay. Throughout the meal, we talked. Bob did most of the talking, however. When one of us got rolling, he'd interrupt and steer the conversation to a subject he was more knowledgeable about. No one minded, at least not that I could tell, but it irked me to no end. Right when I would steel myself to speak up about it, the calm voice in my head told me to relax. Like everything else, I was blowing it out of proportion, making something small big. I noticed he barely touched his food. I don't think he noticed me noticing, but he explained himself regardless. "Never was a fan of Eggo. At least with syrup they're manageable. I'd pop out and grab some if the light was out." He shrugged. "The wraiths don't really come here anyway. I know you guys were attacked in the motel, Mikey told me. But I can count how many I've seen since they tore through town at the beginning on one hand." Elle, slurring her words a bit, said, "Really, that's great." "Yep, I'm not worth the trouble to them, I think. And I'm completely okay with that. Doesn't mean we can go gallivanting in the dark, but I feel safe here in the sticks." "This ain't the sticks," Mia said. "I know the sticks." "Well, tell that to our neighbors in Northington," Bob replied with a chuckle, an obvious Woodhaven inside joke none of us were privy to. If all the citizens of Woodhaven were in fact dead, did it still count as an inside joke without anyone quote-unquote inside to share it with? "I know the sticks too," Elle said. "Grady's stick." She suddenly reached down and squeezed me below the belt. I nearly jumped out of my skin, more embarrassed than shocked. Mikey, sitting across from us and next to Mia, doubled over and made a sound like he was hacking up a hairball. Okay, I said, standing up. Eleanor rose with me, mostly because she was hanging on my arm. "You're cut off, sweetheart." Mikey continued his fake hacking. Elle collapsed to her knees on the carpet and began rubbing Chewy's belly. "It was just a joke. Chill. You got the joke, didn't you, Chewy?" "Yes, you did. Yes, you did." Stone leaned over and whispered to Bob, "Sorry about her. She doesn't know how to handle her liquor." He signed a pair of scissors with his index and middle fingers. Cut her off. "And you do?" Elle said, gasping like a B-movie actress. There wasn't much left, but I took the wine into the kitchen and hid it in one of the cabinets. "Better than you, yeah," Stone said. "Drinking contest," Mikey shouted as I came back and sat on the couch. "Please, anything to get what Elle said out of my head. Might have to get a whatchamacallit," Mia said, imitating a power drill at her temple. "Lobotomy," Stone said. "That's it," Mia said. "Lobotomy. I could give you one, but I might have to use a stick." "I don't appreciate that reference," Mikey said. "Me either," I said. "Jesus, guys, keep Grady's stick out of your mouth," Stone hollered before doubling over with laughter. Eleanor thought the whole exchange was hilarious. Had we not been guests of Bob's, I might have. Luckily, however, when I glanced at Bob, he was grinning. "You all are too much," he said. "But man, it's good to have genuine laughs bouncing off these old walls again." Things settled down a bit after that. A few more hours passed. I guessed it was somewhere in the early afternoon, but swollen darkness hung in the sky, making it feel more like midnight. We were all a little sleepy from the food and the wine. Bob offered us coffee, but only Elle had some, and it seemed to help sober her up a bit. She kept rubbing the spot she'd busted open in the snowmobile accident at Avery's Mills. Mia passed out on the couch 15 or so minutes later. Mikey tried to get her somewhere more comfortable because she looked wildly uncomfortable. But when she rested her head on one of his shoulders, he shut up, afraid to ruin the moment. I suppose you'd call what he felt for me a puppy love or a crush. But it was stronger than that. Not love, but not far from it either. Stone excused himself to one of the spare bedrooms, to which Bob gave no objection, only told him to double-check the window barricades. This was another good sign, I thought. Maybe the logical voice in my mind was right. This just left Elle, Mikey, Bob, and me. Chewy, despite his initial wariness of Bob, was no match for Elle's warm lap and was snoring almost as mightily as Mia. I cleared my throat and focused on one of the few clocks I actually liked. It was in the shape of a crater-pocked moon. A rocket ship with USA stenciled down its side hovered somewhere between 12 and 1. I appreciated its attention to detail. Hell, I might even call it a work of art. How much would it sell for if the shit had never hit the fan? Would Bob's dad have made a profit on it? These were the thoughts racing through my mind at the time, because I didn't want to make small talk. It's funny, I remember thinking not long before then that I'd give anything to talk small with the cashier at a supermarket, or some fella I held the door open for while we both entered the bank lobby. Those thoughts hadn't changed, not really. It was just Bob. I didn't want to talk small with Bobby Ballard. So, instead of small, we talked big. "I think I need to tell you guys how it all went to hell, if you don't mind. Therapists aren't around anymore, and I gotta get this off my chest." Whether I wanted to listen or not, Elle was nodding intensely. And I couldn't leave her and Mikey alone with him, could I? Bob began. "The worst of it started 2 days after the 4th, on July 6th. Bob rolled up one of his sleeves. His forearms were tanned, hairy, and dotted with the occasional freckle. Despite the absence of the sun, most of his skin looked healthy, as if he had enough vitamin D stored to last him through the actual winter. There was just one spot that didn't look so good. A few inches below his wrist ran a pale pink-white line. The sight of it made my stomach clench, but I didn't look away. "See that?" he said, pointing to the wound. "That was from Ruth down the street. Happened the morning of July 6th. I was out shoveling my walkway. He waved a hand. Useless thing back then, shoveling. Didn't matter how fast I went. As soon as I flung the snow to the side, enough had fallen to take its place. I just about threw my back out trying. I can imagine, Elle moaned, rubbing her tailbone. I'm all right now, Eleanor, thank you. I wondered how part of his drive and the path we'd taken to the house was cleared if he was having back problems when the snow first fell. That was a lot of work, keeping up with it. Back problems waited for nothing and no one. On the cusp of 30, some may call me a young man, but after a 12-hour shift at the firehouse on a particularly busy night, I couldn't grab a couple of Advil and lie on the heating pad fast enough. But, like everything else I'd wondered about Bob, he gave an answer to a question that hadn't yet left my mind. The snowblower I borrowed from my next-door neighbor, God rest his soul, is the reason I've been able to hang with the storms, for the most part. There isn't much of anything else to do, is there? I guess, like this story I'm telling you, keeping the driveway and my head clear is sort of a release for me. I relaxed, but only on the outside. The optimistic interior voice hadn't turned on Bob yet, but it was getting close. It reasoned like a victim. People have back problems. People healed. Some healed faster than others. Some have different levels of pain tolerance. Big houses have rarely used spare rooms. Yada, yada, yada. Back to this, Bob said, pointing at the soon-to-be scar on his arm. I was out there shoveling the drive when Ruth Tucker came walking up the path I'd cleared. She moved slow, like a pallbearer carrying a casket by herself, and her head was tilted so I could only see a bit of her eyes. A vertical black line ran down her brow. I thought it was smudged makeup or something. My ex-wife, she'd forget she was wearing the stuff and go jogging or watch a sad romance movie or something like that, and then she'd wipe her eyes and smear it all over the place. Messy business, that makeup stuff. So that's what I thought was on Ruth's face. I waved a hand at her, and I says, "Hey, Ruth, this is crazy, isn't it?" And she said nothing, just kept on walking. The snow was falling hard, but my stupid brain hadn't really comprehended it at that point. Guess I was still stuck in summer mode, because the fact Ruth was wearing jean capris and a sleeveless blouse seemed normal, until a gust of chilly wind nearly knocked me off my feet. All of a sudden, Ruth pulled out a knife about as big as my shoe and sprinted my way. I wasn't prepared for it, and even if I had been, I don't think I would have stood much of a chance. Luckily, I didn't have one of those cheap plastic shovels you get at the grocery store. No, mine was steel. Heavy and well-made. I paid a pretty penny for it, too. I blocked Ruth's first slash, but missed the second, and she cut me here. Bob closed his eyes and shook his head slowly. Talk about a wake-up call. Wow, Eleanor said, leaning forward. I was lucky I escaped with just a scratch. Ruth couldn't have weighed more than $1.15 soaking wet. But she bowled me over like she was a professional linebacker. She would have slit my throat if I hadn't defended myself. I didn't want to ask my next question, because I didn't want to know the answer. I asked anyway. Did you kill her? Grady, Elle gasped. The sudden sound made Mia shift, and Mikey, who I had noticed was dozing himself, rolled away from her and curled up into a ball. What? It's a fair question. Bob nodded. It is a fair question, and I don't mind answering, especially because I didn't kill Ruth. She died when those things left that black stain on her forehead. He paused long enough to flash a grin. So I guess that means she was already dead when I bashed her head in with the shovel. Elle went rigid. Her hand found mine and squeezed painfully hard. A chill, colder than the wind, crept down my spine as Bob's words dug their claws deeper into my brain. These were the words of a man who held no qualms about killing. They were the words of a man who had killed before and would kill again. Here we were, trapped in the den of the lion, waiting to be devoured. "I'm joking," Bob suddenly said. "I pushed Ruthie away and ran inside the house. She left me alone a few minutes later." He laughed, slapped his knee. "You'd really think I'd kill my own neighbor? Oh, come on, you should have seen your faces." Eleanor relaxed. I didn't. I couldn't tell if he was lying or just had a sick sense of humor. Either way, I wanted to be anywhere but there. "Well, I'm glad you're all right." Elle pointed to his thigh. "How's your leg?" Bob rapped it with a knuckle. "Pretty damn fine. Popped a couple of aspirin when we got here, and now I do feel like I could run a marathon." I eyed him warily. "Just a flesh wound, I guess. Nastier than it looked." I shook my head. "I don't know." "It looked pretty nasty." "It did," Elle agreed. "I've had worse," Bob said. I knew another story was on the horizon even before his lips started moving. He then launched into a long, rambling rant about the time he got a 6-inch splinter embedded in his eye. "I'll tell you, it was a miracle I didn't go blind." This also sounded like a lie, but I kept silent about my suspicions. "Maybe you're just a lucky guy," I said. "Yeah, maybe. Or God's watching over you." Another grin. He looked up at the many clocks on the wall. "Yeah, I think someone's definitely watching out for me." By July 6th, I'd guess half the town's population was gone. They had either lit out for better climes or had been devoured by those things, Bob was saying. "Is that what they do, devour?" Eleanor asked. She hugged her knees to her chest, the empty coffee mug resting between her legs. We didn't know what the wraiths did, not specifically, but it wasn't anything good. "Yes, ma'am," Bob answered. "I think that's what they do. They devour." "Our flesh?" I asked, thinking about Mia's gutted ex-boyfriend lying in the snow at Avery's Mills. The wolves did that, right? Not the monsters. Only now I wasn't so sure because Bob sounded like he knew what he was talking about. I sensed another story with a personal experience on the horizon. If so, that was definitely one I didn't want to hear. Bob laughed, shaking his head. "No, not flesh." I let out the breath I was holding and hoped neither Elle or Bob noticed. Elle certainly hadn't. She leaned forward, eyes ballooning, and asked, "Then what do they eat?" "Our fear, our pain, our suffering." Bob shrugged. "Basically, our negative emotions. It keeps them going." "How do you figure?" I asked. "The answer's right under our nose if you really think about it," Bob said. He flashed his politician's grin. "What I'm talking about is the dark. They came with the dark. They thrive in the dark, right? And I don't know about you, but I've never seen one actually eating. Because they're not like us," Elle said. "They're not, what's the word, corporeal? Besides, if you can't really see them head on, like the way I'm looking at you now, how could you ever see them eat?" She made good points. "Yeah," I said, "whenever I've been close to the things, and believe me, I've been way too close a few times, they hang at the corners of my vision, as long as they haven't projected into something else. Ask Elle or Stone or Mikey, they'll tell you the same." "You're not wrong," Bob said, still grinning. "But everything's gotta eat, my friends. Be it the plants in the ground or you and me. Call it nature, call it God's intentions, but any way you slice it, that's the way it is." I shook my head. It didn't make sense. Then what Bob did next surprised me. He leaned forward and took my hands in his own. They were gloveless and ice cold. "Grady, you're not allowing yourself to look at the bigger picture. You're in denial." Now that I have some distance, I realize he was right about being in denial. I knew the wraiths fed off something of ours, I just didn't want to admit it. I mean, it made sense, right? They tapped into our greatest personal fears and used them to get closer. What other reason would they want us for other than to feed? "The things out there, they devour our horror. And when the snow began to fall, there was a lot of that going around, wasn't there?" Grimacing, I pulled away and out of his grip. All of our hands were cold. It was unavoidable when the temperature stayed so low. But his hands reminded me of a corpse's hands. Bob leaned back. "Fear as far as the eyes could see. The images I saw on the television." He shuddered. "They'll give me nightmares as long as I'm breathing." "The TV? You had power when this began?" Elle asked in an excited voice. "For about 2 or 3 days. Then the cold claimed it like it claimed everything else." Bob looked at the clocks, but he wasn't seeing them. It was like he was looking through a window only he could see, a window into the past. "The big cities got it the worst. Mobs of people who'd been touched were running around like maniacs, the wraiths floating over them like puppet masters controlling invisible wires. I watched a lot of CNN, but I remember on the day before the power cut out for good, some fat Englishman slit a reporter's throat right in front of Buckingham Palace. They didn't kill the feed until the poor woman had lost half a gallon of blood." Another shudder. "What they showed on the news was bad. But it wasn't as bad as what happened right here on this street. Little boys and girls so excited about the freak storm. Wasted no time in heading out for the usual winter activities that helped winter become a little more bearable. Snowball fights and sledding and making snow angels and building snowmen. In fact, there was a snowman just across from my place a pair of twin girls built. Jessie and Jamie were their names, and they couldn't have been any older than 7 or 8. Their little snowman wasn't any great work of art, but it had a lot of charm. Carrot nose, button eyes. Not an old silk hat like the song says, but a baseball cap they probably lifted from their old man. The cherry on top was a sparkly pink and purple scarf around its neck. Then the monsters swooped down on Woodhaven, and, well, you know the rest. I'll spare you the terrible details. That's where the devil lies, according to the old saying. But that snowman across the street was pink with the twins' blood for a while after. I kept looking at it, hoping the storms would bury the bastard. Eventually, I just had to go out there and knock it down myself." Terrible, I thought. But as grim as it was, his words had my undivided attention. We'd been closed off since the first blizzard. No TV, no internet, no cell service. Beyond the little section of Ohio we had traveled, the wider world remained a mystery. There was so much I wanted to know, and another perspective went a long way. "So it happened all over the world?" I asked, almost breathlessly. "All over, Grady. Nothing hurt the things but the light, and by the time the bigwigs figured this out, they were either dead or crazy and doing their dirty work. That is, if the cold hadn't gotten to them first." "Jesus," Elle said. "How many people do you think are left?" Bob shook his head. "Hard to tell. I only caught a snippet of the carnage. If I had to guess, I'd say not a lot. Not a lot at all. I think the monsters won't." He trailed off, never finishing the thought. I knew the rest of that sentence. Elle probably did too. It was one of those things you dare not utter for fear of it coming true. I said it anyway. The monsters won't stop until we're extinct. China and India got it the worst. The overpopulation, it was like a buffet for those things. I'm not too proficient on the computer. My niece has always got a good laugh out of that, but I managed to log on to the Facebook without their help. I wish I hadn't. He bit his tongue, not wanting to go on. Saw some truly terrible stuff on there, too. I felt bad and almost told him to stop, but the curiosity won out before I could. Like what? Elle asked. We can handle it, I promise. Bob nodded grimly. Well, I saw the military move through New York City and Los Angeles. The government ordered a quarantine, told everyone to board their windows up and lock their doors. There was no time for us to really comprehend what was happening. The president addressed the nation and told everyone to remain calm. Then a day later, a video made the rounds on Facebook of the president chewing on his fingers while people in hazmat suits were trying to restrain him. Bob looked longingly down at his own hand. He chomped damn near down to the bone, so gristle and flesh were hanging from his teeth. His mouth was so bright red with blood you might have thought he was wearing lipstick. I remember he kept shouting about the dark, too. Not the dark, I mean the dark, italicized and everything. He shouted about worshiping it and embracing it. The leader of the free world reduced to that. Was he? Eleanor wasn't sure how to finish, but I was. I ran a finger down the middle of my forehead. Infected? Bob nodded. Yeah, but no one knew what it meant then. The VP took over shortly after that video made the internet rounds. There were talks of dropping nukes on the biggest cities. Elle gasped. Did they do it? I was glad she asked the question because I currently couldn't find my voice. I don't know. Power went down not too long after I heard the VP was taking over. I don't see how they could. Even with mass evacuations for the survivors, they'd be killing millions. New York is far from here. Like I said earlier, I had more to worry about in my backyard by that time. I won't tell you anything worse than the twins and their snowman. And Bob's words made me think, God, what could be worse than that? But there weren't a lot of people here to begin with, just a lot of craziness, confusion, and death. Then more snow fell and buried the bodies like none of it ever happened. A sniffle, a wipe of his eyes and his nose all in one motion. Those were my friends and neighbors, and now they're all gone. If the coffee hadn't sobered Eleanor, these stories certainly did the trick. She looked at me, then back to Bob. I'm so sorry. We've all lost people we cared about, too. It's terrible. It is, I agreed. Thank you. But don't sweat it, Bob said. You know what they say, life goes on, so we just got to keep living. Now, you guys should get some sleep. You need it. We did not long after, and as Elle and I reinforced the window barricades in the spare bedroom, I was thinking about Bob's last sentiment. Life goes on, so we just got to keep living. It was a positive outlook for sure. Only, in my opinion, living in constant fear was almost as bad as not living at all. 6. The Taking. I woke up to Bob, holding a knife against my throat. I told myself it was just a nightmare. It had to be a nightmare. From the corner of my eye, I looked over to the spot next to me, where Eleanor had fallen asleep. She wasn't there, but this was a dream, and I didn't stress about it. Still, I had promised myself I wouldn't fall asleep, and here I was stuck in a nightmare. The part of me determining this to be a false reality knew I wasn't actually in danger, but hell, it seemed so real. Bob pressed the knife harder into my flesh. I bit my tongue against the pain. The idea of being asleep started to fade, and sudden panic overloaded my mind. I tried to push this dream version of Bob away. Nothing happened. A different part of my brain expected it because paralyzation was a common occurrence in my dreams, probably yours too. Think about how many times you've tried to run away from the snarling monster chasing you through the shadows of your mind. Think about how your legs moved in slow motion, or how maybe you sank deeper and deeper into the floor with each step. You know that feeling all too well, I'm sure. I blinked a few times, hoping to understand what I was seeing. The dark, however, had temporarily blinded me. In my head, I said, "Wake up. This is only a nightmare. Wake up, Grady." Almost as slowly as my mind was working, my eyes somewhat adjusted and Bob came more into focus. I don't know what I expected to see. Maybe him with the glowing red eyes of the rats who had attacked us in Pennywisers. Maybe him with the fangs and the claws of some terrible beast. Or maybe even the forked tongue of a devil sliding out from between serrated teeth. I thought this because I've had some truly bad dreams in the past, even before the snow fell and the wraiths came. Haunting images like these, or so I've heard, were often a result of traumatic experiences, repressed childhood memories, and/or our old fears bubbling up to the surface. But my childhood wasn't anything upsetting. It was pretty normal, all things considered. I watched a few scary movies here and there. I was particularly fond of the Nightmare on Elm Street series, although they never scared me, they were just fun. And every Halloween season, I went through my fair share of haunted house attractions with groups of friends, the guys and I puffing out our chests and trying to show how brave we were by laughing like idiots whenever a chainsaw-wielding butcher or a bloody corpse popped out of a hidden trapdoor and screamed. This was especially true if girls were present. Yeah, I'd say I grew up normal, but damn, the things I sometimes saw in my dreams were enough to make even the most seasoned horror aficionado curl up into a ball and cry out for their mommy. At that moment, the worst thing about Bob was how he looked like himself. No dripping fangs, no red eyes, no forked devil's tongue. Visibly, he was no monster. He was just Robert J. Ballard. "Bob," I said in a hoarse, sleep-heavy voice. "Rise and shine, Grady." His free hand grabbed my arm, and even through my many layers, the cold of his skin burned, biting nearly as sharp as the blade. I barely focused on the pain. My mind was elsewhere. I was focusing on Eleanor. If this wasn't a dream, and she wasn't here, I tried turning and looking again to make sure I hadn't missed her, but couldn't without my throat getting slit. Besides, deep down, I knew she wasn't there. The thing about Eleanor, one of the many attributes I fell in love with, was her presence. She could be silent and still as a graveyard, hidden, and you'd sense her warmth as soon as you stepped into the room. I found none of that familiar warmth here. Only the cold. Speaking through gritted teeth, I said, "Where the fuck is Eleanor?" "Oh, don't worry about her," Bob answered. "She's fine. For now." He uttered a humorless chuckle. No infectious comfort in this one. "I lucked out, really. Rather than having to wrestle with you both, I caught her on her way out of the bathroom. All that wine, I guess. You two were the only ones I was worried about." A shrug. "Oh, don't give me that look. If you were in my shoes, you'd think the same thing. I mean, I may be a little older and on the decline, at least before I became acquainted with my newest companions. But a pregnant bitch, a crippled guy, and a pimple-faced teenager aren't exactly much of a challenge even for me. Although, I'll admit, that Mia does have a nasty streak in her. And so does that dumb fucking dog. Bob thumped the bed frame with one of his boots, hard enough to jostle the mattress. But a few swift kicks with my steel toes got 'em both in line. A barrage of emotions hit me then. Rage, fear, dread, helplessness. Larger than all of these was a desire to survive. Because, as they say, I was currently up shit creek without a paddle, and I needed to find a way to the shore, fast. Fortunately, I knew the solution was simple. In theory, at least. I had to fight. So I jerked to the left, toward the wall. But the sudden movement caused the blade to cut my skin. The pain was sharp and immediate, and it obliterated the sliver of hope I clutched onto of this being a nightmare. Blood trickled down my neck, warm and unwelcome. I was thankful for the surge of adrenaline pumping through my veins because the pain faded almost as fast as it came. Bob's free hand squeezed my arm tighter, wrenched it. I pivoted my whole body in an attempt not to have my funny bone cracked or my shoulder pulled out of its socket, and at the same time, I kicked. The blow hit Bob square in the gut, yet he showed no reaction. I tried again and again, received no reaction. Not even a gasp of breath or the slightest hint of doubling over. I wasn't really aware of it then, but thinking back on it, I remember Bob's stomach feeling hard. I was confused enough already, so I doubted my brain had the capacity to make these conflicting observations, because if you had gone off Bob's outward appearance, the stooped shoulders, the way his neck jutted out like a man who'd spent years hunched over a keyboard, and the little pooch going on potbelly of his gut, you'd never think he possessed so much as half an ounce of muscle. But that's what it felt like, muscle. Or maybe rigor mortis. In the near pitch blackness of the room, I watched as his snarling mouth twisted itself into an unnatural grin. You'll have to try harder than that, Grady, because I have a secret. No, I won't tell you yet, but let's just say I've been getting by with a little help from my friends. He let go of my arm and slapped me on the cheek. And for the sake of time, let's keep this whole ordeal streamlined, dig it? Fuck you, I spat. You're a dead man. What, you're gonna kill me? Good luck. He looked down at himself. I'm not even sure if I'm still alive. What the hell? Now, he continued, if you don't want your throat slit, you'll cooperate. Mind, I won't kill you. They like you guys better alive. But I'll cut you deep enough so it hurts. Hurts real bad. My anger lessened for a split second, replaced by relief. Bob must have really been a mind reader, because he said, Yeah, breathe easy, grade. Your little friends are alive, fine and in good health. Well, that's debatable, but their hearts are still pumping. If it were up to me, I'd chop them up like a bunch of deli meat. Unfortunately, it isn't up to me. He gave an excited, almost sexual quiver. The knife vanished in a flash of muted silver. Then, with strong hands, Bob ripped me from the bed and threw me onto the floor. My chin knocked the hardwood. A canine tooth went through the side of my tongue like a smaller version of the icicle that had gone through Bob's thigh, and more blood spilled. You're going to get on your feet, Grady, and you're going to head on down to the basement with the others. You'll have to kill me, Bob. I'm not doing shit. I heard the smacking of his lips as he either frowned or grinned like a madman behind my back. In the dark, with my head fuzzy from the fall, he was just another shadowy enemy, capable of dishing out punishment in the form of pain and fear. I already told you, Grady. I wish I could kill you. Kill you all. But I can't. Then it looks like we've reached a stalemate. Oh, far from it. I can't kill you. Man, I can't even kill that hot piece of ass you've somehow managed to bag." He bent slightly, both hands on his hips. "How did you do that, anyway?" A wave of the hand holding the knife. More muted silver. "No, don't answer. I doubt you know. But if I had to guess, I'd say your parent has a lot to do with you being one of the last men on Earth, at least in her immediate reach." He laughed. "Chicks like her, they're always hungry for the old one-eyed monster, aren't they? And she sure as hell wasn't going to date a black cripple or her own brother. Well, Mikey's probably already been there and done that. She did say they were from the South. A lot of sister fuckers down there, if the rumors are true. My ex-wife didn't say too much intelligent shit, but she once said rumors were rooted in truth or something like that. And I believe she was right." "Shut the fuck up," I whispered shakily. I wish what I said was more threatening, but I wasn't thinking straight, and I just wanted him to stop. Bob kept on talking like I'd never said a thing. "None of that's my point, though, Grady. The point is that I can hurt you. I can hurt you real good. Of course, I'll make you watch first. Make you watch when I flay Elle's flesh from her bones. Bet she's a screamer, huh?" I said nothing. I just ground my teeth back and forth, back and forth. "Cat got your tongue? Well, that's okay, because we're going to find out. You bet your ass we are. It's only a question of what I should cut off first. An ear? Her nose? Or how about a few pieces of sweater meat? She sure as shit has more than enough to go around. Maybe if I cut a tit off, she won't be so quick to flaunt them." Bob plucked me from the floor as if I weighed nothing. There wasn't much in the room to defend myself with, but I sure as hell gave it a try. I grabbed the alarm clock off the nightstand and smashed it against the side of his head. It didn't shatter on the initial impact, but it did when it hit the floor. The noise it made was like a small explosion in the stillness of the house. I stood there for a moment and waited for Bob to lose his balance, start wobbling and fall over, unconscious. But he somehow stayed upright. I had no idea how. I mean, I hit him hard enough to crack his skull, and it hadn't even fazed him. He smiled his terrible grin as I stared at him with wide eyes. "I wouldn't try that again if I were you, Grady." The chill in his voice had my imagination filling in the blanks of what he hadn't said. That was when I waved the white flag, threw in the towel. I had no weapon, no plan, and no idea of what was in store next. I was, at the time, defeated. "Walk," Bob growled. "Only turn when I tell you to turn. Only stop when I tell you to stop. Got it?" I ambled forward, Bob right behind me, pressing the point of his blade in the middle of my back, right on one of the knobs of my spine. I knew it hurt, it had to, but I either blocked out the pain or was too scared and flustered to realize it. Through the house we went. The curtains were drawn on all the windows. As I passed the front door and the legions of clocks ticking on the wall, a great gust of wind rattled the hinges. Instead of dying down, it seemed to pick up in intensity. A bad omen. It sounded as if another blizzard was burying the world. Same shit, different day, right? No lights burned in the house except for the dying embers in the fireplace. Those embers weren't enough to guide my way. I kept looking for something I could use against Bob. Something better than an alarm clock. No luck. I came to the conclusion that Bob could somehow see in the dark. He had to. I stumbled over a hall runner, clipped my hip on an end table, and even rammed a shoulder into the door jamb, but Bob moved with the silence and stealth of a tiger stalking its prey. This led me to another conclusion. Bob wasn't completely human. Hell, maybe he wasn't human at all. He knows his way around the place because it's his, that's all. That very quiet, optimistic voice said. But I knew this wasn't Bob's house. He lied. Nearly every word that escaped his lips since I first met him was false. I went down the steps to the basement. They were made of wood and beyond rickety. I thought they were just resting on the staircase's frame with no screws or nails hammered in to secure them. There was no railing either. My hands hovered to the sides, hoping to feel one, but all I felt was the cold stone wall. So I went down carefully. Bob didn't take kindly to this. He kept jabbing me in the back with the blade. I was wearing only a few layers. My coat was somewhere in the guest room I'd been sound asleep in, so the blade cut through the cotton and wool with ease. It was a sharp knife. I imagined Bob hunched over a whetstone, sharpening it with that dead look in his eyes, the one I'd woken up to, drooling at the idea of making us bleed. "Move. Faster," he growled. The deeper I went, the icier the air got. It was as if I wasn't entering a basement, but heading out the front door and into the blizzard. On cue, the wind howled, and the house creaked like it was about to be sucked up into a funnel and transported to the magical land of Oz. I would have taken that over the events that were soon to follow. I would have taken that in a heartbeat. My eyes had adjusted to the dark, but not enough to make out Elle's face. I only saw the vague human shapes of 4 people against the far wall. No Chewie. Something told me he was dead. Bob had no interest in the dog. I buried the painful thought and focused on the others before me. I may not have been able to see Elle, but I knew her voice. "Grady!" she called, and I took off toward her. Before my second step, Bob's freezing hand gripped the back of my neck and stopped me in my tracks. He lifted me off the floor a few inches. I did one of those cartoonish legs kicks as he held me up. I thought of Wile E. Coyote after he ran off a cliff, how it seemed like he was running on solid ground until he looked down and saw nothing but thin air beneath him. Then he'd hold up a sign with "Help" written on it, and the next thing he knew, he was falling 1,000 feet. I didn't fall 1,000 feet, but when Bob threw me across the room, I imagine my landing gave Wile E. Coyote's a run for its money, cartoon or not. I landed on the concrete floor and rolled, knocking elbows, knees, and my face until I came to a shuddering stop against the wall. "Grady," Elle gasped. "Are you okay?" I managed to get into a semi-seated position. "Me? Are you okay?" I reached out to my left and grabbed Eleanor's trembling hand. I gave it a squeeze, but she didn't squeeze back. I wasn't sure she could, because something plastic was cinched tightly around her wrists. "Enough!" Bob shouted. I couldn't see him, but he sounded like he was everywhere, whispering in my ear, in front of me, behind us in the walls. I imagined him raising his knife, and the knife climbing higher and higher, preparing to come down on the base of my neck. He threw something, and it bounced in front of me. "Put these on, Grade, and if you say no, I'll cut off Eleanor's ear and make you fucking eat it." I patted the floor blindly until my fingers touched the same plastic I'd felt on Elle's wrists. A zip tie. "Why are you doing this?" Stone spat. "Answer me." His voice came out slurry and strained, and it sounded as if his mouth was full of a thick liquid. Blood, probably. "What the fuck is wrong with you, man?" He was on my immediate right in the corner. "Because he's infected with whatever disease those things have," Mia answered from the wall running perpendicularly from Stone's corner. She sounded oddly calm. I have no idea how, but I respected the hell out of her for it. She was tough, tougher than me. "And I know for a fact that the infected can be killed," she continued. "A bullet can do it. So can a knife, like that one you held against my belly when you woke me up, you piece of shit. Because you killed your little boyfriend? Is that how you know, my dear?" Bob replied. I couldn't see him, but I heard the smile in his voice. The image of Billy's bloody and snow-covered body went off like a flash in my head. Bob had meant to shock Mia with this reveal, yet she managed to keep her cool. "Yeah, you're right, asshole. I know because I killed my little boyfriend. One of the monsters touched him, and he went crazy. He tried to strangle me in my sleep, and he shouted about giving my baby over to the dark. Whatever the fuck that meant. I wasn't having that shit. Mess with me, that's fine, but you don't get to mess with my daughter. So I put a bullet in his gut and left him to die in the snow." Her voice wavered slightly toward the end of that last sentence, but she stopped before losing control. Bob didn't respond immediately. I like to imagine he was frightened by her words, or at least a little shaken by them, not getting the reaction he had intended, though I doubted anything could shake him with the way he was now. Through with Mia, he directed his next words to me. "I'm gonna tie you up now, Grady." A chuckle. "You try anything, your girlfriend's gonna join the One Ear Club." "Fuck you," Eleanor whispered. "Hell," I began, but Bob moved, his footsteps thunderous, and I thought he was going over to her to keep his word, but he stopped in front of me instead. "Put your hands together," he demanded. "Now." "Listen to him," Mikey said, voice shaking. He was the farthest from my spot, next to Mia. "He's crazy, just listen to him." I didn't see what other option I had. Bob knelt before me. The smell wafting off him was cold and slightly rotten. It was the same smell I'd noticed upon first walking into this house. I could stomach it then, but it was stronger down here, strong enough to make me gag. I clamped my hands together and felt his icy fingers and the hard plastic against my flesh as he wound the zip tie over my wrists and around a low pipe running along the base of the wall. It put me in a wildly uncomfortable position, and he pulled them so tight my skin burned, possibly split. He was close enough to take a shot at him, maybe get his knife, which I imagined he put in one of his pockets. I should have fought. I should have tried. At least then maybe it would have been me who died instead. But I didn't. "I know it's a little uncomfortable," Bob said, footsteps retreating. "But it's necessary. Can't have you running off now, can I?" "Where the hell would we run off to?" Stone said. "If we could move our hands from the wall, we couldn't even see them if they were in front of our face." "Oh, I'm so sorry. I forgot what it's like to have to depend on the lights," Bob said, giggling. "Now, they don't like it. Any dummy could figure that out, but I don't mind it nearly as much. Besides, I'll need a bit if we're going to get down to business." He struck a lighter, and a spark illuminated the darkness for a brief moment. I swear I could feel the warmth despite being 20 feet away. It was glorious. The small flame flickered as he moved it toward an orange candle in his other hand, and another second or two later, the basement was bathed in light. Eleanor suddenly screamed. Stone mumbled some expletive I was too distracted to understand. Mia sucked in a large breath and then gagged a real gag. No theatrics here. And Mikey made a sound like a dry sob. Me, I didn't do much of anything. Couldn't do much of anything. See, in this near-complete darkness, a candle went a long way, and this little light illuminated what was stacked in the far left corner of the room. Bodies. Lots of them. 7. Numb. Earlier, we had wondered what happened to the citizens of Woodhaven, Ohio, and Bob told us the snow and the wraiths had gotten them. But the snow and the wraiths hadn't gotten all of them, apparently. No, Bob seemed to be responsible for a large portion of those disappearances. I can't say how many. I didn't count the bodies because I didn't want to keep looking at them. It was the one time in this apocalypse I almost begged for the darkness. Still, even though I didn't want to look, I did. I stared at them for a long time. They were stiff and bluish gray, the color I'd always imagined zombies would be. I saw men and women with gashes running along their throats. I saw others with their stomachs sliced open, guts hanging out of them and covered in frost like long-forgotten pieces of meat in a freezer. I saw young children, one clutching a teddy bear with a missing button eye. Was this one of the twins? And teenagers dressed in t-shirts and shorts, normal July attire. I saw a man with an arm missing at the elbow, a ball chain and service tags dangling from around his neck. The soldier who Bob said he met last and who'd gone on his way to a city of light. Another lie. Although the cold had slowed their decomposition, their flesh was tight and wrinkled around their bones like shrink wrap, as if someone had used a vacuum to draw out all their blood and organs. They looked drained. How? I don't know. All I do know is that something got to them, devoured them, and left behind what was left like trash. And we were possibly next. In a few days or weeks, or however long it took for Bob to find his next victims, he would charm others with promises of warmth, food, and shelter. And then they'd wake up to him, holding a knife at their throat. Soon after, they'd be forced down into the basement. There, when the candle was lit, they'd see our bodies at the top of the pile. Or maybe as the start of a new pile, cast away and forgotten. "Yeah, I know," Bob said. "I've been messy." He walked over to the corner and kicked a woman probably not much older than Elle. Jostled, the soldier with one arm slid off, and when the corpse hit the basement floor, it made a sound like a hammer hitting solid glass without shattering. The eyes were wide open. I wondered what the last thing the man saw was. Bob holding a knife, his sickening liar's grin stretching from ear to ear. Or was it the wraiths all around him as they devoured his fear, his grief, his life? I turned away, tried focusing on the old furnace to the left, then on the shower with the ripped and moldy curtain beyond the bodies. In my haste to focus on something, anything, other than the dead, I saw a snow shovel leaning up against the nearby wall. It was made of a weighty steel. Some sort of crusty red and gray substance had congealed on the edge of the shovel head. I remembered how Bob told us about Ruth, his neighbor, how she attacked him and cut his arm. He joked about bashing her head in with a shovel. That shovel. But it was no joke, and there was no doubt in my mind what that crusty stuff was. Dried blood, brain matter, and bits of Ruth's shattered skull. "You're disgusting," Eleanor said. "What is wrong with you? We were nothing but friendly to you, Bob. We don't deserve this." Bob waved a hand and batted his eyelids. "Oh, you flatter me." Eleanor jerked forward. The pipe we were tied to shrieked nearly as loud as the wind was shrieking outside. A shower of rust rained down from the connected lines running up the stone wall. "Mikey saved your life, for God's sake. You'd be dead without us." Bob set the candle in the middle of the floor. At the same time, he pocketed the lighter, sat down, and flashed a smile. The shadows danced across his face, making him look almost as corpse-like as the bodies behind him. "Mikey didn't save my life. No, the darkness did." "Here we go again," I whispered. "Excuse me?" Bob snapped. The grin changed to a snarl. I was reminded of the wolves and their distant supernatural relative, the werewolf. "You better watch that smart mouth of yours, Grady." I offered him a smirk. "You have no idea how crazy you sound talking about that nonsense, do you?" "Like the guy in the grocery store," Stone said. "The guy I skewered with a ski pole. He babbled a bunch of batshit nonsense, too, and look where it got him." Now that there was some light, I saw how beat up Stone's face was. Dried blood had run from his nose and framed his mouth. One eye was swollen and half closed. I guess he'd put up a fight. But that was expected. Stone always put up a fight. Bob shot a menacing glare at my best friend. "It's far from that, buddy. In fact, I've never felt more sane than I do now. They touched me, but not a damn thing happened." He held his arms out. "Because here I am." "Something happened," Mia said. "Look at you." "Yeah, look at me. I've blown past my peak and seem to only be climbing higher." Bob waited a moment, brow wrinkled as he thought of his next words. "Want to know my secret? Each time I bring them food, they reward me. Sure, they're messy eaters and they don't clean up after themselves." He threw a thumb over his shoulder at the bodies. "But it's a small price to pay." Eleanor lowered her head and sobbed. Please, let us go." "I'm afraid I can't, and you surely know that, dear. See, they don't scare me as much as they did, but I wouldn't renege on our deal. I may be stupid, but I'm not that stupid." He tapped his chest. It made a hollow, thunking sound. If he had ever possessed a heart, it was gone now. "You're fucking crazy," Mia shouted. "You're a fucking crazy old man. And I wish I never saved you," Mikey added. "I wish that icicle went through your face instead of your leg." "Like I said, Mikey, you didn't save me." Bob laughed, shook his head. "You really think that icicle went through my thigh on accident?" To show just how deranged he was, he took a fist and punched himself in the leg, where the blood-soaked scarf was still wrapped tightly. A squelching sound followed, making my stomach lurch. "I'm perfectly fine. Yeah, I bleed like you do. I breathe, and my heart pumps, and my blood flows, but unlike you, I am on my way to immortality." "Bullshit," Stone said. "You're insane, that's all." Bob walked to Stone's corner, squatted, smiled, and then backhanded him across the face. The blow made a cracking sound that echoed through the wide basement. Stone barely moved. He only flexed his jaw as a fresh stream of blood ran from the corner of his mouth. Furious, I tried ripping out of the zip tie, hoping the rusty pipe might give if the plastic didn't. But I had no luck with either. Bob laughed and sauntered back to the middle of the room. "My friends have granted me immortality in exchange for the talents I possess. That's the deal. I catch their food for them and they feast. It's much easier for someone like me, a human, to gain the trust of others. People are absurdly trusting these days, believe it or not, especially when you offer them shelter and a hot meal." He motioned back to the pile of bodies. "And as you can see, I've certainly been keeping my friends well fed. Woodhaven may not be a big town, but it lies in the path of I-77, and all those people who think they can find safety and better weather down south tend to stick to the main highways. Call it a habit, This place is basically one giant spider web, and I'm the one who spun the silk, who catches the passing insects, and who serves them to the tarantulas waiting in the shadows. Like I said, it's a small price to pay for immortality." I shook my head. "Bullshit. It's all bullshit, and you know it." "Grady, my pal, you really should watch your mouth," Bob said, scowling yet still smiling creepily. "Remember, the power of the dark trumps all, and that power is what fuels me. You think you're smart, but I am smarter. You think you're strong, but I am stronger. I feel no pain. I feel no fear. I feel nothing. I am numb." "No, you're a piece of shit liar," I said. "I saw the pain in your eyes when I smashed that alarm clock over your skull." He narrowed his eyes. I went on. "And I see the uncertainty on your face now. You'll never find immortality," Mia said. "You'll burn in hell before that happens." Bob arched an eyebrow, content with ignoring my claims. "You seem to have a false concept of hell, my dear. Just take a look around. We're living in it, and you're looking at its new prince." "You're no prince. You're a coward, that's all," Mia continued. "A coward whose only way of overpowering people is by attacking them in their sleep." She nodded at her belly, which protruded even farther outward in her current position. "Like, come on, dude, I'm almost 9 months pregnant. Jesus, you're a chump." "You say chump, and I say genius," Bob replied. "Besides, if you put up a fight and I had to subdue you, things could have gotten messy. I couldn't risk damaging that prize you carry in your womb." All the momentum Mia had built with her words halted and vanished. Her lips clamped shut. No one else spoke. Cold silence fell over the basement, and Bob allowed himself a moment to bask in it. Yes. My friends will love the sweet innocence of a newborn. To them, you're basically a human-shaped Cadbury egg, and your offspring is that sweet, sweet cream beneath the shell." He let loose a bray of laughter. "Man, I'm getting hungry just thinking about it." I couldn't take it anymore. A fresh bout of rage blinded me as I yanked my arms as hard as I could, trying to free myself from the pipe. The plastic tie cut deeper and deeper into the already open wound. "You son of a bitch, I'll kill you." "Oh, calm down, Grady," Bob said. "You aren't killing anyone. Save your energy, will you?" I glanced over at Mia. Her cheeks glistened with fresh tears, and her arms fought against her restraints. Not because she wanted to throttle Bob, but I thought because she needed to rub her stomach. The fact she might not ever again get the chance wasn't lost on her. Struggling, I buried my rage and took a different approach. "Please, Bob, let them go. Just take me instead. I have enough fear and anger and sadness inside of me to make up for all of them. It'll be no different, I promise." Seeing as my hands were already clasped together against my will, I tilted them up and interlocked my fingers. "That's sweet, Grady. Really sweet," Bob said. "But answer me this. Have you ever had a really delicious steak dinner? I'm talking about filet mignon and maybe some veal, steamed vegetables, all-you-can-eat fries, bottomless Coca-Cola, and then, to top it all off, the best damn cheesecake your tongue has ever had the pleasure of tasting. You know what I'm talking about?" He waited a moment for my answer, I gave none. No, well, that's a 5-star meal right there. And that's what you are to my friends. I'd be truly insane to deny them of that, only to offer them a cheap fast food snack instead, wouldn't I? Shut up! Shut up! Shut up! Mikey shouted. You touch Mia again or even mention her baby, I'll rip your fucking head off. Bob had been cackling, but the sudden outburst cut him short. He turned, faced Mikey, and knelt in front of him. Mikey, that you'd ever utter such a thing hurts me, buddy. That hurts me real bad. I don't like being hurt, especially by someone I once considered a friend. He reached behind and pulled the knife from his pocket. Holding it in front of his face, he studied its edge. So what are we going to do with that mouth of yours? With pure hatred filling his eyes, Mikey gave no answer. Don't do anything to him, please, Elle screamed. The pipes rattled and clanked against the wall as she thrashed in an unsuccessful attempt to break free. Bob ignored her, said, we have to get the ball rolling somehow, don't we? I guess I'll just have to kill you. From where I sat, Bob seemed like a giant, towering over the rest of us. Even the wall failed to contain his shadow. I felt like a lamb in line to be slaughtered, watching as his friends die one by one before him. Stop it, Eleanor shouted. Please. Bob looked over his shoulder with that same sickening grin on his face. Really, I wish I could, but I have a job to do. And I like to think I'm a responsible guy. You said you couldn't kill us. You said upstairs that only the wraiths could, I said, voice trembling. He focused on me. The grin never wavered. Well, Grady, my pal, I guess I lied about that. Another storm of rage ripped through my insides. I lunged forward, but the pipes and the ties held like they had each time before. Yeah, I lie a lot, in case you haven't noticed, Bob said. I can't believe we trusted you, Stone said. He turned to me. How stupid could we be? I had no idea. But there was no use in crying over spilled milk now. You're not stupid. Not that stupid, I mean, Bob said. I'm just a charming guy. I throw on a big smile and laugh at your jokes, and pretty soon I got you eating out of the palm of my hand. Really, it was easier than I expected. I've never caught this many people at once before. A couple here and there, husbands and wives, boyfriends and girlfriends, hell, even brothers and sisters. Another nod to the pile of corpses. Just take a look over there and you'll see. He ran a finger down from the knife's point. Reminds me of that old fairy tale, Hansel and Gretel. I'm the witch, living in a house made of candy, and you're the babes lost in the woods. But instead of fattening you up, I just have to season you. The grief, the anguish, and all that terror leaking from your pores. The wraiths lap that shit up like starving dogs. And speaking of dogs, he swiveled his head toward the steps. I should probably bring that mangy mutt of yours down here. They don't prey on animals often, but that dog, he's smarter than most. I'll give him that. Maybe he can be there after dinner, Mint. So Chewie was alive. Thank God. As he laughed, Bob whirled the knife around and around in his hand. The silver caught the light of the flames and cast them throughout the basement like a cheap disco ball. Chewie can wait for now. He needs his rest after that kick I gave him. Probably busted a few of his ribs. Actually, now that I think of it, Bob's index finger tapped his lips. I haven't heard him whining since I threw him in the garage. A shrug. Anyone want to bet on whether he's still alive?" He waited a moment for us to speak. "Yeah, I didn't think so. It'd be a sure loss." Enraged, Mikey kicked at him, but Bob was ready. Dropping the knife, he caught both feet, and with a grunt, he twisted. The resulting crunch nearly drowned out Mikey's screams. After seeing the aftermath, I was sure I was going to vomit. Both of Mikey's feet dangled at unnatural angles. The right was turned almost all the way around. A slice of pinkish white jutted from the left. It was part of his bone. He screamed and screamed, his whole body flailing. "That's why they pay me the big bucks," Bob said, then laughed. Eleanor's voice was shrill. "Why? What the fuck is wrong with you? Stop! Stop! Just leave him alone!" Tears fell from her eyes and hit the basement floor, where the years of accumulated dirt and grime absorbed them instantaneously. "Do it to me instead, please." That isn't the first time you've said that, huh, El? Bob glanced my way. I can't imagine how I looked in that moment, but I tried my best to contain the anger I felt. It was what he wanted to see, and although I was sure the wraiths could sense the emotions regardless, I was almost more certain Bob couldn't, as long as I kept it buried. Stone yelled, "He's tied to a fucking pipe. At least pick on someone your own size." Bob set his hands on his hips and faced Stone. "Oh, yeah? Someone my own size. Say, like you?" "Yeah, I'd kick your ass, Bobby." "You can't even walk without crutches, you dumb fuck. Of all the people who've lasted this long, you're not supposed to be one of them. You should have died after the first couple of days. How did you manage? Your little boyfriend over there carry you everywhere? Bet that does a number on your back, doesn't it, Grady?" "Fuck you," Stone replied. "I'd wipe the floor with that ugly mug of yours." "Yeah, is that right? Tough guy." Stone bared gritted teeth. "You want to find out?" A pause. Bob weighed the challenge a moment. Then he laughed and shook his head. "No, I don't. It wouldn't be fair. But if you're so eager for some attention, you only have to wait patiently a minute or two. Your turn is coming." He turned back to Mikey, who tried to bring his legs closer to his body, but the way his one ankle was completely turned around prevented that. "Aw, look at the little baby," Bob said, bending over and resting his hands on his knees. "Funny, really. You struck me as a tough guy, Mike. Tougher than all these other shit stains. In fact, I thought you should have been the leader of this band, not old brooding Grady over there." He flashed me a look. I met his eyes again, but kept my calm. It was like an endless bloody war raged inside of me. Every inch of my being felt destroyed, broken, and I'd barely experienced any pain yet. "Course you did what you wanted when you wanted to, right, Mikey? Like how you ran out of the motel room in the near darkness to come and save poor old me. Tisk, tisk, tisk. That was a big mistake, buddy boy. Big." The blade rose from the floor in a flash, and it fell so fast I barely had time to register what happened until I heard the wet shunk of steel puncturing meat. "Mistake." The blade now stuck out of Mikey's thigh, and the way he howled in pain hurt my soul. It felt like my chest had been ripped open and someone poured boiling water over my heart. "Please," Eleanor shouted. "Please stop it! Stop it!" Mikey squirmed and writhed, trying to get away, but getting nowhere. His own screams broke and changed to strangled cries of pain. They grew even louder when Bob grasped the handle and gave it a twist. "Yeah, Bob said. "You like that, don't you? Feels good, doesn't it? Let it out, Mikey, let it all out." Then, something happened I would have never expected, not in a million years. Mikey, despite all he had gone through, broken ankles, bone sticking out of his flesh, a stab to the thigh, the turning of the blade, decided to fight back. He kicked the leg with the ankle turned around 180 degrees and slammed the heel of his boot into Bob's groin. I thought it had been an accident, some reflexive movement brought on by the pain and the shock his body was going through. But then I saw the fire overtaking the anguish and fear in his eyes, and I knew that couldn't be the case. Mikey had meant to do that. After this point, I had begun to doubt Bob's humanity. Maybe he really felt no pain. Maybe he was transforming into some immortal thing. But after seeing the damage of Mikey's blow, the idea of invincibility faded. I'll let you in on a universal truth. No man can laugh off a shot to the balls, even men who had been granted powers by supernatural beings. Bob doubled over and growled before letting out a high cry of agony. I was so enamored by the whole situation, so happy that hurting this son of a bitch was possible. I almost hadn't noticed the lighter fall from Bob's pocket. But I had. The lighter hit the floor and cartwheeled, landing in the shadows and dust a few feet from one of my legs. No one else seemed to notice. Eleanor was screaming, while Mia and Stone begged for the madness to stop. Bob shook with rage. One hand cupped his damaged area, while the other reached out and seized Mikey around the throat. Through his teeth, he seethed, "You fucking piece of shit! I was gonna make it fast for you, but now you are going to really suffer." Blood flew from Mikey's mouth as he whispered something I couldn't hear. I imagine now it was a soft but powerful, "Fuck you." I flicked my eyes from them to the lighter on the floor, back and forth, all while nearly popping my hip out of place trying to reach our ticket out of here with one of my boots. That damn Bic, so close yet so far away. After many failed attempts, my heel finally clipped plastic as a groove of tread hooked the lighter. By this time, Bob's hands were gripped around Mikey's throat, whose face was turning a sickly shade of blue. "Look me in the eye, boy. Look me in the eye while I choke the useless life out of you," Bob screamed. "Stop it! Stop! Please, please!" Eleanor cried. "Let him go!" Her voice stood out the loudest. Mikey somehow continued to fight, jerking and bucking, but the motions were slowing down, like the gears of a dying clock. I clamped both of my heels together and dragged the lighter toward me. At about 2 or 3 feet from where my hands were bound, it kept slipping, and I'd frantically repeat the process of scraping my boot along the floor. This was no time for subtlety because I didn't know how much longer Mikey had. Over the screaming and the begging of the others, the grating of the plastic against the concrete was inaudible. With one last kick, the lighter skittered against the wall behind me, and it rebounded inches away from my outstretched fingers. "Know what?" Bob was saying. "Strangling is too good for you, you little bastard. I got something else in mind. Something better." I managed to get the lighter in between the ring and pinky fingers of my right hand. From there, I curled it up into my palms. The way the zip tie was fastened around my wrist meant I couldn't burn the plastic by holding it normally. So I pointed the head of the lighter downward and I struck that bad boy, hoping with every fiber of my being a flame would jet out. Sure enough, on the first try, the spark caught and fire, sweet fire, burned. If not for the flickering candle across the way, I think Bob would have noticed this added brightness. But he noticed nothing but Mikey. The flame curled as it fought to stand upright. and then it lit against the side of my palm. A pungent odor of burning hair and charring flesh drifted toward my nose. The fact it was my hair and my flesh made it even worse. Soon, though, another scent mingled with those two. It was the smell of melting plastic. What I was doing was working. I just had to hold out against the pain. Oh man, let me tell you, burning yourself on purpose is never a fun time. As a distraction from the agony, I bit my lip until blood rolled down my chin, trying with all my might not to let off of the button on the lighter, and wishing the damn thing would just burn enough for me to break out. Look away. Don't watch. Look anywhere but there, my mind urged. Bob reached for the knife in Mikey's thigh, yanked it out in one agonizingly slow pull. Mikey's screams ramped up in intensity. His eyes rolled backward, closed, then opened to focus on the monster in front of him. "I know what's good for you, Mike," Bob said. The steel was dripping black-red blood. It fell from the point and splashed the floor, where, again, the dust drank it greedily. Bob pulled the knife back like he was yanking on the spring-loaded rod on a pinball machine. And then he thrust it forward. It tore through Mikey's abdomen as if he were made of tissue paper instead of flesh and bone. The light blue sweater he wore was made of heavy wool. It had once belonged to Calvin Thompson, but it had fit Mikey well enough. Now the light blue material was turning a darker shade of blue, almost purple, as the blood soaked through. Bob stabbed him again, and again, and again. The screams, not just from Mikey but from the others, raked across my heart. I watched in shock, unaware of my own pain. Eleanor would later pronounce these as third-degree burns. But then the zip tie around my wrist popped. I looked down, disbelief mixing with all the other terrible emotions. I was free. Once this realization settled, I sprang upward on legs not completely stable, and I ran at Bob with as much speed as I could gain in the short distance between us. That was only about 20 feet, but you'd be surprised how much momentum one can get in such a small window. I have never played football, aside from the occasional backyard game in my youth, and those were years ago, but you wouldn't have guessed that had you seen what happened next. You might have thought I was a pro safety. I led with my shoulder, and I made it hurt. It sure hurt me, at least. We fell over, entangled on the floor at the foot of the stairs. He had been holding the knife, but when I collided with him, it flew somewhere behind us in the shadows. Bob grunted, pushed me off, and struck me in the side of the face. My right ear took the brunt of the blow, and I heard a high-pitched ringing sound soon after. Getting up and swaying on my feet, I tried to focus on where Bob was, but now I blearily saw more than one of him. "Brave of you, Grady," he snarled. "Real brave." The corpses were to my left, and as he slowly advanced on me, I retreated until I bumped into the furnace. A hollow ding rang out as my elbow struck one of the air ducts. My vision started to come back to normal. The many Bobs were merging into one. Blood streaked the front of his jacket. Some was his, courtesy of me, but most belonged to Mikey. His nose looked crooked too, and I thought he was leaning to his right side, clutching the spot where I'd speared him moments before. All in all, Bob Ballard had seen better days. "Just for that, I'm gonna cut off every one of Eleanor's fingers and shove them up your ass. Sounds like a good time, doesn't it?" The others were screaming, but I couldn't make out what they were saying. I heard snippets of my name, and Eleanor yelling for Mikey, and Stone saying, "Behind you! Behind you!" It was no secret I was no match for Bob. He possessed some strange power that gave him strength I couldn't fathom. So if I were going to get out of this alive, I would need a weapon. The knife, maybe, but preferably a gun. Currently, I had neither. "Grady, grab that shovel," Stone shouted, his voice cutting through both the ringing in my ears and the clamoring of the others. At first, the words didn't register. The shovel, I thought. What the hell does that mean? The term was completely alien. Then it hit me, almost at the same time as Bob. He swung his meaty right fist. I dodged most of the blow, but he grazed my chin. The punch rattled my bottom teeth, and more than a few of them came loose, though they remained in their sockets. The shovel. Stone meant the shovel leaning against the wall to my right, the one with the neighbor Ruth's blood crusted on its edge. Bob raised both hands and went for my throat, and I knew if he latched on, that was it, game over. I didn't let him. I snagged the handle of the snow shovel. It was heavier than I had anticipated. When I lifted it over my right shoulder like a baseball bat, I felt the tendons in my arm twang. Then I swung. The sound of the metal hitting Bob in the head reminded me of the ringing of the bells at the old firehouse. Stone shouted in triumph, but Bob stayed on his feet. He was a little wobbly, as if he'd had a few too many beers, but he wasn't going down easily. I grunted as I pulled the shovel over my head, the blade knocking dust and cobwebs from the ceiling, and I swung once more. I cracked him in the face. He shouted in pain and brought both hands to his ruined nose. Blood flowed from his mouth like a red river, and black holes replaced the spots of more than a few of his yellowed teeth. Still, Bob didn't collapse. He stayed up like fucking Rocky Balboa going the distance against Apollo Creed. It added fuel to the fire burning inside of me, and I barely remember what I did next. Like the voices of the others, I can only recall snippets. It's the aftermath I'll never forget. Call it my brain's attempt at blocking it out, not wanting to come to terms with the brutality of what I had done. I remember I dropped my hands down the handle and gripped the shovel's head. Now wet with fresh blood, I should say. And then I remember charging forward. Everything after that, at least visually, is black. But I heard what happened. I heard the slice of meat, the thunk of the shovel colliding with one of Bob's vertebrae, and the shuddering reverberation of the metal hitting the stone wall behind him. I heard my screams, the sound of blood gurgling from the wound, and the silence of the others. My vision returned, and the results of my rage were shown to me in all their horror. I was still holding the shovel, but now Bob was too. His fingers clutched it so tightly the whites of his knuckles showed through his skin. Blood rolled from the opening in his throat down the shovel head, where it had pooled. I let go, and he wasn't strong enough to keep the shovel parallel to the floor. It dipped, and the blood spilled out in a wave and drenched his feet. I took a few more steps back, never taking my eyes off him. Red mist sprayed from the new wound every time he inhaled and exhaled. He wheezed. It sounded like a hose with a leak in it. Still, Bob remained standing. And then he grinned. I don't know how, I really don't, but it's the truth. In a soft, raspy whisper, he said, "Good luck." And then he pulled the blade of the shovel out of his neck. 3 seconds later, he slid down the red-stained wall and sat heavily on the floor at the base of the steps. There he stared at me with glossy eyes, his head lolling, attached by only a few stringy pieces of tendon and gristle. He was dead. Finally, he was dead. First thing I did was cut Eleanor's binds. She ran over to Mikey, sobbing. I didn't want to look at him because I knew I had been too late. But I forced myself to. His torso was riddled with stab wounds. I thought he was already dead, that he had passed during my fight with Bob. But I was wrong. Mikey blinked slowly and coughed. A thick wad of red spit flew out of his mouth and landed on the floor. "Mikey, Mikey, Mikey," Elle whispered. Then she turned to me and shouted, "Give me the knife!" I crossed the room and handed it to her. A few seconds later, she began sawing at the ties around his wrist. This close, Mikey looked worse. I won't describe it. It was far too terrible. The mental image it may bring you would not be a pleasant one, but I knew he wasn't going to last much longer. Sobbing, Eleanor dropped the blade. I picked it up and cut Stone and Mia loose. They crowded Mikey. Elle said, "You're going to make it, Mikey, you're going to make it," as she pulled him to her chest and ran her fingers through his hair. Mikey spoke in a voice that was near impossible to hear. "Elle?" They parted, but his body was so limp and nearly lifeless, Eleanor had to hold him up. "What, Mikey? What is it? Talk to me." A slight shake of his head. I'm dying." I turned away and rubbed my eyes. Hot tears were rolling down my cheeks. "No, you aren't," Eleanor said. "You aren't dying. You better hang on," Mia said. She crowded next to Elle, leaned over, and kissed Mikey, full on his blood-stained lips. "You better hang on, man. You just fucking better." Mikey cracked a small smile, closed his eyes. I looked over at Stone, but he wasn't watching. He had his face buried in his hands, and he was moaning or praying, I'm not sure which. "I don't think I can," Mikey whispered. And that was it. I wish I could tell you differently. I wish I could tell you that Mikey got better and grew older and lived a happy life. I wish I could tell you that he didn't pass while in horrible pain, bloody, shaking, and ghostly pale. I wish I could tell you he got to at least tell his sister he loved her one last time. But I can't. Mikey died. 1 second his heart was beating, and the next it wasn't. That's just how it happened. I don't remember what came next, not really. There was a lot of crying and hugging and disbelief, and this went on for a long time before I tried to get myself together and say something comforting. I failed, of course. Doing anything besides mourning was impossible with Mikey's body right there in Eleanor's arms. Silence. And it was in that silence I heard a low shriek outside. I thought it was the wind at first, but as the candlelight seemed to grow dimmer and the darkness heavier, I knew I was wrong. It was them. Bob's friends had arrived. I carried Mikey out of the basement. Upstairs in the living room, Mia helped me wrap him in a blanket. "Chewie!" Stone shouted from the garage. A door opened, and I heard the dog's nails clicking on the hardwood, but they were erratic, like he was limping. I won't drag this out, I'll tell you Chewie's fate. He made it, but he would walk with a hitch in his step for the rest of his days. However, he remained cute and lovable, and though it would take him a bit longer to get there if you called him to bed, he would still snuggle with you all night. Mia went down the hall to get the poor dog. Eleanor, in shock, was standing by me and studying the rolled-up blanket. "I can't believe he's dead. My whole family's dead." She tried to stifle a sob without much luck. I grabbed her and pulled her close. I didn't know what to say. What could you say in this situation? "Don't worry, my love, it's going to be all right." I stayed silent as she buried her face in my side, which muffled her painful cries. Then I kissed the top of her head. A moment later, Stone limped into the living room with the help of a metal shower rod. Mia was behind him. She had Chewie in her arms. The dog looked down at the blanket, his nose twitching, and then he howled. He howled for Mikey. It broke what was left of my heart. Outside, the wind, or something, howled back. "We have to go," I said. Stone nodded toward Eleanor. "I don't know if that's a good idea. We can just barricade the place and wait until the light comes." "Most of it's already barricaded," Mia said. "It's all a front." To make my point, I went to the plywood covering the living room window and pried it off with one finger. It had been hung with thumbtacks. He didn't want to keep the monsters out. He just wanted us to think he did. This place is too big for us to defend. "It ain't safe out there," Mia argued. Stone nodded. It was a classic pick-your-poison scenario. I parted the curtains again and looked at the sky. Still dark, but lightening. Either that or my mind was playing tricks on me. "I think this house is one giant trap. Bob basically turned it into a wraith trough. If we run, we can fight. We'd have a shot." "I'm not staying here," Eleanor whispered. We heard her loud and clear. And she spoke with such finality, our next move was settled. We left before the monsters came, but their voices chased us in the wind. The town center was well built and mostly well barricaded. I was relieved to see there was some truth to the message on the gazebo. We'd be okay here, at least until the sun rose again. Eleanor and I fixed up the few windows and barricaded the doors. Anything to keep her mind off of Mikey, who lay in the corner of the room. Stone and Mia got a fire going in the dining hall's fireplace. We crowded around the warmth and sat in silence as the wind screamed, and the monsters outside called our names. I felt a strong sense of déjà vu. There was really only one difference this time around. Mia. I looked at her. She was sitting against the wall and rubbing her belly. Her eyes were closed. She could go into labor at any moment, and here we were, clueless about how to help her. Could we make it to the City of Light before the snow or the monsters, human variety included, killed us? Could we survive? The answers to those questions remained unknown. But I'll tell you one thing. We'd sure as hell try. This concludes The Numbing by Flint Maxwell, narrated by Matt Godfrey. Copyright 2020 by Flint Maxwell. This unabridged audiobook is published by arrangement with Flint Maxwell, care of Hirschman Rights Management, LLC, and was produced in the year 2021 by Tantor Media, Incorporated, a division of Recorded Books, which holds the copyright thereto. Please visit tantor.com for more information on our growing library of unabridged audiobooks. Tantor Audio, a division of Recorded Books, presents The City of Light by Flint Maxwell, narrated by Matt Godfrey. Too much mystery is merely an annoyance. Too much adventure is exhausting. And a little terror goes a long way. Dean Koontz, Odd Thomas. 1. Grief. The moon was dead. So were the stars. I hadn't seen a hint of either since the blizzards began, and I miss them. But I especially miss them during the cold, dark hours of the night, when the sky became a solid black wall of nothingness, and the monsters called our names. I missed them the way I missed Jonas, that rambunctious family man who had lived at the gym and who would stay on his feet after downing enough booze to knock an elephant on its ass. I missed them the way I missed Helga, the kind woman who had taken us in after we fled our rented house on the opposite side of Prism Lake, even after I busted one of her windows. I missed them the way I missed Mikey Hark, Elle's little brother, who had proven himself to be a fun, loving, and hilarious young man, and who was brutally murdered at the hands of the insane human monster of Woodhaven, Ohio. Speaking of Woodhaven, we left that dreaded town the first chance we got. As soon as a sliver of light burned through the clouds, we packed up and drove our snowmobiles through the fresh powder, pushing their engines to the limit and putting Woodhaven far behind us. I kept thinking how if I turned around, I'd see a dark figure standing in the snow. That figure would be Bob Ballard. I'd see how his head was only attached to his neck by a few red strands, how his mouth was full of blood, and how his eyes were full of murder. I don't know if you remember, but I mentioned my vision going dark when I did what I did to Ballard, and how I only recalled the aftermath. But as miles and more time separated us from the events at that house in Woodhaven, my mind decided to start filling in the blanks, showing me snippets of what happened. Most of these snippets came in the form of nightmares. In them, I saw myself thrusting the shovel's blade through his throat. I saw the blood, so much of it. I saw how it pooled in the curves and indents of the metal. I saw the flashes of white that were his spine, the glistening cords that were his tendons, and the life slowly fading from his eyes. But instead of dying in these dreams, Bob rips the shovel from his throat and laughs. The wheezy cackle escapes from the gash in his neck more so than from his mouth. A red mist sprays over my face, and then he turns the shovel and thrusts it through my throat. I feel my head detach, and as it rolls from my severed neck and hits the basement floor, a cloud of dust blooms, blinding me. Somehow I'm still cognizant, conscious, alive. The dust clears. Bob shambles like a zombie, and smiling, his own head barely attached and bobbling, he yells, "You should have cooperated, Grady, my pal. Should have let me do what I had to do, and maybe it wouldn't be this bad." His boot rises and comes down like a falling anvil. And then I wake up screaming. Yes, these images had become a nightly occurrence after what we went through. I couldn't shake them, and although they've lessened in frequency, I don't think I ever will. For 3 days, we stayed in Woodhaven, and like I said, we moved on at first light, traveling for the better part of a day before seeking shelter in another small town called Talmadge Falls. Unlike Woodhaven, though, this place was deserted, as far as we knew, at least. No survivors, no crazies, and no wraiths. Just snow, a sea of white as far as the eye could see, broken up by trees whose trunks were mostly buried. We wouldn't have stopped there if not for Elle. I was driving the snowmobile. She was riding passenger next to our measly possessions. Lots of off-bug spray, lighters, and a few flashlights. And Mikey's body lay on her lap. He was still wrapped in the sheet. Elle held him, clutching her little brother to her chest. She spoke no words for the duration of our journey, but sobbed softly to herself every so often. Stone drove the other snowmobile, following closely behind Elle and I. Mia and Chewie were his passengers, along with the rest of our possessions. These consisted of spare coats, blankets, socks, shoes, and what was left of the food we took from the gas station near Avery's Mills. We were coming upon a town when Elle whispered. I barely heard her over the sled's droning engine and the constant battering of the wind. I glanced her way, saw she was pointing out of the cracked windshield to the right, and I turned my eyes in that direction. Here I noticed something besides the distant treetops. Flashes of brilliant white stood out between the woods, and above, a towering spire stretched into the sky, a beacon against the backdrop of gray and black. "What is it?" I asked. "A church," Eleanor answered. "I think." "It's pretty." "It's more than that. It's the place. I can feel that there's something about it." I had no clue of what Elle was talking about. Yeah, the idea of pulling over and making sure she was okay crossed my mind, but I didn't. After what we'd experienced in Bob's basement, combined with the loss of her brother, you had to think she was close to losing her sanity entirely. I know I was. But like I've said before, Elle's stronger than most. "We have to go there," she said. Her eyes burned with a seriousness I hadn't seen since before Woodhaven. That's the place I want to leave Mikey. The place I want him to rest. I asked no more questions, and I steered through the sea of white toward the spire. And as we gained on the church, I knew Elle was right. There was something about it. Talmadge Falls reminded me of Woodhaven in a lot of ways. Small, surrounded by empty farmland and forest, and deserted. In the heart of the city there was a town circle instead of a square. The circle was a large roundabout with 8 exits, branching off in every direction, but in the middle was a park. Tall trees were planted around the outside, a way of deterring drunk drivers from jumping the curb and plowing through the grass. Of course, snow covered most everything around here, another thing the two towns had in common, so I allowed my imagination to fill in the blanks of what was under the layers of white. Park benches. Walkways leading to the few buildings in the circle, trash cans, and maybe some memorial plaques dedicated to the town's bigwig donors. Fast food places, gas stations, and drugstores surrounded the outskirts of the roundabout, but they were pristine in comparison to the shabby businesses and the creepy motel we saw around the town square in Woodhaven. Even if there was a creepy motel, I don't think it would have brought down the circle's centerpiece, that church. As we got closer to it, I realized how dated it was. In fact, some may have called it beyond dated. Ancient was a better descriptor. The politer term, I believe, is historical. Still, despite its age and various points of disrepair, the church was beautiful, maybe even more beautiful surrounded by all that snow, where it shined bright like a star in the night sky. I drove our sled up to the steps leading to the church's door and killed the engine. I felt like I was looking at an old painting, the kind you see housed in protective cases, meant to prevent the endless stream of camera flashes from wearing the portraits down to blank canvas. 4 pillars rose high in front of the building, and large chunks of paint were missing from them, showing the wood beneath. Above the pillars was a large stained glass window showing a distorted depiction of Christ on the cross. Black holes peppered the torso. It was as if someone had thrown rocks at it. But that, nor the sheeted ice, could dampen the dazzling brilliance of the art. At the top of a stone staircase all but buried by the snow, a tall door rose between the second and third pillar. I craned my head and took in the tower, the belfry, and the spire, the latter ending with a cross at its apex, which pierced the heavens above. A blanket of warmth invaded the snowmobile's cab. I don't think I imagined it or that it was some sort of mental sensation. I honestly believe the air grew a few degrees warmer. Not much, but in those conditions, a few degrees went a long way. The idea this place might have been protected wasn't a crazy one. I think, as I'm sure the others did as well, that there was magic there. But it was the type of magic one wasn't meant to keep. It was like finding a ladybug, and with it, good luck. But you couldn't lock the poor insect away in a jar and keep it forever, milking it of its power. No, you had to let it go. You had to open the window or your front door and help it back into the wild where it belonged. Such a thing didn't belong to a single person, but to all who stumbled across the ladybug's path. That's how I felt about our stay at the church. It offered safety to those who stumbled upon it, and overstaying our welcome would only do more harm than good. Sure, those walls protected us, and maybe even gave off their own kind of luck, but those walls belonged to no one. They never had, and they never would. In our time there, less than a day if memory serves me correctly, nothing bothered us. When I say nothing, I mean nothing. The wraiths steered clear of the circle and perhaps the town in general. No beasts wailed or screamed save for the wind, and even that was tame compared to what we'd been used to. Nothing called our names, nothing taunted us. I thought no bad thoughts. And for the hour or two of sleep I got while inside, my nightmares of a murderous Bob Ballard were non-existent. We lived almost in a state of wonderful bliss. Yeah, Elle said, voice shaky but not from the cold. Yeah, this is it. Stone and Mia pulled up next to us. They were both staring at the building with dreamy smiles on their faces. Between them, Chewy stood on his hind legs, his forepaws planted on the narrow dashboard, and looked out through the foggy windshield. Even the dog seemed happier, and I was glad for that after what he'd gone through. I'll see if it's open, I told Elle and got out. Her voice followed, which I heard loud and clear thanks to the slowing wind. It'll be open, she said with 100% certainty, and she was right. The door swung inward silently almost as soon as I touched it, almost as if someone, some unseen host, had opened it for me. Come in, Grady, sit for a bit. Warm your bones, rest your soul. Goosebumps prickled my flesh and a shiver went down my spine. But like Elle's shaky voice, I reckoned this wasn't a result of the blistering cold. I paused before crossing the threshold, and my eye caught a sign at the edge of my vision. The top of it jutted out of the snow, cutting the letters of the first line in half. I sidestepped over to it, cleared it off, and read these words. Talmadge Falls Historical Church, built between 1822 and 1825, and designed by Franklin Cantor. This historic landmark is the oldest church building in Ohio, still in continuous use as a place of worship. I found the sign slightly sad now that the church was no longer a place of continuous worship, but that didn't make it any less welcoming. I turned and waved the others toward me. They came, and I went back and helped them up the steps one by one. Elle was last, having been studying the edifice for as long as it took Stone and Mia to get to the door. She still held Mikey's body in her arms. I took him from her, and together, we entered. Darkness hung around the pulpit and up in the eaves. But it was not a malicious darkness, the kind which frightened us. It was just a regular darkness, if that makes sense. The result of an absence of light, and not the result of supernatural beings. Still, malicious or not, hating the dark is built into our DNA, and when we spied the rows and rows of unlit candles lining the aisle and behind the stage, we wasted no time igniting them. Stone limped to the pulpit with the help of his 2x4 and sat heavily on the step. He shook his head, making the hood of his coat fall backward. Man, for a place as old as shit, it's not bad. Stone, Mia snapped. She was sitting in the first row of pews closest to the stage. You can't say shit in church. You just did. Mia faked a laugh. Har, har, har. That doesn't count, you ass. Stone raised a finger and pointed at her. Ah! Assassin! You assassin! I said assassin! Stone grinned. Not that it makes any sense, but nice save. Their exchange made me crack a smile, but I didn't join in their laughter. Though I felt safe and somewhat warm here, I was too concerned about Elle. She hadn't moved from her spot at the back of the church, where I had laid Mikey on one of the pews. She was standing behind it, leaning over and staring down at her little brother with tears in her eyes. Every few seconds one would drop, and the sheet wrapped around his body would absorb it. I cleared my throat. The others looked my way, and I nodded sideways toward Elle. They came as I put a hand on Elle's back. Knobs of spine and ridges of ribs poked through the many layers she wore, and I wondered when it was she last ate, or slept, for that matter. What do you want to do? I asked. I want to bring him back, Elle answered, smiling somberly. But I can't, so I guess I have to let him go. She stroked the end where Mikey's head was. And we can't bury him. The ground is too frozen for that. Plus, we don't have any shovels. Even if the ground wasn't, Stone said, pinching my bicep. Grady wouldn't be much help. I'd try my damnedest, though. Know that, I said. If you want me to go outside right now and start digging with my bare hands, I will. Elle's smile transformed from somber to something slightly warmer. I know you would, Grady. Stone wrangled my neck and rubbed my head with his knuckles. You're a good guy, dude. Sometimes too good. Standing on tiptoe, Elle kissed me on the cheek, and pleasant chills rippled along my shoulders. Don't worry. You don't have to do any digging, Grady. Then what should we do? I asked. Elle shrugged. I just want to give him a good send-off. And leave him? Mia asked. Elle nodded. Yeah, he'll be safe here. So that's what we did. I helped Elle clean Mikey up, wiped the blood away, combed his hair, changed him into clothes that weren't soaked red. Elle, God bless her, stayed strong throughout the entire process, and when we were done, Mikey looked close to the way I remembered him. His body lay on a dais, surrounded by lit candles and with a large cross towering over him. Nice words were said, tears were shed, and Chewie howled. Finally, in a beautiful church in a beautiful town, Mikey could rest. The sun shined through the clouds a handful of hours later, letting us know it was time to move on. So we continued south, and when the sun's already dim light dimmed more, we found shelter, waited out the dark, and then left again. Rinse, repeat. It was maybe a week and a half after we had left Woodhaven when the light disappeared for the longest stretch in recent memory. We might have tried waiting out this darkness, but I knew we couldn't with Mia so close to having her daughter. Although usually cool and collected, Mia had become increasingly worried, for good reason. And after much deliberation, a decision was made while we stayed in a bakery full of stale and frozen pastries and bread. The decision was that we would press on, because we had no other choice. As long as the snowmobile's headlights worked and the storms remained mild, not dumping another half-dozen feet on us, we'd be okay. And so far, we were. The monsters left us alone, but they stayed close. That I know for sure. Not long after we'd left the bakery, our sled needed to be refueled, and I got out to fill the tank. Elle was fast asleep, and I didn't want to wake her, so I signaled Stone and Mia, stopped, and began the process as they shined a circle of light on me. It kept the monsters at bay, but it didn't stop them from taunting us. I knew this because when I poured gas into the tank, a soft voice drifted my way. It was Mikey's. You let me die, Grady. You weren't fast enough. Why, man? Why couldn't you have saved me? Are you going to let my sister die, too? What about Mia? Is her baby going to freeze to death? I had no answer for these questions, and I ignored the voice as best as I could. But I will admit this. My hands were shaking so badly when I dumped the gas, I spilled a good amount down the front of my coat. With the tank now full, I rushed back to the safety of the cab, Mikey's laughter following until I slammed the door shut. Chewie looked curiously out of the windshield. His eyes were wide and wet, and his head was pointed to the left, where that false voice had come from. The poor dog let out a soft whimper. I stroked his back with a gloved hand, glad that Eleanor hadn't so much as stirred, and I whispered, I know, boy, I know. I miss him too. I remember being constantly tired. I mean, beyond exhausted. No longer near the safety and warmth of the church, the nightmares reappeared as soon as I closed my eyes. So naturally, I avoided sleep as much as possible. How many days had passed since we left Mikey at the church was unknown to me, because the days and nights blended together already. Add to that how I never slept more than an hour or two in one go, and my concept of time was completely obliterated. In fact, Aside from knowing the storms and the monsters had arrived on July 4th, I was almost clueless as to what the date was at any given point after the 4th. Not that it mattered much. Rest would come when we were safe. And we weren't safe yet. This lack of sleep meant I took as many watch shifts as I could while the others slept. I knew if I was up and armed with light, I wouldn't allow my eyelids to get heavy. Doing so would not only put myself in harm's way, but my loved ones too. And all I cared about was keeping them safe. Because I couldn't bear to lose another person. I would cut off my eyelids before I let that happen. Our shelter on this night was an abandoned schoolhouse. It was the lone annex of a larger high school somewhere near the border of Ohio and Kentucky, if the few road signs we saw on our way here were to be believed. The place was a relic, but old architecture proved to be the most effective in preventing the monsters from getting in. Brick, stone, small windows, heavy doors of solid wood or steel, those were all ideal. The schoolhouse stood 3 stories high. Scuff marks of generations past scarred the yellow tile beneath our feet. The whole place smelled of dust and old books, a scent I liked much more than the cold. We stayed on the lowest floor, which appeared to be a condemned dungeon, and not a place fit for kids. Down there, exposed pipes ran along the walls in every direction. There were 2 bathrooms, a storage closet full of cleaning supplies and toilet paper, and no windows inside. I walked along the other floors, finding nothing of use. They housed classrooms with many windows and fewer escape routes. The dungeon offered us the protection from the elements and the monsters we needed. Elle, Stone, and Mia were all sleeping as I sat on one of the yellow steps, thinking, with Chewie stirring at my feet. Not much to do but think when you were on watch. Think and try to keep yourself awake. So I thought, and the thoughts were bad, as usual. I thought of losing Jonas, then Helga, then Mikey. All in horrible, tragic ways. I thought of the mother I grew up without, and how she wanted to be a writer, and how she had written that wonderful story about a childhood dog coming back to life to offer the now adult owner much-needed closure, and how I had kept a copy of that story in my wallet despite knowing it word for word, and how I no longer had that story because when the blizzards began, I lost it. I thought of my father, and how he died of a heart attack. I thought of the boy I couldn't save from the fire who haunted my mind before the snow fell, and who haunted my reality after. I thought of all these things, and I remained awake. Maybe I'm crazy for doing that. I mean, I had books in my backpack. I could have read those, kept my mind occupied. But whenever I cracked one open, the wind would screech, and the old building would groan like a dying leviathan, and any chance I had of concentrating on the words vanished. My only option was to let those terrible thoughts run their course. After all, they were full of nightmare images, and nightmares were insomnia fuel, weren't they? I clung to the bed, and because of that, my heart continued to beat. I leaned forward and patted Chewie over the blankets covering him. One ear twitched, and he looked at me with a slitted eye, letting out a soft whimper. It's all right, buddy. It's all right. But was it? Before we lost Mikey, I wasn't so down. I wasn't so afraid, was I? Oh, how the times had changed. I stood and stretched. Walking around kept the blood flowing, and that helped keep the exhaustion at bay. I climbed the stairs to the 2nd floor and risked a glance out of a covered window. There was that solid, starless black sky. It was like staring into eternity, and if that was my eternity, I was in no rush to meet it. You'd think there wasn't much positive one could take from such grim imagery, especially imagery so omnipresent. But I tried my best. I told myself life was precious, and that behind those black clouds, distant pinpricks of bright white light continued to burn, and if we kept fighting, we might one day see them again. I hoped. I leaned my head back against the wall. My eyelids felt heavy, but I couldn't fall asleep. Falling asleep now was basically the equivalent to opening my casket and crawling inside. So I slapped my cheek. The leather glove on my right hand made a thwap sound against my flesh. I must have sat there for another hour, thinking, wishing, hoping, before the Sandman started working his magic again. If Stone hadn't gotten up, I probably would have passed out. He had one crutch at this point, ditching the 2x4 after he found the crutch in a Rite Aid we stopped off at before the school. We always hit drugstores and supermarkets when we could. It was how we managed to stock up on bug spray after nearly running out a while back. Thankfully, most people left the stuff on the shelves for our taking. But this Rite Aid we went to had been ransacked of pretty much all goods, the crutch's partner included. Stone moved a bit slower with only one, but it was better than not moving at all. Or, God forbid, having to ride piggyback like he did when we crossed Prism Lake. Chewie rose as Stone approached. "You okay, Gritty?" he asked. "I'm getting a little tired." "Well, you look like shit." "You've always had a way with words." He shrugged in a "what can I say" gesture as Chewie struggled to stand on his hind legs and place his forepaws on my chair. I bent and gave him a little help, careful not to aggravate his healing injuries. I pulled him onto my lap and scratched beneath his chin, where the beard was in dire need of another trimming. Helga and I had bathed and groomed him, but that seemed like a long time ago. The length of his fur, especially noticeable around his paws, told me he was long overdue. Hell, we all were. The men, at least. My own hair hung well past my ears in an unintentional 60s Paul McCartney do. Only I looked less like a beetle and more like a cockroach. Stone was sporting a wild afro and a nappy beard. "I miss him too, Stone said. "I know I don't act like it, and I'm not bawling my eyes out or anything, but I do miss him. He was like a little brother to me." I had only seen Stone cry a handful of times over the course of our long friendship, and most of those times came after the car accident that had killed his parents and messed up his legs. "I know you do, man. You don't have to say that." He nodded and patted me on the shoulder. "Get up and go get some sleep. You really do look like shit." I stood and gently set Chewie on the floor. His little tail whirred like the whisks on a mixer. The abuse Chewie suffered at the hands of Bob Ballard had taken a lot of things from the dog, but it hadn't taken his ability to wag his tail. "You coming to bed too, buddy?" I asked him. He barked softly. Since Mikey had passed, Chewie had taken to snuggling up with me whenever I went down for the count, and he usually stayed with me while I was on watch too. Sometimes he'd get up and look at the door or the windows, and I thought he did it because a wraith was nearby. As time went on, my thinking about that changed. What he was really doing was waiting for Mikey to come back. Then I remembered how he reacted upon first seeing the body rolled up in a sheet, and how he howled so painfully. And I thought he wasn't so much expecting Mikey as he was maybe seeing him. My grandma, the animal lover extraordinaire, had a lot of theories about household pets, one of which was their ability to see things us humans couldn't. Things such as spirits. And hey, maybe she was right. My grandmother was rarely wrong. I thanked Stone and gave him my usual spiel about waking me as soon as he so much as yawned. He plopped down, stretched his arms, and said, I know. Don't worry, dude. Just get some sleep. You look like shit. Yeah, got it." He winked. Outside, the wind groaned and whistled through the cracks in the brick walls. I barely noticed. It had become one of those things that was just there. A routine thing, part of everyday life. Sure, it's insane when you first see snow in the middle of the summer, but then you get used to that too. You adjust your life accordingly and you keep on keeping on. Because us humans are immensely adaptable. Good night, Grady, Stone said. Night. I slept. The nightmares invaded my head, and I woke up in a cold sweat, my heart thundering against my rib cage, as if it wanted to get as far away from those terrible images as it could. Elle was asleep beside me, and I scooted closer to her, trying to calm myself down. Once it worked, I dozed again, and this time I had no dreams. None that I remembered, at least. The sun stayed hidden for another day, and then it peeked through the darkness for a span of 6 hours and 43 minutes. Yes, I timed it. We packed up and continued our quest to the City of Light. Stone had a road map, the same one he'd taken from the gas station near Prism Lake and Avery's Mills, and a compass, but beyond that, the exact location of our potential safe haven remained a mystery. South. That was all we knew. Head south. The snowmobiles weren't equipped with radios, and if they had been, I doubted we'd find anything besides static. Too much time had passed since the blizzards began, and no one could realistically shut themselves up in a radio booth this long without needing food, water, and so on. Besides, what were the chances that one of the last DJs in the world was relaying messages about a place to get away from the monsters, when they should have been heading to that place themselves? Sure, maybe a recording played on a constant loop, or they broadcasted from inside the city or something like that, but the chances were slim. This was my thinking at the time, at least. In truth, I was glad we had no radio, because part of me didn't want to risk hearing something soul-crushing if we had. Like, the City of Light is full. Do not approach. All those who come within 50 yards will be shot on sight. The City of Light was close. The first sign we saw hung outside of Cincinnati. It told us the city was over the Ohio-Kentucky border in a town called New Hill, which might as well have been Mars to us. While we traveled the outskirts, we saw more signs, but fewer the farther we got from the metropolis. In the suburbs, we saw none. We stayed the night in someone's house. It smelled of the cold, but the faintest scent of chocolate chip cookies lingered. A ghost of what had been in the oven when the world ended. I'd poke my eyes out for a sleeve of Thin Mint. Shit, I'd poke my eyes out for a bag of Thin Mint crumbs, Stone said. That's sad, Mia said. We were sitting in the laundry room. No windows there. She leaned back against the washer. A tower of folded towels was stacked atop it, which swayed any time she shifted. A sheet of ice had frosted over the circular glass in the washer's front. White flakes fell whenever Mia's coat scraped it, gathering on the floor, never melting. My love of junk food is sad, Stone squinted. You know what? I agree with you there. Mia shook her head. Not that. Then what's sad? I asked. I was parked in the opened closet with shelves of metal racks above my head. They were empty. It's sad how we aren't going to see Girl Scouts ever again. They were so adorable. She waved to the right, where the snow lay beyond the cold walls. Before all this, I don't know how many Girl Scouts I shooed away from my front porch, always saying how I don't got any money for cookies, but try down the street, that old guy is loaded. She paused, looked over into the distance. I'm never going to get the chance to do that again. A lot of stuff like that, Elle whispered. We took for granted, all of us. Don't get down about it, Mia. Mia nodded. Yeah, you're right. It's okay. It's all going to be okay. I offered a smile. Soon as Mia met my eyes, I saw how her face betrayed her words. Her lip quivered, her eyes got watery. And then she started crying. Elle scooted closer and put her arms around Mia. who, now sobbing, buried her head into Elle's coat. Her body shook, and the towels on the washer toppled over, landing on the tile with a soft whisper. Stone and I stared at each other the way deer in the middle of the road stare at the headlights of a semi barreling toward them. Elle waved one hand while the other stroked Mia's hair. She mouthed, "Say something." But I didn't know what to say. Comforting, as I've told you before, has never been one of my strong suits. Thankfully, Stone, the funniest boy of our 8th grade class, did know what to say. He said, "Mia, you'll see them again, I promise. And like these goobers, I never break my promises either." He cracked a smile and went on. "I know for a fact that Grady has his own Girl Scouts uniform. Don't ask why, we probably don't want to know, but I'm sure you could convince him to put it on and try to sell you some tagalongs or Samoas or something. You could even tell him to peddle his sweets down the street, if it'll make you feel better." He turned to me. "You'll do that, won't you, Grady?" I rolled my eyes but couldn't help smiling. "Yeah, of course. I'm not sure if I can fit into it anymore, with all this junk we've been eating and all." A long stretch of silence fell among us, and I thought I had ruined the moment. Then Mia lifted her head up from Elle's chest, and, tears glistening on her cheeks, she started laughing. "I'm sorry," Mia said. "I'm an emotional wreck." Her hand rubbed the swell of her belly as she shook her head. "But please, don't put on any Girl Scout uniforms around me, Grady, please." I winked. No promises. The laughter helped ease our minds, and things were good for the first time since we left the church. Sadly, it didn't stay that way. But it never does it? Our stay in the house that smelled of cookies lasted 2 days. I'm pretty sure of that, but I wasn't sure of the name of the town we were in when things started going bad again. I remember we had just crossed the Ohio River into Kentucky. Sometime around then, we started seeing the signs again that told us New Hill was close. The signs were the temporary kind you'd see on the highway during long stretches of construction. The Army or the National Guard had probably put them up after the first few days, and each time another blizzard dumped more snow on the world, some poor souls came out and put them up a little higher for weary travelers to see. They hung crookedly from a few billboards and telephone poles when we passed them, barely staying on. The state of the signs, I thought, was a bad omen. It meant no one had given them proper maintenance in a long time, which made the little bit of hope I clung to begin dissolving. I said nothing, and neither did Elle, because speaking of such things made it worse. As we glided beneath the signs in our sled, we dodged bright orange sawhorses and large traffic cones that the wind had blown across the top of the snow. I could try to describe the town to you, but there wasn't much to describe. White not only covered the roads and walkways, but it covered most of the buildings and the traffic lights and the cars, too. The taller structures, not many in this place, remained unburied, but the white coated the brick in the windows. Imagine a realistic sketch on a piece of paper. Now imagine the artist had grown tired of it and hastily erased what they had been working on. All that's left behind is a ghostly image of what was once a detailed drawing. That was how I saw this town, and most of the places we passed through. I fell into a doze after we stopped to refuel, and Elle took over on the driving. I believe I've told you how cramped it was in those snowmobiles before, but I feel a reminder is in order now. With all of our stuff, and Chewy on top of that, I couldn't lift my elbows up more than a few inches without bumping Eleanor. When we had Mikey's body with us, I couldn't move at all. And when Bob Ballard tagged along, guiding us to his house in Woodhaven, I almost couldn't breathe. Still, despite all of this, I did fall asleep. Not a heavy sleep by any means, but sleep nonetheless. In the end, We're no match for exhaustion. For once, since the death of Mikey, I had been dreaming something pleasant. I was standing on a beach, with my toes digging into the sand. I wore nothing but swim trunks, blue and white, with the outlines of palm trees stenciled on them, much like the ones swaying in the sea breeze behind me. The salt from the ocean smelled fresh and clean, and when I swiped my tongue over my lips, I could taste it. A voice in the distance caught my attention. "Grady, what are you doing? Come on." It was Elle. Her body looked utterly stunning in the yellow bikini she wore. She was waving at me from a spot a little ways down the shore. Here, an umbrella stuck out of the sand at an angle, with a few beach chairs huddled beneath its shade. Music played from a portable stereo, and the song coming from its speakers reminded me of Hawaii, a place I had never been but had seen on television and in the movies. The singer was humming along as she strummed a ukulele. Stone and Jonas sat on two of the chairs with cold beers in hand, laughing, bobbing their heads, and toasting to the good life. Behind them, Helga lay on a towel, catching some rays, large buggy sunglasses over her eyes. I smiled at the sight, but wondered where Mikey was in all of this. My brain gave an answer in the form of a dog's distant barking. I turned and looked past the shoreline. In the water, making their own waves, Mikey and Chewy splashed around, both of their hair sopping wet, both of their mouths open, tongues lolling out. Every so often, Mikey threw some kind of bright, squeaky dog toy, and Chewy launched after it. "Grady, you said you'd play rummy with us. Come on," Elle called again, one hand cupping her mouth, the other shielding her eyes. I tried to walk, but I couldn't. The sand beneath my feet began sinking, and the smile on my face transformed into a twisted grimace of fear and pain. "What?" my lips mouthed, no sound able to escape. Above, the once blue sky turned a violent shade of black. Gunmetal gray clouds pressed down on the horizon, strangling the sun of its warmth and light. A cold front rolled across the beach almost instantaneously, and my flesh tightened and chilled. Thunder rumbled as the dark heavens cracked open, and wispy black creatures floated downward. Then, when another boom of thunder shook the sand, the sky widened and snow poured from the fracture. It coated everything in a pure, unblemished white, yet when the flakes lit on my skin, they did not melt, but sizzled instead, and the stench of charred meat and burnt hair replaced the pleasant scent of the sea. The creatures reached the shore, which was now completely buried by the snow, and made their way toward my loved ones, who, like me, stood frozen. When I tried screaming, my jaw unhinged, and the pain radiating through my face was unlike any I had felt before. More thunder rippled. Elle was screaming in my ears, seemingly inches away. The warmth of her breath clashed with the harshness of her voice. "Grady! Grady!" A nightmare. Jolted awake, I realized the snow from my dream had followed me into reality, and we were in the throes of yet another storm. I wasn't surprised by that, but I was surprised that something else had followed with it. The thunder. Flashes of light tattooed my vision, reinforcing the idea. But as my brain shook off the cobwebs of sleep, I realized thunder and lightning made no sense. Then again, neither did a lot of things. I turned to Elle, who screamed as she jerked the sled to the right. We tipped with the sudden movement. The left side rose and fell with a muffled thunk that rattled the layers of ice beneath the fresh snow. Chewy shot across the seats, but I caught him before he could crumple against the passenger door. He yelped, which I barely heard over the engine, the thunder and Elle's shrieks. I won't say I was gentle in catching the poor dog, but snagging the skin and fur on the back of his neck would undoubtedly prove less damaging than going through the window. With the sled on both skis again, I reached for the steering wheel and guided us away from a downed telephone pole across our path. If I hadn't, I'm sure I wouldn't be here to tell you this story. The engine coughed. No, hacked. And as Elle took over, we coasted to a stop. The headlights had dimmed, and so had the lights on the dashboard. But my mind was in too much of a frenzy to think anything of it. Besides our frantic breathing and the sound of Mia and Stone's sled, the world around us was, for the moment, quiet. I inhaled shakily and expelled clouds of opaque vapor that filled the cab. And I thought about the thunder. Part of me knew what had caused it because the sound was a familiar one. I heard it many times since the world had ended. Elle's hat had fallen from her head. Her hair was everywhere, and a couple of strands stuck to the paths the tears had taken down her cheeks. Absent-mindedly, I reached out and brushed them away. She began. I almost killed us. Elle, I said, trying to sound calm and failing. It's okay, but I think there's someone shooting at or very close to us. We need to get moving again before something really bad happens. I can drive. She shook her head, took in her own deep and shaky breath, and said, I'm okay. That I wasn't so sure about. Still, her hand moved under its own power, going against the fear evident on her face, and tried starting the engine. It didn't purr to life, but click, click rattled instead. It was dead, and I feared we were next. 2. The theater. The shots had stopped for a few minutes, and in that few minutes, Stone pulled the other snowmobile up next to us, then swung around so its headlights illuminated a good portion of the surrounding area. The logic was that as long as we stayed in this bright circle, we were safe. As I stepped out into the snow, prepared to either try to get a quick view of what was wrong under the hood of our sled or move into Stone and Mia's, the whipping wind momentarily knocked me off balance. I stopped myself from face-planting. Gee, wouldn't that have been the cherry on top of this fucked-up sundae? By clinging onto one of the side mirrors and waiting until the gale passed. Outside in that terrible cold, seconds felt like a millennium, minutes an eternity. And although my bones seemed frozen, I made myself crouch so as not to be a blatant target for any shooters. At the time, I wasn't sure if there was a shooter. I thought so, but if someone wanted us dead, wasn't now the perfect time to pump us full of lead? The silence said that we were in the clear, but my intuition said get the hell out of here, don't risk it. I mean, why shoot at a moving target, albeit a fairly slow-moving target, and then lay off the trigger when said target stops? It didn't make much sense. Regardless, I couldn't stand out here any longer. If it wasn't a bullet that did me in, it would be the cold. Head down against the wind and trudging toward Stone and Mia's snowmobile. I sank a little deeper with each step until the white nearly came up to my waist. Again, as I usually did whenever I had to travel by foot through the snow, I thanked whatever entity in charge of the universe for the base layer of ice under the fresher powder that prevented me from being swallowed entirely. Stone cracked his door open. The tip of his nose and part of his cheeks had turned reddish and chapped, lit up by the glow of the flashlight Mia was holding. What happened? He asked. Didn't you hear that? What? That thunder, I said. Gunshots, I think. No shit. I shrugged. That's what it sounded like. Seeing as how I'm able to stand out here without taking a slug to the back, I don't think we were the prime targets if gunshots were the case. Stone pulled his hat down around his ears and scratched the back of his neck. Doesn't mean I want to keep standing out here, though, I added, hugging myself to suppress a shiver. Is the sled dead? Stone asked. Yeah, Elle got so scared when we heard it, she almost flipped us trying to get away. As soon as we stopped, the engine cut out on its own. Like it did at the ski place, Mia said, nodding. Told you we should have got that taken care of. Stone closed his eyes. The snowmobile repair shop isn't exactly open now, is it? I wondered if there was even such a place before the blizzards. Mia flipped Stone off. Wouldn't have hurt to give it a look and try to fix it. Without little Grady and me know about engines, we probably would have made it worse. Good point, Mia agreed. Can we save the conversation for another time? I asked. I am, to quote Stone here, freezing my nuts off. What do you want to do? Stone asked. I think we're going to have to pack it in for the day. Find shelter, hope for some sunlight, and do what Mia said we should have done a while ago. Fix it. If we can't, then we're SOL. Stone glanced at the dashboard. His eyes lingered on the gas gauge. It hovered around 1/4 of a tank, and he and I both knew what that meant. It was the last 1/4 of a tank we had left without siphoning the bit from the other snowmobile. Unless the engine miraculously fixed itself, or a wealth of mechanical knowledge struck one of us like a lightning bolt, siphoning was exactly what we'd be doing. I think maybe it was how I was raised, by a father who prided himself on being an average Joe, and whose blunt honesty you'd appreciate even if it hurt your feelings, not to mention with the help of a grandmother who possessed the kindest soul I ever had the honor of being around. But I tried my damnedest to never tell a lie, not to anyone, especially not to Eleanor. Once, while in the 10th grade, I found an iPod Nano in the school parking lot. It was a little scratched on one side, but otherwise brand spanking new. This happened a month or two after a Christmas when iPods were all the rage. Unfortunately, such gadgets didn't fit into the Miller household budget, which I understood even at the age of 14. Well, I found this thing, picked it up, and powered it on. I expected nothing but a blank screen after some careless owner had dropped it on the concrete and left it to the Ohio cold for God knew how long. Sure enough, however, the screen lit up, and the buttons and wheel worked perfectly. There were only 3 songs in the music library: Stairway to Heaven by Led Zeppelin, Gin and Juice by Snoop Dogg, and 99 Luft Balloons by Nina. I reasoned these were all songs that would eventually find their way onto my own iPod if I had gotten one for Christmas, so this had to be a sign, right? Finders keepers and all that? Not exactly. I pocketed the iPod and marched on up to the front office to turn this $200 worth of technological genius into the lost and found. What 14-year-old kid in their right mind would do that? Well, I won't lie, it was a hell of a struggle. Many thoughts ran through my head at the time, thoughts of how I could get away with it, how I could only use it at night, never in front of the other students, or, God forbid, my father. Hiding it from him would have been easy, but if he saw it, he'd ask where it came from, and since I was unemployed and he knew I spent the little cash I received from distant relatives for my birthday on either comic books or trips to the movies with Stone and Jonas, rather than saving it for college like he wanted me to, he'd know I was full of crap. On top of that, I thought about how if the roles were reversed and it had been me who lost an iPod that my hard-working father bought, I would have died of guilt, humiliation, and embarrassment. Then, of course, there was the fact that lying, just the idea of it, tore my insides to shreds. I remember the secretary. I've forgotten her name. It's been a while, sue me. Behind the desk, gasping and raising her hand to cover her mouth, and how her eyes gleamed with mischief for a moment as she no doubt thought about keeping the gadget for herself. The mischief faded as fast as it came, however, and she said, "Wow, thank you for your honesty, Mr. Miller. If no one claims it in the next 2 weeks, then according to policy, it's yours." The glumness within me burned away as endless fireworks of hope ignited and burst through my interior. I walked home with a pep in my step, unaware of the cold winter wind turning the tops of my ears beet red. Back then, in hindsight, that 30 degrees and dusting of snow was nothing compared to what came after July 4th, 2020. What followed was the longest 2 weeks of my young life. Well, 13 days, because one day before the ownership passed to me, some 11th grader claimed the iPod. Yeah, it sucks. Majorly sucks, I know. But not every story gets a happy ending. Anyway, digression aside, I stayed as honest as I could for as long as I could, almost abstaining completely from even the white lies, though some slipped through the cracks here and there. They always do. But those don't count, do they? The big lies, however, I told none of those until Eleanor asked me how much fuel we had left outside of our dead sled. "We're fine," I told her, hating myself and hoping I sounded more convincing than I did to my own ears. "No worries." "Yeah, I promise, dear." A smile stretched across my face. It felt genuine enough. Eleanor bought it, and I hated myself for the time being. But a few minutes later, after another barrage of shots shattered the cold silence, and I saw the guy with the assault rifle clutched against his chest charging through the hazy curtain of falling snow, our lack of fuel suddenly seemed like no big deal. I was reaching for Elle's hand with my right. I cradled Chewie, wrapped in his blankets, in the crook of my left. Elle squeezed my fingers hard, and she yanked me down just as a spate of gunfire rippled through the air. I turned my head, seeing the man rushing toward us. A terrible fear stole over me, icing over my joints more than the actual cold had. Though the man held the gun with the muzzle pointed upward, my fear refused to leave. All it would take for him to kill us was a slight shift of his aim. The sound of the shots rattled my eardrums, but I still heard him shout, "Leave me alone! Leave me alone, you fucking shadows!" I waved at Stone and Mia. "Go! Get out of here!" I yelled. There wasn't enough time for us to make a clean getaway with the man so close. Their snowmobile stayed where it was, and the passenger side door open. Mia leaned out into the snow with tears of fright in her eyes. "Come on! What the fuck are you waiting for?" More shots roared through the dark. Rising, I pushed Elle toward the sled's open door just as the man stopped about 30 feet away. I remember thinking, this was it. I remember waiting for the sudden warmth of my blood leaking from a bullet wound in my side or my back. I remember anticipating a puff of singed feathers from my winter coat floating in the air, mixing with the falling snow. I remember being so scared that my brain rendered movement impossible. But I also remember seeing Elle, crawling toward the snowmobile, and Mia's terrified face, and me moving, going against my brain because they were in danger. Even if I didn't want to be brave, I had to. I had to for them. A torn ski mask covered most of the man's face. Tufts of messy facial hair pushed through the rips in the mask, and he wore a heavy beige coat with some military insignia stitched over one side of the chest. I wasn't sure which branch. His eyes looked almost as wild as his beard, and on his head was a dented and scratched green helmet. The helmet's clasps framed his face and flapped wildly with his frantic movements through the snow. Then he stopped and began patting his pockets. A few seconds later, he was fumbling with a fresh magazine. I reckoned we had about 15 seconds before he was locked and loaded, and another barrage of rounds sprayed from the rifle. And who was to say that he would shoot up in the air this time and not at us, especially now that we were so close to one another? I knew there was only one way to beat him. I had to get the gun out of his possession, because if I somehow managed to get in the snowmobile and Stone took off, the man wouldn't stop. It might have pissed him off all the more. It wasn't like our mode of transportation went from 0 to 60 in a matter of seconds or anything like that. In fact, we'd probably be lucky enough to get over 15 miles per hour, with all the added weight and fresh snow on the ground slowing us down. My logic was that if I got shot and died, but managed to pry the gun away from the man long enough for the others to get free, then it wasn't a big deal. The others would still be breathing. Mia would have a chance to deliver her daughter. Stone would watch out for Elle. It would all be okay. So I climbed up from my prone position, grunting, and pushed away the negative thoughts. "Grady, what are you doing?" Elle screamed after me as I began heading toward the man in a labored, limping charge. "Just go, get somewhere safe," I shouted back. But the wind snatched away my words, and I doubted she heard me. "Wait!" Stone understood, though. He revved the sled's engine, and it lurched forward, eventually swallowed up by the darkness and falling snow. I had taken a beating at the hands of Bob Ballard, both when he woke me in the middle of the night by pressing a sharp blade to my neck, and when I managed an escape from the binds around my wrists to fight him to his death. I had failed to act fast enough then. But here, with this man dressed in a soldier's uniform, I went all in, because I'd be damned if I was going to lose anyone else I cared about. The man's eyes widened enough to fill up the holes of his ski mask. I was only about 15 feet from him at this point, and sensing his fear like a rabid wolf, a new strength flooded my arms and legs. The snow's resistance suddenly felt like nothing more than thin grass. I picked up even more speed. It felt like I was running downhill. The man leveled the rifle at me, aimed. But this time he was too late. I threw my shoulder into him. The military coat and the beard disguised his frailty. He was nothing but a bag of bones. Upon impact, his sternum bent inward and possibly cracked. The gun pinwheeled above as we went to the ground, a tangle of limbs. Snow engulfed my vision, but I flailed and connected with him more than a few times. Grabbing handfuls of fabric, I pulled myself on top and cocked my arm back, ready to strike as soon as his covered face presented itself. The man lurched. His head shot up through the snow, his beard crusted white, and I plowed my fist downward. But halfway through my swing, a sharp pain under my chin caused all the strength to go out of my arm. I felt icy metal parting my own stubble and digging into my flesh. The man had moved so fast, I didn't even see him pull the knife from the holster on his belt. Remember, this wasn't the first time I'd been in such a situation. But seeing the fear in the man's eyes morph into red-hot rage, I thought it would certainly be the last. I won't say I saw my life flash right before me. But this close to having your throat slashed open definitely brings out a type of melancholic longing in you. "You're one of them, aren't you?" the man seethed, clenching his teeth together so I could barely understand him. "Whatever you think I am, I'm not. I'm just a nobody, a regular guy, trying to do right by his friends." The knife jittered with the man's shaking hand. If I got out of this, I thought I wouldn't have to shave for a while. Blood rolled down my neck, the icy wind virtually freezing it as soon as it fell from my wound. "Liar!" he shouted. "Liar!" The man's mask had gone askew in our scuffle, so I scanned his brow for a dark line, a sign he'd been infected by the wraiths, and saw none. That meant nothing, though, because he still could be infected the way Bob Ballard was. Deep down, I didn't believe the man was insane in any sense of the word. There was something different about this man. "Just listen to me," I tried to reason, acutely aware of how a few more pounds of pressure on his end could result in having the underside of my tongue skewered by steel. "Put the knife down. We can talk this through, I promise." The man shifted, bucking me off of him, and stood. He never even blinked. and the blade, long with a serrated edge, stayed poised in my direction. That craziness was back in his eyes. Yet he slumped to one side, and his free hand clutched the part of his sternum I'd felt bend inward when I initially hit him. Talking seemed like a fantasy. I scanned the snow for the rifle, my last chance at safety. Part of me hoped the man would give up, turn around, run back to wherever he came from, and lick his wounds in the shadows. By the time he was better, we'd be long gone, safely away from any chances of revenge. The arm holding the weapon suddenly wavered. Maybe my wishes were coming true. Maybe reasoning wasn't out of the question. Of course, he tensed back up, and those thoughts vanished. I needed the gun. A shadow crept into the edges of my vision from the alley a few feet to my left. Was it a wraith? A projection? This guy's partner? I resisted facing whatever it was, afraid that if I took my eye off the deranged man with the knife, he would pounce and finish what he started. Turned out I didn't have to face it, because the shadow advanced, and instead of staying in my peripherals like one of the monsters would have done, it showed itself completely. And it was no shadow. It was Eleanor. Remaining quiet proved almost impossible. The love of my life had entered the lion's den, weaponless except for a branch, and what was I supposed to do? Let her get sliced up by some crazy guy? Not a chance. But I'm not always a complete idiot. I threw my hands up and started babbling about nonsense. Seriously, whatever came to mind. I asked what the man's favorite flavor of cotton candy was, if he preferred Xbox or PlayStation before all things went to hell, what his name was, and what he liked to eat on Thanksgiving. The whole time I tried my best to keep my eyes off of Eleanor. She moved like she was drunk, a side effect of the wind, no doubt, and I'm sure she probably made a lot of noise. But the silver lining about the wind, if you could call it that, was how it demanded you hear only it. The man flashed me an uneasy look, the likes of which I've never gotten before, and he one-upped me in the crazy department, saying, "Shut your mouth! Stop talking! You're not real! You're not real! You're a thumbprint person! Take off your mask and show—" The crutch drove through the air and hit him in the side of the head. A heavy clonk, like something you'd hear in a cartoon, sounded on contact. The guy's eyes opened wider than ever, and his knees started shaking. As he took a step forward, the knife fell from his hand and landed silently in the snow, disappearing beneath the white. "What?" he began, turning his head to see what had hit him. But no other words left his mouth after that, because his shaking knees gave way, and he belly-flopped, not far from where his weapons had vanished. Elle dropped the crutch, pulled out a flashlight, hastily turned it on, and ran my way. She tripped once, but scrambled back to her feet before I could reach her. "Are you okay? Are you hurt?" she asked me. I took her into my arms, hugging her as tight as my tired muscles allowed. I'm fine. And it's all thanks to you." As we parted, the corners of her lips rose above the scarf covering the lower half of her face. I wasn't smiling with her, though. I was frowning. "Grady, don't give me that look." "What were you thinking? You could have been killed." "How was it going to let you die? If you think I could have honestly sat in the sled and done nothing while you wrestled around in sub-zero temperatures in the dark, then you're even dumber than Stone says." Ouch. She ignored this. "What would you have done in my situation? And don't give me any of that, but hell, you're just a fragile girl crap, because I'm not." A few seconds passed as she waited for my reply. When none came, she nodded. "Exactly." I shrugged. What else could I do? Elle turned and pointed toward the buildings on my left, her right. One of them was an old-looking movie theater. Snow obscured part of the marquee, but I made out the words there. Advertisements for the last movies to hit theaters before the end of the world. Coming attractions: Tenet, July 17th, and Disney's Mulan, July 24th. Tickets on sale now. Stone parked the sled over there, Elle continued. He was about to come get you. Another smile. I guess you can see I vetoed that idea pretty quick. But I only did it because I love you. I love you too. We kissed, and the warmth of our lips pressed together felt better than that of any sun. You may think I'm insane for saying such a thing, especially in our current situation, but if you've ever been in love, you'll know I'm far from that. You know, now that I think about it, maybe love is insane. The unconscious man, momentarily forgotten, stirred in the snow. The collision of crutch against skull had knocked the ski mask almost entirely from his face. I grabbed Elle's light and shined it at him. His eyelids fluttered, and his mouth twisted into a painful grimace. A fresh sheen of blood rolled from the top right of his head, where a nasty gash had opened. He was pretty fucked up, in all honesty. Elle had hit him good. I hadn't recalled her ever telling me she played softball before, but if she hadn't, especially with a swing like that was a shame. I will say I definitely pitied any piñatas that crossed her path. Leaning a little closer to the man as he continued shifting, Elle put an arm across my chest and tried to hold me back. I said, "It's okay. I just want to see if he's got a mark." Hesitantly, her arm fell and I stumbled through the snow. The light trained on his face. There was no mark there, but I knew we weren't in the clear yet. Just because I had seen the line on the foreheads and faces of the others, that didn't mean they couldn't be hidden elsewhere. Still, my gut feeling told me this guy wasn't dangerous. Just lonely and suffering from cabin fever. After my stay on Prism Lake, both in our house and in Helga's, I was familiar with that concept. We can't leave him out here, Elle said. I mean, if he's not infected or whatever. That would be wrong, right? Yeah, I think so. So what do we do? I handed her the flashlight. Keep it on me. I'm going to look for the gun and the knife. Elle nodded. First, I walked around the guy, who started mixing in groans with his twitching, and grabbed the crutch. It wasn't an assault rifle, but it was pretty solid despite its low weight. There was a large dent in the metal near the arm cushion. Usable, but Stone would probably have a fit about the damage. More importantly, the crutch was better than no weapon at all. It took me a minute or two to locate the rifle, because it had sunk through the few feet of fresh powder. I dusted the snow from the muzzle and the stock, and then put the strap over my shoulder as I started searching for the blade. I found that faster, thanks to having seen it fly from the man's hand when Elle intervened. It had been buried a few feet from where he lay, near some of the splatters of blood. As I pocketed the knife, the man found himself able to talk. What the hell happened? Grabbing the rifle and aiming it at him, I said, You attacked us, and my girlfriend here knocked you on your ass. Huh? The man struggled to sit up and clutch the wound above his eye. This movement caused both Elle and I to take a cautious step away. The cold had pretty much stopped the bleeding, but I doubted it stopped the pain. The man blinked a few times, shook his head, and then stared wide-eyed at Elle, who I had given the crutch. You got a hell of a swing, ma'am. Now would have been a good time for her to reply with some sort of badass quip, which I'll admit is what I expected, but she didn't. She said something very Elle-like instead, and I loved her all the more for that. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to hit you so hard. I just wanted to knock the knife out of your hand, not knock you unconscious. The man shrugged. It's all good, sweetheart. No harm done. Hell, I needed a nap anyway. I've been up for... I don't know how many days. I eyed the man warily. He seemed normal enough to me, but after what we'd gone through in Woodhaven, I operated with even more caution than before. The man saw me looking at him, and he arched an eyebrow. I found it funny how it was my expression that caught his attention and not the fact that I was currently aiming his own rifle at him. "What is it, Chief? I got some food on my face, spinach in my teeth." "You were rambling on about thumbprint people or something like that," I said. "But you don't look like you're infected. I don't see any marks." A ripple of uncertainty passed through the man's features. I thought you were, them, fucking with me." "What are the thumbprint people?" Elle asked, huddling closer. Although the resulting surge of adrenaline kept my blood warm, and we'd only been outside the snowmobiles for 5 minutes, if that. The sub-zero temperatures were starting to get to Elle and I both. We needed to find shelter before frostbite settled in. "That's a long story," the guy answered. "Way too long to tell you out here in what I like to call Santa's asshole. But in short, the thumbprint people are how the shadows get in my head. Personal and all that, I'm sure y'all know, seeing as how you survived this long." I nodded. "I'm sorry about shooting at y'all," the guy continued. "It's true that I ain't been in my right mind yet, but I ain't tagged. I promise you." "Promises don't mean anything these days," I said. "Did they ever?" the man replied and smiled again. How he could smile after probably having a concussion, I'll never know. Maybe it was the concussion that made him do that. "Good point," I said. "Guess I just needed a good smack on the head." The guy winked at Eleanor. I didn't like that, but the whining of an approaching engine diverted my attention elsewhere. Our other snowmobile. Stone eased his way toward us, the light nearly blinding to our dark, adjusted eyes. When he saw it was me holding the gun and not the stranger, he picked up the pace. Then he parked about a dozen feet away, cracked his door, and shouted, "You guys okay?" I gave him a thumbs up. "Good, now let's get the fuck out of here." The man pulled himself to his feet, clutching his head with one hand the whole time, as if letting go would cause it to fall off. My aim on him had gotten lazy, but at that movement I stiffened. He didn't so much as flinch. Instead, he nodded toward Stone's snowmobile. "Y'all are going to travel in that? A two-seater?" He snorted. "Good luck. You won't get more than a mile before that old gal shits the bed." The man turned, pointed at the other sled. "What about that one?" "Broke down," I answered. Then, through gritted teeth, "Nearly crashed it when you shot at us." "Well, let me make it up to y'all." Elle and I exchanged an uncertain look. "Oh, come on," the man said. "You got the gun and the knife. I'm a scrappy fighter, I won't lie, but not when my brains are leaking out of my head. Plus, how many are you? 4?
5, Elle corrected, including our dog.
5, okay. Well, I'm outnumbered, ain't I?" Elle leaned closer to me and whispered,
"I don't care what we do, Grady, but I want to get somewhere warm."
The man cocked a thumb at the theater up the road. "That's my HQ. We can weather the dark together. And come first light, I'll take a look at your snowmobile, see what I can do. And let me tell you all this, there ain't an engine I can't fix. I promise you that."
It sounded nice, I'll admit. And aside from shooting at us, the man didn't give off bad vibes like Bob Ballard had. But the decision ultimately came down to the group. "Give us a minute," I said, motioning Elle toward Stone and Mia while I kept the rifle trained on the stranger. Stone leaned farther out of his open door. "He's inviting us to stay with him." He laughed. "Yeah, right. I mean, his place is right there." I patted the rifle. "I've got the weapon. But he seems all right to me." "Me too," Elle said. "Kind of sweet, actually. I mostly just feel bad for him." "That's probably because you busted his head open with Stone's crutch," Mia said. "Yeah, we saw it."
Elle shrugged. Ignoring this, Stone raised his voice. "You guys can't be serious. This dude fucking shot at us."
"Well," I said, "to be fair, he shot upward. like he was trying to scare us off as opposed to killing us. Stone bowed his head and pinched the bridge of his nose. He looked back at Elle and me after a few seconds. You get this dumbass expression on your face whenever you want to do something stupid, Grady. Did you know that? You've reminded me a few times, yeah. Have we learned nothing? Stone said. Do you want to go through another Woodhaven situation? He's not infected, Elle said. I kept not only my eyes on the guy standing in the snow a few feet away, but the gun, too. Aside from keeping his head on a swivel, he hadn't moved. Stone's upper body jolted as he chuckled. Bob wasn't infected either, not in a way we were familiar with. He drew an imaginary line between his eyes. What are the odds of running into two people like Bob this close together? Mia asked. Fuck if I know, but I don't want to find out. Stone's brow wrinkled. Do you guys? Eleanor leaned closer. Listen, I don't want another Woodhaven situation as much, if not more, than any of you, but I'm freezing, and Mia's pregnant as hell, Mia interjected. She seemed comfortable despite that, reclining as far as her seat allowed, petting Chewy beneath his many blankets. Yeah, she's pregnant as hell, and we're going to need the other snowmobile to get to the city. Crazy or not, I added. The guy's right about not getting far with all of us piled in this piece of junk. Remember the short trip from the Woodhaven motel to Bob's house? We moved about 5 miles per hour. Stone took a deep breath, exhaling a white cloud of vapor. He knew I was right, and I could always tell how that annoyed him. I could also tell when he was going to give in, and this, too, was verging on one of those times. I patted him on the shoulder. It all comes to risk, buddy. The way we're living now, you can't escape it. It factors into everything we do, no matter how small. Right? Stone glared at me, opened his mouth to argue, but I raised a hand from the rifle, stopping him before he could get started. Hey, I've listened to your countless rants about Tom and Jerry and horror movies. Least you could do is hear me out. He rolled his eyes. Fine, you're right. About the risk, I mean. I know I am. What I'm saying is, no matter what we do, there's a risk. So it comes down to what's the bigger risk. You think I really want to share a room with the dude who could have put a bullet through one of your guys' brains? Hell to the no, I don't. But I'd much rather take my chances against him than an army of monsters. Silence except for the wind as Elle, Mia, and I, and even Chewy, waited for Stone's response. Damn it, he finally said. Fine. But when we're dead, I'm going to rub it in your face so hard. Wow, Elle exclaimed. What a wonderful mindset. Stone offered half a shrug. I gave Elle a quick shake of the head. Don't pay any attention to him. He likes being right more than he likes living. In the circle of light, the man raised a hand our way. Yeah, excuse me, I don't want to be rude here or nothing like that. You know, on account of you having my rifle and all, but I think we should get a move on. ASAP. The movie theater right there, correct? I shouted. He nodded, squinting against the beams cutting through the darkness. Yeah, it ain't much, but I've been living there a long time, and I like to think I'm all right. Besides the occasional mental breakdown, I added silently. That's debatable, Stone mumbled, the voice to my thoughts. I backed away from the sled, said, Wait up a minute while I get him, and follow us. And then I closed the door before Stone grew even sassier. To Elle, I told her to ride with them, that I could handle the short walk by myself. She laughed. Yeah, like you handled being alone earlier. Oh boy, I'll never hear the end of that one, will I? Whirling the crutch like a master swordsman, she shook her head. Not a chance, babe. I sighed. Oh well, it beat the hell out of dying. The man was on his best behavior throughout the small trek to the movie theater. As we approached it, the snowmobile's light illuminated the chains on the double doors. Was this guy actually crazy? Had he lied to distract us long enough to notify someone else? I wasn't sure, but the chains weren't going anywhere without a buzzsaw or a stick of dynamite. So it was only natural that I thought this guy had led us on. I adjusted my grip on the rifle, letting my fingers slip down to the trigger. Still, though, I had no bad feelings at this point, but that meant nothing. I am no clairvoyant, after all. The man turned around and raised his hands. He no longer wore his ski mask, and the gash on his forehead wasn't bleeding, but it looked gnarly. Much worse than Elle's had after our run-in with the wolves at Avery's Mills. She survived without stitches, but I wasn't sure if this man would have the same luck. "I need to get my keys out of my back pocket," the guy said, "and unlock those chains. I won't make no sudden movements or nothing like that. If I do, put a slug in my thigh." I nodded, and he did as he said. A few seconds later, the doors swung open. He stepped back and waved toward the dark interior. "Welcome to me castle," or whatever the saying is. "You first," I said. The man frowned. "All right." Once inside, he flipped a few switches, which made a heavy thunk, thunk, thunk echo throughout the lobby. Lights came on, brighter than any I had seen since the storm started. Standing just past the threshold, he said, "There, is that better?" Stone killed the engine behind us. I exchanged a look with Elle. She was smiling at all the brightness. I couldn't blame her. When light conquers the darkness, you can't help but feel hopeful. "Park that snowmobile right on in here if it'll ease your mind. The snow might bury it before we head out again," the man said. Good point. I waved Stone forward. Squinting, I saw his face screw up in confusion. "Inside," I shouted. He raised a hand to his ear. Mia said something to him I didn't catch, which resulted in a quick back and forth before Stone finally drove it forward and cut the engine in front of the concession stand. Eleanor and I stepped in, and as soon as the guy shut the doors and chained them, the scent of old popcorn replaced the scent of the cold. Man, talk about nostalgia. What I wouldn't have given for the kettle to be overflowing, to see a long line at the concession stand, which I would have happily waited in, for the booming sounds of special effects rolling out from the auditoriums whenever patrons opened the doors for a quick bathroom or snack break. Hell, I would have even been okay hearing people spoiling plots as they left if it meant things were back to normal. The lamps and bulbs on the walls hung in many different ways. Duct tape, nails, belts, and shoestrings. The epitome of a DIY job. But hey, it worked. The place was lit up like the 4th of July. Normal 4th. Though the white light lent a sterilized quality to the place, robbing the aesthetics of their warmth, easy enough in these conditions. The retro charm of the theater remained intact. Framed posters of classic movies lined the wall opposite the concession stand. Alien, Gone with the Wind, The Wizard of Oz, Star Wars, Casablanca, Halloween, and The Godfather, among others. Stone limped to the Star Wars poster. He loved those films. And leaning on his lone dented crutch, he wiped away the coating of dust covering the glass with a sleeve, smiling and admiring. He's a sucker for stuff like that, and I can't blame him. "I raided the snack bar pretty much soon as I got here," the guy said. "Sorry about that. I got a few leftovers y'all can have if you're hungry. Nothing much, and nothing healthy, that's for sure." "Good. I'm starving," Mia said. "You look full to me," the man joked, winking. I expected Mia to come back viciously, but she ended up laughing instead. "Not bad, not bad," she replied, and then snapped at Stone. "Listen up, bro, this guy knows comedy. He could probably give you some pointers, and God knows you need 'em." Stone flipped her off, and she showed no hesitation in returning the favor. The guy laughed, too. When he stopped, he stuck a hand out to me. "We ain't had our proper introductions, have we? I'm Ramsey Cobb. It's nice to meet y'all." The others introduced themselves, except for Stone. I cleared my throat. I'm Grady, and the pouty guy over there is Stone. Stone nodded his head half-heartedly and glared at me. I ignored it for the most part. And last but not least, that dog who's currently lifting his leg and marking his territory over there is Chewy. Chewy, Elle snapped. Not polite. Bad dog. Bad. Ramsey waved his hands, chuckling. Nah, don't worry about it. I don't spend much of my time in here. Besides, that little guy probably don't have much in his bladder, and I ain't expecting any health inspectors. Or company, for that matter. Elle grabbed a wad of napkins from a dispenser by the cash register and mopped up the accident. Chewy, oblivious to most of this, got busy sniffing around the snack bar. He lucked out a few times, finding pieces of old popcorn behind the counter. Elle scooped him off the ground before he either peed again or ate something that would upset his stomach. Ramsey pointed at the rifle. I kept it slightly raised so I could aim at him if I needed to. Better safe than sorry. But my finger no longer rested on the trigger.